Izuku has Deadpool's healing factor and abilities. Well, even better healing than Deadpool, really. Here's the list of abilities. Immortal for the most part. Telepathic immunity. Possession resistance. Superhuman strength. Peak human speed, 27.8 miles per hour. Superhuman stamina. Superhuman reflexes. Superhuman agility. Superhuman durability. Extremely high pain tolerance. Just to add on to the context and all, Izuku will be more confident, and almost like Deadpool personality-wise, he'll be overpowered, obviously, and he'll also be expertly trained in hand-to-hand. Just instead of using katanas, he'll use a baton. This will be basically a carbon copy of the one Daredevil uses, just with a few more applications. Characters added to U.A. Himiko Toga. Kami Utsumishi. Removed. Mineta. Fuck Mineta. This story starts right during the entrance exam. Also, know the meeting with All Might never happened. That's all that needs to be clarified. I don't own anything. Small disclaimer. Thoughts. Normal speech. All Might speaking. The whole testing site was pretty much in complete chaos. Students were running everywhere using their variety of quirks, destroying robots left and right, which was the exact same case with Izuku, who was rapidly gaining points. He had been sprinting around the more open areas of the testing site while completely abolishing every single robot he could find, all while still helping people whenever he could. Still, on his own, he was confident with the points he had gotten. He was up to 56 points with 4 minutes left of the exam, and after the extremely easy written part that was done beforehand, he really was certain that he had gotten into the school. Currently, Midoriya had just finished ripping an arm off a one-pointer before using that exact same arm to break in a three-pointer, which only helped add to his already stellar score in the test. And once he was done with that robot, he simply decided to relax for the remaining time. Or at least he was planning on taking it easy until the 3-minute mark was announced. And along with it, a hulking robot, which he assumed was the zero-pointer, was released into the makeshift city, crashing through the buildings and throwing everyone into a panic. Hell, even Izuku was just thinking of walking away from it instead of injuring himself. It wasn't like he was worried to get hurt or anything, though. He just knew it wasn't worth it. It wasn't worth it until he heard a girl yell out in pain. He immediately turned over to look in the direction of the sound and noticed a brown-haired girl pinned underneath a large piece of rubble, taking a quick glance at the fast-approaching zero-pointer before groaning out loud. God, I'm definitely going to break something now. And I was doing so well. Izuku shook his head and sprinted over to the girl, looking down at her pained face and expression for a quick second before lifting the rubble off her with ease. Are you hurt or anything? Can you move? He quickly asked the tearful girl still on the ground, furrowing his eyebrows slightly as she quickly shook her head. And no, I think I hurt my ankle, but you should run. That robot is getting closer. The girl called out as she attempted and struggled to stand up, only managing to get on her knees before looking back towards a zero-pointer with a clearly fearful expression. Izuku, without saying a word, quickly lifted the girl up in a bridal-style carry and rushed off to where everyone was heading, quickly noticing the blue-haired asshole who had called him out during the exam's presentation, approaching him without a second thought. Glasses. Here, you take her and get out of here. I'm going to try and do something which I'll most likely regret. Yeah, I'll definitely regret it. The green-haired boy spoke while carefully handing the girl to the taller teen, who simply looked at him with wide eyes before rushing off without a second, though. All right, this robot is massive. I don't think I can manage to climb it without my baton, but there's always another option. Izuku smiled as he looked over at a building which even towered over the zero-pointer, rushing over to it and entering the empty place, sprinting up the stairs and onto the roof just as the robot was passing by it. He instantly ran forward and towards the ledge of the building, jumping off it and managing to land right on top of the zero-pointer's head. He was pretty sure he bruised a few ribs, but it didn't matter as they healed within a split second. Shit, what do I do now? Midoriya yelled out as he kept himself balanced on top of the moving robot, looking all over it frantically before finally finding exactly what he was looking for. A very obvious and weak-looking panel, just a few meters away from him. And so, he rapidly got onto his feet before sliding on the smooth surface of the zero-pointer's head, reaching the panel easily before simply punching into it, causing the robot to completely stop moving as it was shut down. That was a lot easier than what I expected. I can't complain, though. Now, how the hell do I get down from here? Izuku chuckled as he carefully stepped near the edge of the robot's head, a bright smile suddenly appearing on his face as he jumped off it without a second thought. Superhero landing, he called out just as he was about to hit the floor, falling down on one of his knees while punching the ground, very much just copying the classic landing heroes did in comic books. The only difference here being that Izuku completely shattered his knee, leg, and arm. He didn't really care, though. He wouldn't have jumped off if he wasn't certain that he was going to heal in a few seconds. Ugh, I'm never doing that again, unless the situation calls for me to show off. He spoke to himself, groaning softly as he stood up and looked around the testing ground, almost at the exact same time that present mic called for it to end. And time's up. Everyone exit slowly or stay in case of injuries. Yeah. Izuku could only laugh softly at the pro hero's excitable behavior, even when talking about injuries, once again taking another look around the place. This time, though, he quickly noticed seemingly every other applicant looking over at him with shocked expressions due to his actions, with only a few seeming somewhat different. The only one that really stood out, though, was an admittedly cute blonde with yellow cat-like eyes and a fanged smile, staring at him with a light blush covering her cheeks. That wasn't all, as she seemed to be drooling almost. That bit was weird. She was still fairly cute, though. Izuku wasn't really sure why she was looking at him like that anyways, which only added to his confusion until he noticed his current attire, that being only the sweatpants he was wearing, with his shirt being completely gone and exposing his chiseled torso to everyone. Instead of getting embarrassed, as most would though, he simply flashed the blonde a smile and began to walk towards the exit of the testing ground, with everyone still simply staring at him in shock, including the blue-haired teen and girl he had saved earlier. What just happened? All Might speaking. It was finally the first day of class for Izuku and for every other student who had managed to make it into whatever course he had to offer, and he was ecstatic about finally training to become a hero. With a slightly unconventional quirk like his, it was hard to picture him as a hero when the only thing he could do was just heal incredibly fast. But as time went on, somehow his quirk evolved into more, which only granted him more abilities to use. More abilities to become a hero. Still, even through all the excitement, he was a little worried about meeting his classmates and all, especially after getting first in both the written and practical exams. He managed a perfect score on the written, and on the practical, he got exactly 130 points, surpassing everyone else in every single test site. He had just reached the door to his class, which was at least 12 feet tall and wide with a huge font signaling that it was indeed the room for Class 1A. Instead of stalling around anymore and staring just at a simple door, Izuku quickly slid the door to the room open, immediately looking around the place with a bright smile, which didn't even falter at the chaotic scene in front of him. Don't put your feet on the desk. It's disrespectful to our past upperclassmen and everyone in this room. Have you no shame? The blue-haired teen from the entrance exam called out to Bakugu. What do you care for, eyes? I can do whatever the fuck I want. What kind of shitty school accepted someone like you? I'm from Somei Junior High. My name is Tenya Ida. The now identifiable teen spoke up stiffly, chopping his arm in the air in a robotic manner. An elitist, huh? I'll have fun destroying you, you know-it-all asshole. Bakugu replied, standing up off his chair and leaning forward on his desk, staring down Ida with a savage grin. Destroy me? Tenya flinched back with a shocked expression. Are you sure you're in the right place? What kind of hero threatens fellow classmates? From that point forward, Izuku couldn't help but burst out laughing, which seemingly caught the attention of most people watching the heated interaction as well, especially Ida's attention, as he quickly sprung forward and gave the green-haired boy a bow. Good day. I am Tenya Ida from Some. I must apologize for misjudging you before and even during the entrance exam. You even realized its true purpose while I did not. I am inferior to you, and I hope we can still get along well. He called out loud, once again stiffly moving his arms around, which prompted Izuku to let out a soft chuckle as he waved his hand in front of himself. Don't worry about it. I wasn't exactly being respectful anyways. I'm Izuku Midoriya, and that loud douche you had the pleasure of meeting is Katsuki Bakugo. Not really a fun guy, huh? Izuku questioned with a small smile, glancing over at his old friend who simply glared at him with hateful eyes before shifting and looking out the window, seemingly doing everything in his power to avoid looking at him. You are correct. He is a truly unpleasant person. The bespectacled boy spoke with a nod, glancing back at Katsuki with a raised eyebrow. Yeah, as long as you avoid him, you'll probably be fine. Izuku continued, cutting himself off as he felt a soft tap on his shoulder, quickly turning around. Could you maybe move out of the doorway? I kind of want to get through. The same blonde girl from the exam spoke softly before looking up at Izuku, her face immediately lightening up with a fanged smile and wide eyes as she began to bounce in her spot slightly. Wait, you're that hot guy who took out the 0-pointer. Himikotoga. You look so cool during the exam. She clapped her hands slightly, still excitedly bouncing on her spot as Izuku just smiled. Yeah, I'm that one hot guy. He quickly chuckled, offering his hand to Toga, who instantly took it and shook vigorously. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Just call me Izuku though, I don't really mind. Midoriya spoke, pulling his hand back from the admittedly cute girl once she was done shaking it. Okay, Izuku. Call me Toga. Oh, do you want to go on a date with me? Himiko asked Izuku boldly with the exact same cheerful expression as before, completely ignoring how the almost filled-up room went quiet until someone spoke up. Just not Izuku. I'm going to stop you right there. You've been here for almost 5 minutes and still haven't even noticed me. Not even all the students have arrived, which is already bad for you all. Now, shut up and listen. Everyone go change into your PE uniforms and head out to the sports field. No questions. A yellow caterpillar said assertively, looking over the classroom just as the last few students arrived. A pink-skinned and haired girl, along with the brunette from the exam whom Izuku had saved, who seemed to lighten up as soon as she had seen him, even through the confusion washing over the room. Oh God, this is worse than I thought. My name is Shoyuta Aizawa, or Eraserhead. I'm your teacher this year. Go get changed and be out in 10 minutes or you're expelled. Hurry up. Everyone simply kept quiet and ran out of the room to go change into the uniforms, which supposedly were in the changing rooms already. Still, everyone could only think one thing. What just happened? Soon, all of Class 1A had followed the orders given by their teacher and were currently in the sports field, waiting for instructions as Aizawa simply stood there going through some papers. Izuku simply decided to get ready for whatever was to come and began to do some stretches, completely oblivious to the stares he was getting from his female classmates. Even if he did notice them, though, it didn't matter. He had pretty much gotten used to it after going through puberty. He wasn't the same scrawny boy like when he was a kid, as now he stood at exactly 6 feet, with a slim but still muscular build, defined jaw, and handsome face. Or at least he thought he was handsome by how many times his mom had told him so. He trusted her judgment. Midoriya had just continued to stretch, even as Himiko came up beside him and started to mimic him, following his movements perfectly somehow as she spoke up. You know, I didn't get an answer to the date proposal before, Izuku. I kind of want one now before the other girls try something with you. She smiled, glancing back at the rest of her female classmates. Some looked away with a small blush decorating their cheeks. Most noticeably the brown-haired girl from the exam, another blonde with plump lips and brown eyes, as well as the pink-skinned and haired girl, all of who seemed to be caught off guard by Toga's call-out. Oh, right. I forgot about that. Sure then. We can work out everything later. I don't really want to get yelled at again. Izuku chuckled and stood up straight once again, glancing over at Aizawa, who simply nodded at his words and turned to face the large group of students. Right. Today you will all undergo a test that you've already done before in middle school. Just some simple physical fitness tests. Only this time you'll be allowed to use your quirks. I don't care how you apply them, but just know that you can use them. The scruffy teacher explained, scratching over the top of his head before looking over at Bakugu. Bakugu, you got the most villain points in the practical exam. What was your record softball pitch? I think it was 90 meters or something. Katsuki replied as he stepped forward and away from the larger group of students. Aizawa nodded and proceeded to pull a softball out of the gym bag, tossing it over to Bakugu before signaling him forward onto the outlined circle on the ground. Now, throw the ball as far as you can with your quirk. You can do whatever as long as you don't exit the circle, he ordered, stepping back a bit to give his students some space. Bakugu only gave a nod before preparing his throw, grasping the ball firmly before letting it fly with a loud yell. Dai! Amongst the group of students, Izuku could only laugh at the call-out his old friend gave, while the others simply waited for his score to be pointed out as Aizawa's small device beeped. 705 meters. Not bad at all. What the hell? That's so far, shouted a male with spiky red hair and pointed teeth. How are we even supposed to surpass that? Another boy with blonde hair and a black streak going through it called out loud in disbelief. These similar reactions kept on going until the pink-skinned girl just had to say something to trigger the devil. The devil being Aizawa, who had apparently been waiting for someone to speak up just like she did. Oh, this looks fun. She bounced in place a little, looking back at the invisible girl who just nodded along with her excitement until noticing the look on their teacher's face. His stoic look quickly replaced by a manic grin. Fun, you say? Were you planning to spend these years at the school having fun? He spoke up strictly, silencing all the students. Fine then. Whoever comes last in these tests will be deemed hopeless and immediately expelled from the school, with absolutely no chance of getting back in. Now, isn't that fun? Aizawa said, still having the same unsettling grin on his face, seemingly unfazed by the complaints that came immediately after. What? It's only the first day. How is someone already getting expelled from here? This is completely unfair. Meanwhile, Izuku just nodded and smiled at his teacher, giving a few jumps in place as he waited for Aizawa to continue speaking. We teachers are free to do whatever we choose with our students and their circumstances, glared Aizawa as he slowly turned stoic once again, looking back down at his notepad. Welcome to a high heroics course. Izuku knew that he was at a disadvantage with these tests, even despite his strength and speed being a lot higher than average. He just knew that most of his classmates were going to do better, as they all probably had more versatile quirks than he did. Well, mostly all of them, except for the girl with the strange ears and the invisible one. Those two quirks were easy to figure out, and he knew that they didn't have much of an advantage either. First up was the 50-meter dash, which started with Mina Ishido, the pink-skinned girl, and Yuga Aoyama, a blonde boy who was apparently French. He also sparkled somehow. Both of them did fairly well while displaying their quirks, some type of acid and a laser respectively, with Ishido getting 5.25 seconds and Yuga 5.56 seconds. The second pair to go was Tenya and Tsu Ajui, the girl with some frog-like characteristics. The trial ended with Ida getting 3.02 seconds while Tsu managed to get 5.51 by using her powerful legs to jump. Then came the brown-haired girl who Izuku had saved during the exam, Ochako Uraraka, and with her, Toga, the slightly strange but still cute blonde who had already asked him out on a date. They managed to get 7.13 and 6.54, with Toga being the fastest of the two. From there, he got a grasp at Ochako's quirk, which seemed to negate or cancel out gravity, but surprisingly, Himiko hadn't shown her quirk off yet. She was just extremely fast on her own. From there, the pairs kept being called out and running the track. Izuku, from Aizawa's announcements, managed to get every name of the rest of his class, almost immediately memorizing them as they went up to do the test. There went Denki Kaminari, Ijiro Kirishima, Rikido Sato, Mizo Shoji, Kyokujiro, Kami Utsumishi, Koji Koda, Hantasiro, Fumikage Tokoyami, Shoto Todoroki, Toru Hagakure, and Momo Yaoyorozu. All of their scores range from 3.46 to 6.47, with Todoroki and Momo getting the top scores while Kyoka got the slowest of the scores. Finally, Izuku was called up along with Bakugo, who was already grinning like a madman, as he was sure he was going to win, and if Izuku was being honest, that would probably be the case. The two got into their respective running positions and took off as soon as Aizawa was called out to them, with Bakugo blasting forward while Izuku simply sprinted his way towards and across the finish line. As expected, though, Katsuki ended up with a score of 3.36, while Izuku managed to get 4.02, which was still a good score considering all the others. And that was all with the diminutive physical boost he got from his regenerative quirk. Huh, take that, you shitty Deku. You're still beneath me, and you're still useless. Bakugo called out and boasted with a laugh, while Izuku simply smiled, ignoring the mostly shocked and confused expressions his classmates had. Oh yeah, I'm completely useless. I practically ran that almost quirkless while you used your explosions. Take some time to think about that. Midoriya retaliated with a slight head shake, walking back to the rest of the group, who now looked more surprised at the immense speed he demonstrated while going basically without a quirk. Wait, did you really run that fast without using your quirk? How is that even possible? The blonde he now knew as Kaminari asked, while Izuku just answered with a small shrug. Yeah, not everyone was flashy or really physical quirks, you know? I mean, mine is just an extremely quick regenerative factor, which helps keep my body in peak condition. That's probably one of the only reasons I can run that quick. Well, that and training. He smiled at Kaminari, who just nodded and gave him a thumbs up in response, seemingly still somewhat impressed by his display of speed. After a few minutes of rest, Aizawa moved on to the next test, which simply consisted of gripping a machine to find the grip strength that way. In this test, Izuku did fairly well, getting 246 kilograms with his slight strength boost. He wasn't anywhere near the top scorers, though, as the boy with multiple arms managed to score 640 kilograms. As soon as that trial was done, everyone moved on to the next one and kept speeding through the tests, with everyone getting a variety of different scores ranging from good to bad. Izuku himself mostly managed to stay on the better half of the scores, while still not getting any stellar results. The final trial came up quickly after the class had zoomed through the tests, wrapping up everything with the ball throw. Bakugo was excused from this trial as he had already gotten his score and could only stare and rage in silence as some people continued to beat his score. Uraraka had gotten infinity, which was unbeatable and undoubtedly ended up with the top score, while Momo got 1.2 kilometers with the use of a cannon she created. Along with those two top scorers came Todoroki with 632 meters and Izuku, who scored 326 meters. Once all the trials were done, Aizawa popped up a screen displaying all of their names and rankings, with every single student looking absolutely petrified at what their possible scores would be in the end. The list went: 1. Momo Yaoyorozu. 2. Katsuki Bakugo. 3. Shoto Todoroki. 4. Ida Tenya. 5. Fumikage Tokoyami. 6. Mashireo Ojiro. 7. Mizo Shoji. 8. Izuku Midoriya. 9. Ijiro Kirishima. 10. Koikoda. 11. Toga Himiko. 12. Mina Ashido. 13. Tsuyu Ajui. 14. Ochako Uraraka. 15. Rikido Sato. 16. Kami Utsumishi. 17. Hantasiro. 18. Denki Kaminari. 19. Yuga Aoyama. 20. Kyokujiro. 21. Toru Hagakure. And as expected, the invisible girl almost immediately began to cry and complain, both in frustration and just in pure sadness of not managing to stay in the school. It was just terrible to think that someone would be expelled on the first day but that wasn't the case in the end. Alright, the whole expulsion thing was fake. It was a logical ruse to get you all to try your hardest and push your limits. You did well, Hagakure. You all did. Aizawa suddenly spoke up, and as soon as he finished, Toru immediately threw her arms in the air triumphantly before hugging Mina and the rest of the girls who went to comfort her. Izuku simply watched from afar with a small smile before looking over at the gravity girl, who was jogging up to him excitedly and with a blinding smile as well. Hey, I didn't really get the chance to say this before Aizawa-sensei pulled us out here, but thanks for saving me during the entrance exam and all. You were really cool there, and thanks again. I really appreciate what you did, and I'm glad we're both in the same class. Uraraka spoke softly, the permanent blush marks on her cheeks only growing as she kept on going before finally stopping and nodding her head vigorously. Yeah, it was no problem, really. I mean, anyone would have done it, you know? You were in trouble, and I probably just happened to be the one closest near you. Plus, once you got a safety that gave me the chance to try a superhero landing after shutting off the zero-pointer. Izuku said excitedly, looking down at the brown-haired girl with a wider smile than before as her cheeks got slightly more flushed for some reason. Well, I'm glad I could give you that chance then. She beamed right back at him, bouncing on the balls of her feet, though you seemed really hurt after you landed. I mean, you fell like 100 feet. I didn't even know how you were okay back then, but since you told us your quirk, it makes a lot of sense now. Uraraka nodded again, suddenly helping out loud, as Toga was standing right beside her, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, just staring down the brunette. I thought you were going to try to flirt with Izuku for a second. I'm glad you didn't, though. He already agreed to a date with me, you know? Isn't that great? Himiko giggled loudly, bringing her hands up to her cheeks to cover the small blush that painted her face, turning to face and talk to Izuku again before being stopped by the red-haired boy, Kirishima, calling out to them. Come on, you three. We have to head back to the classroom already. And with that, the three simply nodded and followed along with them. Soon, the entirety of Class 1A was back in their classroom to pick up their curriculums before Aizawa decided on actually having everyone introduce themselves, going down the seating order, which was completely random to begin with. It was a good idea to actually learn at least a tiny bit more about each other. Izuku was sure that everyone probably only knew or had spoken to one or two people since their arrival at the school, so it was a good chance for everyone to really make friends and also for everyone to understand each other's quirks. First up came Aoyama, who took up at least 5 minutes to introduce himself while giving a very detailed description of his likes and dislikes, as well as of his quirk, Naval Laser. It basically gave the French boy the ability to fire sparkly laser beams from his stomach. A pretty strong quirk, if not for the fact that he could only use it in short 1-second bursts. Note, just intro through the whole class as usual. I'm sure most of the people reading know the characters. It just feels like I'd be adding more words that don't really matter to the content. From there on, the introductions continued and kept on going. Most of the quirks and most of the things Midoriya's classmates said were pretty self-explanatory. Some had stronger quirks, some had weaker quirks, while others had just downright scary amounts of power with their quirks. The more interesting quirks in his class were the last 3 people introduced, Toga's, Kami's, and Ochako's. Uraraka's quirk was downright terrifying just for the fact that she could literally make someone float out into space just by touching them with her 5 fingers. She could just remove gravity from anything she touched, and that genuinely scared Izuku a bit, especially since his quirk was basically healing and not something giving him long-range advantage. If he ever fought the gravity girl, he would just have to be incredibly careful not to get tagged by her. Then came Toga's quirk, Transform, which again was just scary. It gave Himiko the ability to shape-shift into anyone, but only if she drank their blood. While it only gave the blonde the ability to take up someone's appearance and voice, it was still worrying. She had the perfect quirk for stealth and infiltrations. Utsumishi's quirk was called Glamour, and it gave the girl the ability to emit a smoke-like substance from her mouth to form visual and auditory illusions over a large area. This was scary in its own right, considering she could actually make people think they were hallucinating and just drive them to madness. That, and she could be able to trick literally anyone. Despite Cammy's personality and strange speaking form that uses slang almost exclusively, Izuku knew she was someone to look out for. As Izuku kept on quietly thinking about every single application of every single quirk he had just been introduced to, he was interrupted by Toga tapping at his shoulder from behind him and pointing towards the rest of the class, who were all waiting for his introduction, as he was the only one left who hadn't said a word yet. All right, I'm Izuku Midoriya, and my quirk is basically just an extremely effective and quick healing factor, which also genetically enhanced my physiology, giving me a low rate of superhuman strength, agility, reflexes, and stamina. Oh, also durability and speed. Also, I'm pretty sure I'm immune to any disease since I've never gotten sick. As for likes, I like heroes and sleeping mostly. Also cheesy puffs. Those are good. Izuku spoke and finished off with a bright smile and nod, looking at his other classmates who had a variety of reactions to his introduction. Most of them just gave out a soft chuckle or simply nodded at his words, while Todoroki only narrowed his eyes at the green-haired teen, along with Bakugu, who let out a soft growl in annoyance apparently. The only other slightly different reaction was Toga, who giggled and rocked herself forwards and backwards on her chair. She seemed really excitable for some reason, and Izuku would be lying if he said that he didn't find her a tiny bit weird, though it was a good type of weird for the time being at least. Once that was all done, Aizawa decided to stand up off the ground and exit his yellow sleeping bag, appearing at the front of the class again with the same stoic and annoyed look as always. All right, now there's only a few minutes left until class is over, so I'll let you have that time to speak among yourselves and all, but before, I'm obligated to speak about the dorm system, which you were all supposed to be informed about at the introductory assembly. He spoke up, brushing the few stray bangs off his eyes before letting out a heavy sigh, clearly finding having to explain even a tiny thing annoying. You'll all be free to move in either between today or tomorrow, hence why you have so much free time today. Tomorrow will be your first official day with regular classes and everything, but again, you can actually move in any time this week, either now or during the weekend. The dorm building is massive, you can't miss it, and your rooms are already assigned and they're on the curriculum for each of you. That's it. Aizawa finished off with another sigh, sliding back down to the floor and back into his yellow sleeping bag. The class stayed quiet for a few more seconds before breaking into loud conversations between small groups of people, most of them talking about living together and everything to do with the new system Udat had already introduced. These groups of friends that had already been shaped excluded Izuku and Toga, as Midoriya had just stayed in his seat while Toga had stood up from her spot behind him and moved closer, sitting down on top of his desk with the same excitable smile she always had. Oh, Toga, what's up? Why aren't you like with the other girls chatting? I'm pretty sure they're all in a group except for you and Uraraka. Izuku spoke up as he looked around the classroom, noticing Ochako sitting with Tenya and chatting, Kirishima, Bakugu, and Kaminari in another corner of the room, talking while the others were in larger groups altogether. You sure you don't want to go with them or something? I'm pretty certain that I'm not interesting enough for you to only want to talk with me. He chuckled and smiled, turning to look up at the yellow-eyed blonde. Nah, I'm all good just with you, Izuku. Toga quickly shot back, swinging her feet slightly off the edge of the desk. I mean, they seem nice and all. Well, most of them, but I'm more interested in our date. I was thinking we could go to the beach. Oh, or maybe a fancy dinner. Do you own a suit? You definitely look good in a suit. She grinned excitedly, looking back down towards Izuku and very clearly just checking him out. Sure, the beach could be fun. I live pretty close to Dagoba Beach, so we could go there and grab something to eat afterwards too. It's kind of weird though, since the place used to be a dump a year ago, but it's all clean now. That doesn't really matter though. But how about we go after moving into the dorms and all? During the weekend maybe? Midoriya suggested, tilting his head slightly to the side as he waited for Toga's response, which came in the form of an excited giggle and nod. Yup, definitely. Let's go on Saturday. Try and wear a suit. Maybe, oh, what should I wear for it? Toga giggled again, to which Izuku could only reply with a small smile and chuckle, only thinking to himself that he was probably in trouble. The girl seemed more like the psychotic girlfriend you'd see in movies rather than a regular girl. I'll let you decide that, Toga. You'll probably look good in whatever you wear anyways. Now come on. Class is over already, and I really just want to move my stuff into the dorms quickly and get that over with. Izuku said, picking up the curriculum off the desk before standing up along with a still excited Toga, following the rest of their classmates out of the room and building. This is probably going to be a weird year, right? The green-haired teen wondered as he walked out of U.A's gate with Toga, before glancing over at the others from his class who were in a group. Bakugu just immediately noticed him looking over at them and popped off some explosions from his palms to intimidate Izuku, which obviously didn't work. Kirishima and Shiro simply waved at the two before turning back to Kaminari and Sato, who gave them a slight nod. On the girls' side of things, Ashido and Hagakure were apparently having the time of their lives gossiping already, since as soon as they noticed Izuku walking with Himiko, they let out a loud giggle and brought up their hands in a heart shape to tease them, seemingly already thinking of them as a couple. Kyoka simply snickered at them while Momo and Azui gave the two a small smile and nod, pretty much mimicking Kaminario and Sato. Kami only smiled and gave Izuku a sly wink. Ochako just blushed as she noticed the two, while Edis seemingly went on a rant about proper relationships and behavior, complaining to Uraraka about it, who quickly snapped out of her embarrassed trance and laughed at the blue-haired boy's freak out. Yeah, it's definitely going to be a weird year. I'm probably fucked, Izuku thought and looked down at Toga, who was happily skipping along with him to the train station with a bright, fanged smile adorning her face. I'm definitely screwed. Shit, All Might speaking. After class had ended, Izuku did exactly like he said he was going to do. He made his way back home after splitting ways with Toga, getting some help from his mom to pack up all of his things, which really wasn't a lot. Sure, he was a hero fan, but it wasn't as big of an obsession as it used to be. At least now he didn't yell out or look in awe at every single hero he recognized. Still, though, his room was decorated with a fair amount of hero merchandise, mostly posters and some figurines here and there. Izuku was only taking some of that to the dorm still, as he knew that even if he was going to move away, he was still most likely going to stay home, sometimes to either visit his mom or simply because he'd feel like it. It definitely was mostly to visit his mom, though. Izuku, are you sure you don't want to take anything else? If this is all you're going to move into your room at then it'll look a bit, well, bland. Inko spoke softly as she pointed over at the 3 boxes in the corner of her son's room, looking back towards Izuku with a slightly worried expression. She wanted him to be comfortable more than anything, even if it pained her soul that he was moving out at such a young age. I'm positive. I know that doesn't mean much anyways, but yeah, I'll be good with all of this. The move is kind of sudden anyways, you know? So I won't take a lot right away. I just want to get settled over there quickly to not have to deal with all of this later. He nodded and shrugged his shoulders slightly. And just think about it. It'll give me more chances to come and visit you. So yeah, I definitely don't want to take all of it. If I need something, I'll just come and get it. Izuku reassured his mother, stepping closer to her and wrapping her up in a gentle hug. I'm just still worried about you. We were told this was going to happen anyways if you got into U.A, but now that it actually is happening, I can't help but be even more worried than before. I just want you to be okay. The older Midoriya replied as she hugged Izuku back firmly, holding him close for a few seconds before pulling back and wiping at her already teary eyes. I'll be fine, I promise. If I need anything, I'll be sure to tell you, and I'll call you daily, okay? Izuku attempted to reassure his mother again, who simply gave a small nod in return and quickly hugged him once again before leading the way out of her son's bedroom. Okay, I trust you, son. Now, come on, let's get going before the waterworks start. I don't want you to start teasing me about how much I cry again, and I definitely don't want to end up dehydrated because of it again. Inko smiled over at Izuku, who laughed softly while carrying the 3 decently sized boxes out the room and eventually out of the small apartment and out of the building. He immediately set the boxes down in the small car Inko owned as they got downstairs before stepping into the vehicle along with his mom. It wasn't long after that the two had arrived at U.A after a decently long ride, which was a hurricane of feelings. Both Inko and Izuku couldn't help but feel sad and excited about everything going on. The older Midoriya was happy for her son, but sad as he was moving out so soon, while Izuku was excited to share the dorms with his classmates, but almost devastated about leaving his mother, hence all the promises he made beforehand about visiting. She had taken care of him as a single mother and had done a damn good job at raising him, even if he wasn't perfect. Inko was most definitely the most important part of his life. He wasn't just going to go ahead and forget her. The two Midoriyas remained at the entrance of the dorms for a good 10 minutes, saying their goodbyes, which was filled with tears from Inko's side, while Izuku did his best to reassure the older woman. He was just glad it worked, and that she wasn't leaving completely depressed. "All right, Mom. I'm going to start heading in, okay? I'll make sure to call you as soon as I'm done with my room and everything, too. Just remember to drink water once you get home, too. It definitely a tiny bit dehydrated after all the tears." Izuku playfully poked fun at Inko, giving her one last right hug before letting go. "I'll do just that, Izuku. And again, please be careful. I know you told me that your classmates were all nice, but one of them seems quite weird." She spoke with a small smile and giggle, pointing over Izuku's shoulder and at one of the large windows, where Toga could be seen waving excitedly at both of them. Izuku only gave a soft chuckle and shook his head. "Yeah, don't worry, she's nice too, a little on the crazier side from what I can tell, but still nice." He chuckled again, turning to face his mom again to say a few last words before the two parted ways, with the younger of the two heading towards and into the dorm building, while Inko made her way back to the car and back home. And just like Izuku had expected, the moment he made it through the large doors with his boxes, he was approached by Himiko, still as excited and bubbly as ever. "Izuku, was that your mom? She was really pretty, though I didn't know you were that big of a mama's boy. It's so cute," Toga called out loud and giggled as she stood in front of the green-haired boy, taking one of the 3 boxes he was carrying to help him with getting his possessions into his room. "Yeah, also, you can't blame me for being like that. She's a saint." He smiled back at the excitable blonde who walked right beside him as the taller of the two led the way to his room, which was obviously located on the boys' side of the building, as well as on the 3rd floor. The pair managed to get Izuku's things unpacked and set up in just about an hour before they made their way back downstairs, apparently just in time as both Tenya and Cammy arrived and entered the building together, both of them carrying large boxes. "Ah, Midoriya-san, Himiko-san, salutations," Ida called out while bowing slightly, while Cammy just looked at him weirdly before turning to the other two. "Hey, what's up, fam?" She spoke with a small wave and smile before setting the large box she was carrying down. "Can one of you, help me carry my things? I would totes appreciate it." Cammy smiled, keeping her eyes only on Izuku, completely ignoring the other blonde right beside him. "Yes, I would appreciate some assistance as well. I have plenty more boxes outside, though they are smaller, so I would suggest that Midoriya-san helps Utsushimi-san and Himiko-san can help me." Tenya set his box down as well, chopping on arm in front of him at a 90-degree angle repeatedly. Sure. We both already finished moving in and all. The room keys are set up on the counter at the kitchen, by the way. They have their numbers and everything, so pick that up later. The rooms are already unlocked." Izuku shrugged and walked up to Cammy, who happily led the taller teen out to help with her boxes, but not before Toga got a word in. "Don't try anything with Izuku and Blondie. We're already going on a date, so keep your big boobs away from him." The yellow-eyed girl spoke up with a small pout, stomping one of her feet on the floor before reluctantly going to help Tenya with his own boxes. Cammy simply ignored Himiko as she went to pick up a few of the smaller boxes, while Izuku carried the bigger ones to help the girl out. "So, what's your deal with her? I mean, you seem totally lit, but Shorty is kind of crazy. You know what they say, bae? Never stick your dick in crazy," giggled Cammy as she quickly eyed Izuku up, leading him towards the girl's side of the building. "Yeah, She kind of glued herself onto me immediately and asked me on a date. I pretty much agreed to it because I knew she'd probably continuously bug me about it. Plus, she kind of seems like my type of crazy, you know? Why do you ask? You want a piece of this or something? Izuku responded, smiling down at the brown-eyed blonde just as the two reached her room. Oh, definitely LMAO. You're like the hottest guy in the class. I mean, that Todoroki is hot too, but he's like antisocial. So you're the best thing. She smugly smiled back at Midoriya, setting her boxes down beside the bed settled in the corner of the room, with the other teen following suit. My mom always did say I was handsome. God, now between you and Toga, you're gonna make me the most egotistical guy ever. I'm already enough of an asshole with people. He laughed softly, walking back out of the room with the girl. LOL, like, what does that mean for me then? Do I have a chance, or should I start showing my ass off more to ya? Cammy asked with a smirk and raised eyebrow, stepping even closer to Izuku and pulling his arm towards her, hugging the limb and purposely pushing it against her bust. Is this working? We could totes cuddle too. She gazed up at the boy, who smiled down at her and looked straight back into her larger eyes. Maybe, Izuku answered, stepping back into the main lounge area with Utsushimi. As soon as they did, though, all hell broke loose as the two just so happened to run back into Tenya and Toga, who were both carrying boxes. Well, a second later, Ida was carrying all the boxes as Himiko immediately dropped hers onto him and stepped up to Izuku and Cammy, prying the taller blonde off the green-haired boy's arm before standing right in front of her, looking up at Utsushimi defiantly. All right, you big boob bimbo. I'm letting you get off easy this time, but try something with my Izuku again and your fat ass is going to be found knocked the fuck out in some dumpster, you get me? Toga said sternly, holding up one finger for Cammy to see. One more time, and your ass is grass, bitch. She finished off with that, strutting up to Izuku and mimicking what the other girl did earlier, hugging his arm firmly as he kept quiet. Izuku was staying silent and seemed completely calm on the outside, but his brain was working overtime with everything that had just happened. Jesus fucking Christ, she said, my Izukuin. I'm so fucked. Why did I get stuck with the Yandere immediately? Just as he was done slightly panicking, he felt Toga slightly tugging at his arm, gazing into his eyes intensely. Stay away from the bimbo, Izukuin. She's just some random bitch, she whispered, her voice laced with venom. Midoriya simply snickered and looked over at Tenya, who was staring at the scene with wide eyes as he had even dropped his boxes because of his classmates' display, actually left speechless as he robotically lifted an arm up, which just meant he was about to reprimand them for their behavior. Shit, shorty. No need to get your panties in a twist or anything. You ain't even dating Izababy yet, bitch. Damn. Cammy commented and giggled loudly with a calm expression, adding fuel to the rapidly growing conflict. Himiko, on the other hand, was not calm. She pulled away from Izuku's arm in a split second and began to move towards Cammy before being stopped by Ida and Kirishima, the red-haired boy who came out of nowhere. Both of you stop. This behavior is completely unlike the one that a student should have. You two apologize to each other and stop this meaningless fight. Tenya yelled out in a strict manner, while Kirishima chuckled while looking over at Izuku. Yeah, no need to make a bigger scene in front of half the class. He pointed towards the doorway with a nervous smile as Toga actually let out a small growl, the girl completely unaware of the people watching the scene. Since the two blondes had begun insulting each other, more and more their classmates had arrived and simply stared at the scene, with the ones watching being Mina, Momo, Shiro, Ajui, and Ojiro, all of them either incredibly interested at what was happening or just completely shocked. Though, as the calm was slightly coming back to the large open room, with Toga simply hatefully staring at Cammy instead of attempting to attack her, Izuku decided to open his stupid-ass mouth. Ah, so no cuddles then, Cammy? He asked with a small chuckle and an amused smile. Also, Izababy, what the fuck? Then all hell broke loose as Himiko pounced once again that it was finally the first official day of class for Izuku and his classmates. It wasn't just a day where they had to exercise a bit and then leave. No, this time they had an entire day filled with regular classes, and the green-haired boy couldn't have been happier about it, especially after the chaos that was unleashed during the move-in. After he had once again triggered the already delicate situation with Toga and Kami, it took most of the afternoon to defuse it once again. It also took help from most of their classmates to calm Himiko down. Most of the help came from Izuku, though, who somehow managed to make the two blondes get along a tiny bit better. Well, he still knew Toga absolutely hated Kami for flirting with him, even if he wasn't dating the yellow-eyed blonde yet. He actually found it kind of flattering that Himiko already thought of him that way. It actually slightly scared him and slightly flattered him. Izuku just really wasn't expecting to have a girl obsessed with him, but he had to admit, the situation wasn't all that bad. At the moment, he didn't know Toga at all, though. He basically just saw her as a cute blonde who had a crush on him. And on the other side of things was Kami, who had also openly admitted to liking him. He didn't really know what to do. As careless as he was, he didn't want to hurt either or them. So instead of just completely abandoning one of them, he came up with a small plan that he hoped would work. It was simple, it just consisted in going on separate dates with both of them, telling them each about the dates as well, and just getting to know the two better, as all he knew so far was that Utsushimi spoke slightly weirdly and was hot. What he knew about Toga was that she was cute, intense, and a tiny bit crazy. He was definitely interested in both of them. Kami just seemed like a fun and obviously extremely attractive girl, while Toga just matched his type of crazy. She acted how she wanted and didn't give a shit who saw or judged her. That was made even more evident after Izuku had showered and gotten dressed into his uniform before making his way down to the open area to have breakfast. Most of his classmates were already there and ready to head to the main building for their actual first day, but Himiko apparently just didn't give a shit as she sat up on the kitchen counter still in her pajamas, with her hair completely loose instead of in those buns she always wore. She immediately waved over at Izuku as soon as she saw him, and the boy happily waved back at her before looking over at Kami, who gave him a small smile, which he quickly retaliated before making his way over to the fanged and messy-looking blonde. "I thought I told you not to talk to her. Izuku-kun." Toga complained right off the bat as she noticed the smile Midoriya had given Kami, which just got a small chuckle out of him. "Yeah, but remember that I told you that we're both obligated to get along with everyone? You just have to put up with her, and also you have to try not to attack her again. I didn't even talk to her anyways." I just smiled. He let out a soft laugh, stepping over to the massive fridge the kitchen had and taking out a small carton of milk, swiftly ripping it open and taking a sip. "And I mean, you're feisty, that's hot, but you gotta tone it down a bit, all right?" Izuku looked over at the girl, who blushed and giggled at the sudden compliment before nodding her head excitedly. "I'll do just that then. Anything for my Izuku-kun." Himiko giggled again as she playfully swung her legs over the counter still, bouncing excitedly in place. Meanwhile, Izuku was just surprised that Tinya hadn't told her to get off the countertop yet, but he quickly realized that he just wasn't downstairs yet. "All right, that's good. Good girl. Also, why are you still in your pajamas while everyone else is dressed? I mean, are you only wearing a sweatshirt because I can't see anything else?" Midoriya asked and smiled at Toga, who hopped off the counter and stepped closer to the taller teen, poking his nose playfully. "I'm still in these mostly because I'm lazy, and if I'm wearing anything else under this, well, I guess you'll never find out. Izuku-kun, I'll see you in class." The small blonde flashed the teen a fanged smile, running off to get ready shortly after. Izuku just shook his head at the girl's antics before finishing off his small milk carton, tossing it into the trash before walking over to the main lounge to pass the time with his classmates, but almost as if God was throwing him a massive middle finger. He just had to bump into Bakugo, the one motherfucker he just did not like at all. "Oi, Deku, the fuck are you doing, you useless prick? You want me to beat the shit out of you?" Katsuki immediately yelled out, pushing Izuku back violently, just because he accidentally bumped into him. "Good to see you too, boom bitch. I just bumped into you, dumbass. If I wanted you to beat the shit out of me, I would have punched you." He spoke back with a smile, just walking past the explosive teen again. "Just shut the fuck up and stay out of my way if you don't want me to kill you, Deku." Bakugo snarled, his palms crackling with small explosions as he made his way out of the building, even if class wasn't supposed to start for another 20 minutes. That was actually one of the tamest interactions we've had. Well, as tame as they can get when the main asshole resembles a fucking chihuahua with anger issues. What a dick. Izuku thought with a chuckle, still just moving forward to where a few of his classmates are on the couch, plopping down onto the soft surface with a soft groan. He mostly kept quiet as he settled into his spot and listened into the conversation Kaminari, Uraraka, Hagakure, and Azui were having, watching the three happily interact with a small grin. For some reason, Izuku just couldn't help but be glad that he was in a class with these people. The only asshole was Bakugu and maybe Todoroki. He just couldn't be happier about it, really. Oh, Midoriya-kun. Why does Bakugu call you Deku? Everyone overheard his yelling and insults, but I don't get it. Isn't Deku just an encouraging nickname, like Dekairu? With an I can do it vibe? It's cute. Uraraka innocently said with a smile as she suddenly turned to face Izuku, leaving the other two girls and Kaminari to chat amongst themselves. Izuku just smiled back at the brown-haired girl and shook his head slightly, letting out a soft sigh. Trust me, Uraraka-chan, that nickname is anything but encouraging. It's Bakugu. You don't know him, but that douche has got major anger issues. I honestly don't even know why he hates me so much. It's been like this since I got my quirk, and we used to be friends before that. I'm kind of just starting to think that asshole was a superiority complex or something, but I like that new meaning to the name, actually. It's nice. He chuckled and shrugged his shoulders slightly, while Ochako recoiled slightly after learning the real meaning of the nickname, but then smiled at Izuku accepting her meaning of the name. Oh, that's terrible. But you're right. He doesn't exactly seem nice at all. And, would you mind if I called you Deka then? Since you like the meaning because it's different and all. If not, then it's okay. Ochako asked both excitedly and nervously, cutely tilting her head slightly as she asked the question. Not all, actually. You can call me whatever you like, really, but if you'll call me Deku, then I'm just calling you Ochako. It's a lot better to say, and also, should we get going to the classroom? We've got like 10 minutes left, and Ida is already making people get to class. Honestly, I like the guy, but he could be less intense. He chuckled and shrugged, scratching over the back of his head as Uraraka gave a small smile before the two made their way to class. As they arrived to have homeroom with Aizawa, Izuku quickly realized that he should have been a lot less excited for the lessons. Sure, the teachers were going to all be heroes, but they were still only going to be teaching the same old subjects that he went through in middle school. He really just hoped that either his classmates or the teachers themselves would make the lessons a little more fun, but as always, luck wasn't on Midoriya's side, as most of their day consisted of long and tiring lessons. Cementas and Ectoplasm did a good job teaching their respective subjects and acted like real teachers, while during English, Present Mike made the lessons a bit more intense than they needed to be. Midnight was a surprise for all the students, as she actually seemed like the most professional of all the other teachers, well, except for her sudden teasing comments, which came every few minutes. After that came lunch, which was perfectly cooked and incredibly good, and finally, it was time for the class everyone was looking for, Foundational Hero Studies. The class was a complete mystery, as the only clue students had about it was that it was more related to hero work, but the teacher was unknown and the actual teachings were unknown as well. Soon, afternoon came, and so did their first heroics class, which started with a massive reveal as to who the teacher was. "Ha ha, I am," the mysterious teacher started, shoving the door open quickly after. Coming through the door like a normal person, the man yelled, now revealing himself as All Might, the #1 hero. The class immediately burst into chaos, with people equally surprised, excited, and some even a tiny bit scared of being taught by the behemoth of a man. "All Might is here, and he's a teacher," Kirishima shouted excitedly. "Look at his costume, Jero. Isn't it from the Silver Age?" Tsuyu stared excitedly as well, a small smile present on her usually stoic face. "OMG, yeah. It's so retro. It's sick." Cammy spoke with a smile as she jumped a little in place. Izuku just watched the scene with a bright smile as well. Even if he wasn't as much of a hero nerd as he used to be, he was still ecstatic about being taught by All Might, who was his idol. He had only met him once before and got his autograph, but just that. Now he was going to be learning under him. I am your foundational hero studies teacher, All Might. The large man posed and flexed his muscles with a hearty laugh. In this class, we'll be shaping you up to be the best pro heroes you can become, doing so through various trials, such as today's activity being combat training. All Might flexed once again as he showed them a small paper with the word battle on it. At the big news, Bakugu suddenly grinned in excitement and looked over at Izuku, eager to fight anyone really, but mostly the green-haired teen. On the other hand, Midoriya simply smiled and stood up from his desk, followed by Toga, as always, who was bouncing with excitement as well. But hold on, students. To go with that, we have your hero costumes. At the announcement, the wall beside the hulking man began to shift before revealing several slots with cases in them, each of them having a student's name on it. Everyone immediately rushed to pick their cases up, including Izuku. Your costumes have been created in accordance with the quirk registry and the forms you all filled out before school started, along with every detail and accessory you wanted. The class quickly cheered in excitement again at the news, but in reality, no one was as excited as Izuku. He had done the entrance exam barehanded, almost quirkless, and now he would have the advantage. He'd be able to show off as he knew that in the silver case were 2 guns and his baton. He was going to absolutely destroy the competition with those. The competition being his unsuspecting classmates, of course. Go get changed and meet me at Training Ground Beta. Get going, All Might declared with his signature smile before dashing out of the room and towards the meeting spot. The students simply followed suit and ran to the changing rooms. Once about 10 more minutes had passed, everyone was done changing and walked through the tunnels leading to Ground Beta, with the boys and girls obviously separated by the changing rooms' different access and exit points. They say, clothes make a person. Ladies and gentlemen, be fully aware now. You truly look and are heroes. All Might spoke with another laugh as he watched the students step out of the shadows, smiling at their choices in costumes. Well, except for a few that were a bit too much. Most of them, though, were very decent looking. Mina stood out immediately due to her usual looks, that being the pink skin and hair, but that paired with her skin-tight bodysuit just drew even more attention to her. On top of the bodysuit was a small jacket with white fur on the collar, as well as she wore a white mask to cover her face. The combination of colors for the camouflage pattern she had chosen seemed to have been picked to complement her own skin tone more than anything else. Aoyama was another surprising costume, as he basically wore a knight's armor, while Tenya wore a costume slightly similar to it. The speedster's costume looked more like a modern knight, with white plating covering him along with a helmet. Hagakure was pretty much naked except for some gloves and boots, which was a very simplistic costume. Kaminari wore an open-collar jacket with white stripes that ended in lightning bolts, along with matching pants and a white t-shirt underneath. He also wore a headset with a small antenna sticking out of it, probably useful for communicating, and because of his electricity quirk, it worked perfectly. Ajui's costume simply made her look even more frog-like than usual, as she wore a skin-tight bodysuit, just like Mina, with the exception of it being green with black and yellow stripes along her body. Izuku had to admit that she did look kind of cute like that. Then came Siro, who wore a black short-sleeve bodysuit with a large white design on his stomach, as well as orange boots, shoulder guards, and some orange lines on his sleeves as well. Also, a helmet that wasn't all that impressive, as it mimicked a simple motorcycle one. From there on, most of the costumes were pretty tame and normal, except for another few classmates which were wearing very surprising outfits. Or more so, very eye-catching outfits. First was Bakugu's costume, which consisted of 2 large grenade-shaped gauntlets on his arms, along with 2 long pins, which were probably what made the 2 items useful. It was a bit much to say the least. The rest of his outfit wasn't as impressive as his grenade gauntlets, though, as it was just a combination of black, green and orange here and there, along with an orange X crossing over his chest. He also wore a green belt with spherical grenades attached to it, with a metal neck protector and knee pads, as well as large boots and a weird mask which flared out the back of his head. It was slightly intimidating. After the explosive teen's catchy outfit, Momo's caught Izuku's attention, mainly because it didn't cover much at all. It pretty much caught everyone's attention as all his male classmates were practically drooling at it. It was simply a red leotard which exposed a lot of her front and bust, which had a high collar also and a yellow belt across her upper chest, which seemed to be the one thing containing the girl's more plump features to just pop out. She wore another utility belt around her hips and had an encyclopedia as well, which the green-haired teen just assumed was for her quirk as well. Toga's was a bit different. She wore a black bodysuit with white outlines along her legs and sleeves, as well as a black flowy skirt, which was pretty much there just to cover her toned rear. And it was probably just aesthetic. She also wore a dark gray jacket and a face mask, which had some design on it that resembled sharp teeth. None of those parts were the most surprising of her outfit. No, as she had a small machine with tubes strapped to her back, as well as syringes and knives strapped to her thighs and hips. Her hair was also in the trademark buns. Izuku actually was excited to see her in action, or more specifically her quirk in action. He knew she had to have someone's blood for it to work, hence all the syringes and knives, but he was still looking forward to it. It was a very strong quirk. Uraraka's outfit wasn't too much either, as the only part which really surprised Midoriya was the fact that it was skin-tight. That really surprised him, along with her figure, which was very curvy. He just didn't expect an innocent and bubbly girl like her to go for such an attractive costume. It was mostly black with some white/pink tints on it, as well as it had 2 white round devices on her wrists and large white boots on as well. To top it all off, she carried a helmet under one of her arms which had a see-through visor, the colors obviously matching the rest of her outfit. She looked good. Finally came Cammy's outfit. It was probably the most simple out of the whole class, but she looked damn good in it. She stood there under the sun in a black catsuit, which stuck very closely to her body. Along with that, she wore knee-high white boots and a protective collar around her neck. And even after looking at all the different outfits and accessories his classmates had, Izuku still just thought he had the best suit out of all of them, even if it was highly egotistical to say. It wasn't anything crazy, but it did its job, and it was exactly like he wanted it. Midoriya wore a dark forest green and black full-body tactical suit, with the majority of it being green-colored while the black worked as some highlights all over his body. Along with the base suit, Izuku also wore several holsters around his body, the first one being on his back to carry his baton, another 2 on his upper thighs which held 2 handguns, and 1 more on his right ankle, which housed a few knives. He also had some small pouches strapped around his hips, carrying smoke grenades, EMPs, and extra rubber bullets. The one thing that disappointed him was that he had no mask, even if he had asked for one. He also had some extra padding on his knees and shoulders. Note, Deadpool's suit, but green. I might change it to the original red, though, later on. Again, I must reiterate that you all really do look like pros already, even if you're far from it still. All Might spoke up once more, giving them all a thumbs up before focusing on Izuku, who was checking out his pistols and the amount of bullets they had, which was exactly 16 each. More than enough, or so he hoped. Ahem, young Midoriya, those guns are non-lethal, correct? Their teacher spoke up with a raised eyebrow, clearly slightly worried about the handguns. Oh yeah, these guns are definitely lethal, sir. Midoriya answered with a bright smile and nod, placing the handguns back into his holsters before bringing his arms up and flexing his biceps, giving them each a kiss. Extremely lethal, he chuckled, moving his arms back down and resting his hands against his hips. But no, the bullets are made of rubber, so no need to worry. The majority of the class just laughed at his dumb joke, including All Might, while a few like Bakugu and Todoroki either remained stoic or just got even angrier than they were. The girls, though, more specifically Toga, Cammy, and surprisingly Ochako, were very clearly just checking him out. The suit was pretty form-fitting anyways. Thank you for clarifying, my boy. Now you zygotes. Shall we begin with the combat training? Sensei, this is very similar to the battle center from the entrance exam. Will we be conducting urban battles again? Asked Tenya, chopping his arms in the air robotically as always. It was even funnier to watch now with his full body armor. He really did look exactly like a robot. No, we're taking you all a step further into more realistic battle scenarios. This class we will conduct indoor battle training. Villains' battles are usually seen more outdoors, but the truly smart and sickening villains lurk indoors to get an advantage. Most fights between hero and villain happen in the shadows, which is what we'll replicate today. You all will be separated into heroes and villains for 2-on-2 team battles. This will be with the exception of one team, who will have 3 members instead of 2. It will still be a fair battle, so don't worry about someone having an advantage. Surprise immediately washed over the class, everyone quickly thinking that this was too advanced for them. Zero spoke up shortly after. Isn't this too advanced, Sensei? Without basic training? Whoa, this is a battle in which you will all get to understand those basics. However, this time there will be no robots to destroy. This will require more than what you all used during the entrance exam. So what exactly determines victory here? Momo quickly asked as she raised her hand. Can I just blow up the building and be done with it? Bakuga growled out. There isn't a punishment like with Aizawa-sensei, right? Ochako spoke up nervously. Like, what about the teams? How are we gonna, decide on that? Cammy asked, bouncing on the balls of her feet. Isn't my cape fabulous? Aoyama added on with a dazzling smile and pose, sparkling just as always. Okay, by order of questions. Allow me to explain. No, definitely no punishment. Once again, allow me to explain. And yes, your cape is quite impressive, All Might proclaimed, pulling out a small notebook from behind him. Now, today's task. The situation is that the villains have hidden a nuclear weapon somewhere in their hideout. The heroes have to go in and dispose of it. The heroes will have a limited amount of time to either capture the villains or secure the weapon in order to win. As for securing, you merely need to be able to touch it for 3 seconds. The villains, in order to win, must either secure the weapon until time runs out or capture their opponents. Is he really reading out of script? Isn't he the #1 hero? Like super badass and all? Toga asked no one in particular with a giggle. At that, a small blush and embarrassed expression could be seen on their teacher's face, though he quickly shook it off and cleared his throat to speak again. Teams and opponents will be determined by drawing lots. What? Is that truly the best way to go about this, Sensei? Tenya asked, slightly shocked at the way the lesson was going so far. It makes sense if you think about it, you know? Considering that pros have to team up often on the field, even if they don't know each other at all. You gotta be able to adapt and work on the spot. Izuku pointed out, looking over at Ida and shrugging his shoulders lightly. I understand. Excuse my interruption, Sensei. Tenya bowed immediately. No worries, young Ida. Now, let's get on with the teams. Soon, after about 5 minutes, the teams were formed. Team A, Izuku Midoriya and Ochako Uraraka. Team B, Tsuyu Ajui and Kami Utsushimi. Team C, Eijiro Kurishima and Rikido Sato. Team D, Toru Hagakure and Toga Himiko. Team E, Katsuki Bakugu, Momo Yaoyorozu and Mina Ashido. Team F, Kyokujiro and Shoto Todoroki. Team G, Koji Koda and Tenya Ida. Team H, Mashireo Ojiro and Mizo Shoji. Team I, Denki Kaminari and Hanta Siro. Team J, Yuga Aoyama and Fumikage Tokoyami. Alright, now that we have the teams ready, let's see what the first match will be. All Might spoke as he pulled out 2 lottery boxes out of seemingly nowhere, one of the boxes labeled as heroes and the other as villains. First up we have Team A as heroes against Team E as villains. Now, since Team E has 3 people, you all have 3 minutes to prepare instead of 5. The #1 hero explained, turning to look over at the building used for the trial. Now, the villains will go into the building and plan out their defenses After that, the hero team will enter and the exercise will begin. Everyone else will be in the monitoring room watching how you do. There are also plenty of surveillance cameras all over the building to not miss even a second of the action. Also, as this is a practical experience, don't hold back. I'll stop you if anything goes too far, but I'm sure it won't. Now get going, teams, All Might called out, turning on his heel to lead the rest of the class to the surveillance room, while the two teams made their way to their positions. Though, before team, he went into the building, Bakugu took the time to look over at Izuku and crackle his palms intimidatingly. Or at least it would have been intimidating if the green-haired boy was scared of sparklers. Quickly after, Bakugu's team was inside the building preparing their defenses for Izuku and Ochako. More accurately, only Ishido and Momo were working on preparing the room for the two, while Katsuki stood at the door, raring to go as small explosions were being set off by his hands. Bakugu-san, can you come help us move the bomb, or do we have to do everything ourselves? Momo suddenly spoke up against the explosive teen, who really was being useless. You and Raccoon Eyes can move it, Ponytail. I'm just gonna blow Deku and that round face bitch the fuck up. Katsuki answered harshly, without even turning to look at his teammates. Momo simply sighed in response while helping Mina move the bomb. God, what an asshole. I mean, seriously. Raccoon Eyes? What kind of nickname is that? The pink-skinned girl said, setting the bomb up along with the other girl before moving over to where Bakuga stood. All right, the room is reinforced, so let's plan this out. First, we'll leave one person here to protect the bomb, and the other two will go fight Midoriya and Uraraka to either beat them or just stall for time. So, thinking about our quirks, I believe it's best if I stay while you two go, as you have a lot more mobility than I do. I'll just continue setting traps for now. Momo took control of the situation, a small smile forming on her face as Bakugu just grunted in response, and Mina gave her a grin and a thumbs up. Come on, Raccoon Eyes. Let's go kill those fuckers. Katsuki spoke up as he quickly started to walk away from the room, with an annoyed Mina following behind. It was a good plan for them, really. They had reinforced the walls with spare crates, and Momo had set up small traps with flashbangs and concussion grenades around and outside the room. It would be a hard match for the heroes, especially with their advantage of setting up in the top floor. They would be impossible to approach, or maybe not. Do we have a plan, Dekakuen? Uraraka asked as she and Izuku stood right outside the building, with the boy simply doing some light stretches. Definitely, he quickly answered back. So what is it? She leaned in closer to him. Well, I know for a fact that the asshole is going to come straight for me, and there's 3 of them while we're only 2. We're at a clear disadvantage, but I think I know exactly what they're going to do. Ishido has the most mobility out of all of them with her acid, while Bakugu has power. Momo, while her quirk is strong as shit, doesn't have any physical enhancements, so she'll probably stay with the bomb and guard it. Midoriya spoke softly, reaching into one of the pouches on his hip and taking out 2 smoke grenades and 2 EMPs as well. I'm just speculating here, but that would mean that Bakugu and Ishido will be coming straight for us, so I'll go alone. I'll go through the main entrance while you can go in through one of the windows. Then I'll just be as loud as possible to draw both of them towards me while you find the room where the bomb is. Toss these bad boys in there and either capture Momo or touch the bomb for 3 seconds. I think that would work, and if not, just improvise. I trust you on this. He handed the grenades to Ochako, who quickly took them and nodded at him. What about booby traps? What should I do if I run into any of those? The girl asked nervously. Huh, you said booby. Izuku quickly laughed out loud, holding his stomach as he did so before relaxing a couple of moments after. Sorry, that was just funny, but you have those EMP grenades for that. Throw them where you see or think traps might be, and it'll set them off or disable them. He reassured Uraraka, bringing his fist up with a smile. Come on, let's beat their asses. Ochako smiled and happily bumped her first against his, just as the 3 minutes of prep time were up, immediately separating herself from Izuku as he sighed deeply before running into the building, holding one of his guns. Maximum effort, Midoriya nodded, shooting off 3 rubber bullets in random directions, each with a loud bang, and just as he did so, he heard explosions coming from directly above him as he approached the stairs, before checking behind himself, only to find Ishido quickly skating towards him with her acid. Ooh, my common sense is tingling, and it's telling me to get the fuck out of here. Izuku called out with a small grin as he heard the explosions quickly getting closer, which just meant Bakugo took the bait as well and was rushing downstairs to try and kill him. Meanwhile, as the green-haired teen found himself in a tight spot, Ochako had managed to float herself up onto the second floor, silently entering the building before sneaking around the floor looking for the bomb, quickly starting to move on up the building while repeating the process as well. She had managed to completely avoid Bakugo as he was rushing down the stairs and sighed in relief once she did so, but she couldn't help but be worried about her friend. In the monitoring room, damn, Midoriya is dead. Just look at that. He's got Mina coming in from one side and Bakugo from the other. There's no way Uraraka can handle all 3 of them after, Kirishima said, his voice laced with disappointment as he was hoping for a good first match, and apparently, it was going to just be a slaughter in his eyes. You're totes wrong, bro. I mean, Aiza baby is skilled as fuck, El Mayo. You all saw that with Aizawa's test yesterday. Cammy pointed out with a small smile, keeping her eyes locked onto the screens which displayed the scene. Maybe, but he's up against a chick who can toss acid and a dude who makes explosions with his hands. He just has a healing quirk. That doesn't do much here, and I don't think those guns he has will help either. The red-haired boy immediately reiterated, furrowing his eyebrows. I do not believe that to be the case, Kirishima-san. If he has a healing quirk, that means he can probably take more hits and stall for time that way, fighting while continuously healing his wounds. That would give Uraraka-san more than enough time to attack Yaoyorozu and attempt to win. Though if she does fail, then the hero team will indeed lose. Ida spoke up in defense of the green-haired boy and the gravity girl, only to take a more depressing turn towards the end. No, wait. What is Midoriya-kun doing? Hagakure suddenly jumped into the discussion and interrupted, her eyes widening in surprise with her classmates, mimicking her reaction. Himiko, being Himiko, just giggled loudly and shuffled closer to the screen, keeping her eyes on Izuku. Okay, what do I do here? I can either burn myself with acid or let Bakugo blow me up, though I've got these sweet-ass boots and knee pads for something. Izuku thought as his grin only widened, turning away from the stairs and running toward Ishido as well, facing her head-on as he grabbed onto his baton and threw it at the girl. Mina's eyes widened at his action and quickly ducked out of the way before standing up once more, confident that Midoriya was screwed. That was not the case at all. Izuku simply continued to run up to Mina, sliding through her acid as well with his metal-heeled boots. He managed to get to the pink-skinned girl just as she stood up and looked over at him, immediately kneeing her in the stomach and continuing on forward before letting himself fall to the floor as well, the momentum keeping him moving through the acid as he slid on his knees. This is gonna hurt like a bitch. Sorry, Pinky. He aimed his gun, quickly firing 2 shots, one to each of Ishido's calves, which managed to trip her off her feet momentarily as she yelped out in pain. Ow! What the hell, Midoriya? It's combat training, girl. You should have expected that. Izuku laughed, sliding off the trail of acid Ishido had made and picking up his baton off the floor, once again strapping it onto his back before running off through the hall, looking for a spot to temporarily hide in. He sprinted through the long halls while taking random turns until he spotted a large room filled with crates as well, quickly stepping inside and using the boxes as cover so he wasn't seen. Once hidden, he immediately began looking through his pouches for a smoke bomb, as he had a perfect plan. Actually, not a perfect one. An incredibly stupid one, which would put the other team and him included at a disadvantage, but it would level the playing ground. Though, as he was pulling out the grenades, he couldn't help but chuckle softly at the yelling coming from down the hall. What the fuck do you mean he got away, raccoon eyes? Are you really this fucking useless? That fucker only heals. You have acid. Fuck, Bakugo yelled out as he helped Mina up and off the floor, even if he was constantly insulting her. Just follow my lead, but don't get in my way. We're killing this fucker. He growled out, as Ishido nervously nodded and followed behind. Wait, Bakugu. We only saw Midoriya. Where's Uraraka? She asked, rubbing the spots in her calves where the rubber bullets had hit. I don't give a shit where Round Face is. Deku is hiding somewhere here, and we're going to destroy him. Ponytail can handle her. She doesn't seem like much anyways. Now, shut up and help me look for this sack of shit. He quickly shot back at her, shutting the pink-skinned girl up completely. Not because she was intimidated, but more so because she didn't want to keep angering the already furious teen. Where the fuck are you, Deku? You think you're so much better than me? Huh? Why don't you come and fight me then, fucker? Katsuki yelled out again, just as he was passing by the room Izuku was hidden in. Okay. Shit. Ochako, how are you doing? Find the bomb yet? Midoriya quietly asked, turning on the small communication device in his ear. Deku, thank God you're okay. I heard a ton of explosions and just got scared. I did find the bomb, but I can't do anything here just yet. I disabled the traps Momo laid out with the grenades you gave me, but I don't want to risk getting caught just yet. Should I just go for it? The bubbly girl asked with a both concerned and nervous tone. You know what? Wait a bit for me. If I'm caught, just rush in and beat Momo. I know you could do it. If not, though, wait for my signal, okay? You're about to hear a shit ton more of explosions. He sighed out, cracking his knuckles softly before running out of the room and looking over at Katsuki's and Mina's backs, whistling loudly. Sorry for running out on you guys like that. I kind of just didn't want to have to deal with fighting the living embodiment of a 15-ton pile of shit. I don't mean you, by the way, Ishido. You seem cool. Izuku spoke with a small grin, keeping one of his hands hidden as he had the smoke bombs in it, while in his other hand he held the large baton. Mina just let out a soft giggle and shook her head at Midoriya, forming small pools of acid in her hands, while Bakugu just yelled and launched himself towards him with his explosions. Fuck you, DKU. And as soon as those words left Katsuki's mouth, Izuku dropped the smoke bomb he held in his hand, filling the corridor and basically blinding all of them. He simply moved closer to the wall and kept quiet to avoid Bakugu, who was already freaking out even more and throwing random explosions. Wait, stop, Bakugu. He can hear you. Stay calm, Mina shouted, but was suddenly cut off completely as Izuku snuck up behind her, placing her in a chokehold until she passed out before wrapping the capture tape around her wrists, gently patting her cheek. Sweet dreams, baby. Villain Mina Ishido has been captured. It's now a 2v2 fight, All Might announced almost instantly as Izuku took the girl down. Apparently the cameras had thermal vision or some shit. Neat. Back in the monitoring room. What? Midoriya is like a ninja. Did you see that chokehold? He's so manly. He'll definitely win this thing. Kirishima shouted out, completely changing his view on the match as he was now thoroughly entertained. Fuck, that was hot. Toga spoke up then, making the room go completely silent and just shrugging at them. What? Nah, Shorty is right. That was totes hot, like damn. He's too hot. Iza Baby is insane. Cammy shared Toga's opinion, letting out a small giggle. Izuku was just about to sneak up on Bakugu as the blonde released a massive explosion to clear the remainder of the smoke, accidentally hitting him as he did so. I found you, you little shit. Now stay still like the useless Deku you are and die. Katsuki yelled out, quickly chasing after Midoriya, who had quickly gotten up from the ground and recovered from the shock of the blast. There are 3 minutes left in the trial. If the heroes do not act now, the villain team will win. Fuck, seriously? Okay, shit. Ochako, get ready for my signal. Izuku called out to the communication device, receiving a quick comment from Uraraka telling him she was ready. All right, buddy. Let's keep things civil, okay? No blowing up limbs, and that's it. The green-haired boy said, quickly grabbing one of the small knives off the holster in his ankle and flicking it at Katsuki, somehow managing to graze his right arm as the explosive teen just about dodged. You think a knife will stop me, Deku? Bakugu rushed forward again, aiming a left hook at Izuku's head, which was easily dodged by the boy as he retaliated, finally making use of his baton as he struck Katsuki across the back with it, before quickly unholstering one of his guns and shooting multiple bullets, managing to break one of his grenade gauntlets. What the fuck? Did he just read me? Bakugu immediately thought as he recovered from the hits, growling as he noticed his broken gauntlet before looking at the other with a smirk, putting some distance between him and grabbing a hold of the large pin sticking out of the large grenade. You know how these work, don't you, Deku? That's why you fucking broke one of them. But now I'm gonna break you, you fuck. The angered blonde smirked evilly, preparing himself to pull the pin, but soon All Might's voice rang out from the speakers. Do not pull that pin, young Bakugu. You could kill him. He'll be fine as long as he dodges. He isn't that much of a fucking dumbass. Katsuki shouted back at the cameras so his words could be heard from the monitoring room. Don't underestimate me, boom bitch. Izuku smirked, attempting to catch Bakugo off guard as he quickly aimed his gun at the gauntlet and shot at it repeatedly once again, just about managing to crack it before the blonde fired off the explosion. It didn't work out like he hoped, though, due to the broken gauntlet, which ended in both of them being engulfed in the explosion almost immediately, with most of the blasts still going towards Midoriya. More specifically towards Midoriya and Mina, who was passed out on the floor right behind him. Ochako, go now. Run in and get the bomb. Izuku managed to yell out into the communication device, just as he was cut off by the blast, throwing himself on top of Ishido to protect her from the explosion, taking all of the damage. Thankfully, Uraraka did just as Izuku said and rushed into the room just as the massive explosion shook the entire building, knocking Momo off balance completely as she was already exhausted after overusing her quirk, while Ochako managed to stumble forward and onto the bomb, pressing herself against it and effectively ending the match. Deku-kun, are you okay? Uraraka immediately yelled out into her comm, running out of the room and heading down to where the explosion took place, worried about her friend and other classmates as well. What was that explosion? Is everyone okay? Momo shouted as well, slowly following after Uraraka, as the fatigue she felt was still strong enough to slow her down. Her quirk had some big drawbacks apparently. The hero team wins. One of you go get Recovery Girl. Everyone else stay put. All Might shouted into the microphone and at his class, with concern evident in his voice as he rushed into the building in a split second while Ida had ran off to get the man's request done. Thankfully, All Might had quickly managed to find Bakugu and the other two students, who were still engulfed in smoke. The number one hero immediately checked Katsuki's pulse and physical state, sighing softly in relief as the boy was mostly okay, aside from his arm which was burnt and a shade of red. He got off with almost no damage whatsoever anyways. Then he moved toward the other two students and clapped his hands firmly, clearing the smoke to get a better look at the two, gasping in shock at what he saw, which said a lot about the situation. He was the strongest man in Japan and arguably the world, yet he was still somehow shocked about a combat simulation in a school. It was completely justified, though. Mina was perfectly fine for the most part, with only a few small burn marks on her body and some tears in her costume, but Izuku wasn't doing so well. The green-haired boy had been blasted off from on top of Ishido's body, sending him flying against the wall where he now sat, resting against the rough surface. The top half of his costume was almost completely burnt off, with just a small piece of the fabric still clinging onto his left side. His right side, though, which took the majority of the damage, was badly burnt, with scorch marks that looked unlike any burn the top hero had ever seen before. That wasn't even the worst part, though, as his right arm was completely bloodied and hanging limply off his shoulder, with a large chunk of the limb gone. Midoriya had sustained what looked like fourth-degree burns all through his right side and had sacrificed his arm to protect Mina. Even if the arm wasn't gone or anything, there was still a massive wound on it. All Might knew not a lot of people would risk their own well-being to protect someone else, but Izuku had just done it without a second thought, which gave the massive man a small idea as to who his successor could be in the future. It wasn't the time to think about that, though. Young Midoriya, can you hear me? The teacher called out in a small panic, gently shaking the boy's unharmed shoulder. Just as he did so, Uraraka and Momo had reached the floor and ran over to the scene, their eyes widening in horror. "Oh my god, Deku!" Ochako whimpered out softly, tears rapidly forming and rolling down her cheeks. Momo instantly brought a hand up to cover her mouth, as she almost trembled in shock. Is he alive?" she quietly asked, looking over at All Might, who seemed just as worried. Back again in the monitoring room. The room was completely quiet at the scene in front of them. Every single one of the monitors were displaying the 3 passed-out students, with a few of the screens showing Bakugo, a few others showing Mina, but most of them only showed Izuku and the terrible state he was in. "What the hell he isn't dead, right? He can't be. This is just a fucking combat exercise." Kaminari was the first to speak up, pointing at the screens with a shaky hand. I hope he's alive, Jero, but even if he is, his arm isn't okay. I know he has a regenerative quirk, but is it even that strong?" Azui finished off with a sad ribbit, sitting down on one of the chairs close to her. "That looks impossible to heal, frankly." Todoroki surprisingly spoke up, his usually stoic expression replaced with a slightly more nervous-looking one. "Come on, guys. Just don't worry. I'm sure Recovery Girl will help him. He'll be okay." Kirishima attempted to ease everyone's nerves, glancing over at both Toga and Kami, who he knew were probably closest to Midoriya. The 2 blondes didn't say anything at all. Kami only stumbled back against the wall and brought her hands up to cover her mouth, her usual cheerful attitude completely gone as she began to quietly cry, though still keeping her eyes locked onto the monitor. Toga simply ran out of the room with tears welling up in her eyes as well, rushing towards the scene. The broken-down hallway was almost completely enveloped in silence aside from Uraraka's soft crying and Momo attempting to comfort the girl. Both Mina and Bakugo were still completely passed out on the ground, while All Might hung his head low, disappointed in himself at letting something so terrible happen to a student. The number 1 hero was just about to get up and carry the boy away from the destruction until he heard extremely quick footsteps approaching him, immediately standing straight and looking over at the source of the sound, letting out a small sigh at the arrival of Recovery Girl, Tinya, and Toga, who he just assumed had abandoned the monitoring room. I can't believe I let this happen. My first class teaching, and a student ended up like this," All Might said softly and with sullen eyes, looking over at Recovery Girl, who quickly approached Izuku before flinching back in surprise. Burnt flesh smells like victory." The green-haired boy groaned out all of a sudden, using his good arm to grab at his opposite shoulder. "Damn, this hurts like a bitch." "Yep, definitely hurts. I fucking told him not to blow up limbs, and he decides to do it anyways, what a dick." Izuku added on with a slightly louder groan, lifting his head up from staring at the wounds to look at everyone who was currently surrounding him, giving them a pained and bloody smile. "What? Why, you're okay." Toga and Uraraka yelled out in sync, staring at the boy with wide eyes, which were at the same time filled with relief. "Oh yeah, I don't think I could die from something done to my arm. I'm already healing actually, but that doesn't take away the fact that this shit hurts like a motherfucker. Just holy shit." Izuku winced in pain as he tried to move off the floor and wall, attempting to do so for a few moments before Himiko and All Might stepped up to him and held him down gently. "Why, young Midoriya, I'd advise that you keep still for a few moments. You're not exactly in perfect conditions." All Might stuttered out, just as shocked as everyone else that the boy who almost had his arm completely blown up was okay. "Listen to your teacher, Sonny. Now here, I can tell that your quirk will heal you completely, but this will help you recover quicker." Recovery Girl stepped in, giving Izuku a kiss on the forehead before stuffing his mouth with a few gummies, which he happily ate thinking they were just candy. They were actually medicine to dull the pain and make the patient sleep. Thanks, Grandma. Wait. What I just ate was candy, right?" Midoriya asked out with half-lidded eyes, the gummies already starting to affect him. Sure it was, Deku-kun. I'm really glad you're okay." Uraraka sighed softly, looking down at the teen's tired face with a slightly more relaxed expression. You can't scare us like that again, Izuku. The entire class was worried. I was worried, Toga added onto Ochako's words, flicking his sweaty forehead harshly with her fingers. Ow. Okay. I get it, damn, babe. Just relax, you know? Take a chill pill or something. Izuku drowsily chuckled, slowly starting to get up and off the floor with both recovery girls and All Might's health, both looking relieved to see that the boy's arm was already almost back to normal due to the combination of healing quirks. Well, come on, you four. Help recovery girl take your classmates to the nurse's office. They'll all be okay. The worst of the injuries already passed. The man spoke, lifting Izuku up into his arms as Uraraka made Bakugu and Ishido weightless, lifting them up along with Tenya to do exactly as their teacher had said, following close behind the two older individuals as they made their way to U.A's main building. Where are we even going, man? I swear to God, if it's not Disneyland or to visit my mom, I will punch someone. Izuku rambled on, the drugs clearly in full effect as he laid limply in his teacher's arms, looking around at his surroundings before his eyes landed on Momo. Hey, ponytail girl, what was your quirk again? Dressing impracticality? Huh, that's hilarious. He just kept on speaking, now completely distracted from his arm and hurt body. Toga only giggled softly at his antics, while Uraraka smiled, same as Momo, who had a smaller and slightly annoyed smile at the sudden comment. I'm really glad Dekakuin's okay, but what's going to happen to Bakugu? I mean, he did all this, isn't that like attempted murder? Ochako wondered out loud, looking over at Tenya and Momo. The onyx-eyed girl just gave a small sigh and shook her head, while Ida went on to give an extremely detailed explanation on what could happen to the explosive teen due to his actions. Tenya's rambling lasted the entire way over to the nurse's office and back to the monitoring room, with the brunette and black-haired girl only pretending to still be listening while Toga's mind was elsewhere. She was still just worried about Izuku, even if he was fine at the moment. She was just certain that he was not going to be very happy about missing the rest of their classes for the day. And she didn't want him to have to deal with Bakugu again. Still, though, for the time being, mostly everything ended up well. The only issues left had yet to come anyways that LL might thoughts. Izuku was still very much drugged by whatever recovery girl had given him, but it was thankfully quickly fading away. He had thought they were gummies, but it was a clear lie after he had started seeing the people around him all just slowly start flying around the place. It made no sense, which was the only reason as to how he realized he just wasn't thinking sanely. Either that or he was just going insane. Though, even if he was drugged, he was doing a whole lot better. His arm had fully healed and felt better than ever, which was incredible, and he had even won the match. He and Uraraka had been up against 3 very strong opponents and kicked in their teeth completely. He was extremely proud of himself and the Gravity Girl, especially Ochako, since she managed to win it for both of them. As he quickly began to feel more and more like himself, though, he immediately sat up on the bed he was laying down on and checked the clock. About 20 minutes had passed since he was completely out of it, meaning he had missed 2 of the battle trials, which he was really interested in seeing. He really just hoped that there'd be a chance to watch them over later. Ah, fuck. Maybe I should have just played it safe. I could have just thrown all my knives at him and then kicked his shit with the baton. Izuku spoke out loud, slowly shaking his head at himself before letting out a sigh, throwing himself back down against the mattress, only to instantly sit up once again with wide eyes. Wait, my things are okay, right? That was all so expensive. I can't make my mom pay for that. God, fuck that Pomeranian-looking asshole. What a piece of shit. He groaned softly, swinging his legs over the edge of the bed before hopping off, stretching his body to get rid of the slight soreness he felt. The green-haired teen just kept on going until completely freezing as he heard a voice speak up. Giving me a show, Midori? Mina suddenly spoke up with a small giggle, looking over at Izuku from her own bed, which was a little farther off than the one the boy had used. I mean, I'm not complaining, but aren't you with Toga? Or was it Cammy? Oh, is it Ochako now? She stood up and off the bed again, walking over to Midoriya, who was just looking down at her with an amused grin. You're trying to build your own harem, huh? I didn't think you'd be such a playboy when I saw you. She smiled up at him, poking his chest playfully. Well, I just might. And I mean, you don't even know me yet, Ashido. All you know about me is that I'm badass, a smart ass, and that I've also got a great ass. That isn't a lot to go off, is it? Izuku jokingly responded back to the pink-haired girl, keeping his eyes locked on her own black Scara eyes with yellow pupils. Why are you bringing this up, huh? Got a crush on me after I saved you. He raised an eyebrow. I wouldn't blame you, though. I'm pretty damn hot. Though, kind of an asshole once you get to know me. He chuckled, his smile widening as he noticed Mina was blushing a bright lilac at his teasing. Goo. Izuku spoke playfully, letting out a quiet laugh as the admittedly attractive pink-skinned girl pouted and gently punched his chest with her fists. Stop talking. Just stop, Ashido yelled out cutely, puffing her cheeks out slightly as she lifted her gaze to meet his green eyes, pointing a finger accusingly at the taller boy. I just wanted to thank you for saving me. I know what happened, and how you ended up with your arm basically destroyed and half your body covered in burns. She started, small pools of tears welling up in her eyes. And I know you have a regeneration quirk, but I don't, so if that blast would have really hit me, I don't even want to think about it. Thank you, Mina yelled again, throwing herself onto Izuku as she wrapped her arms around his waist firmly, burying her face into his chest as well. Midoriya, on the other hand, just stood there slightly shocked. He had saved her, that was true, but he had done that before in the exam, and even before that he helped people out a lot. He just had never been thanked in such a genuine way before, which really just screwed with him. Still, he slowly wrapped an arm around her waist and hugged her back, bringing his other hand up to her head and gently patting it with a smile, letting out a soft chuckle. Well, you're welcome. Though, I've never actually gotten injured that badly before, so I was still kind of risking it. But I'm pretty sure I'm just invincible. Izuku joked, still just holding Mina as she kept on hugging him. All right, come on, girlie. You can cop another feel later. I feel like the class is going to get more and more worried the longer we're gone. He added, slowly pulling back from Ashido, who still had a pore on her face for some reason. She looked cute. Really fucking cute. The shorter girl nodded and wiped at her eyes with her hands, her pores slowly turning into a smile. Mina. Just call me Mina, and yeah, let's go. Your girlfriends are probably worried. She immediately began teasing him again. God, they're not even my girlfriends yet. And I mean, who knows? If I'm supposedly building a harem, I'll save you a spot. Midoriya quickly shot back at the pink-skinned teen, walking out of the nurse's office along with her. Hey, what happened to Boom Bitch? Is he doing okay? Oh, when I woke up, he was being taken to the principal's office by a recovery girl. Apparently blowing up a classmate's arm and almost killing another isn't really exemplary behavior. Mina giggled lightly and looked over Izuku's get-up, which hadn't changed much at all from their battle trial. He just nodded at her response. His outfit was still pretty much torn to shreds, or at least the top half of it. He only had about half his torso covered, while having the rest of it completely bare, just showing off his muscles without even knowing it. Well, he didn't know it. He just didn't really give a shit. He probably deserves whatever punishment they give him, and also, if you're checking me out, can I do the same with you? Pretty much all the class did already. And God, what the fuck are most of the girls' costumes? Did you fucking see Momo? Even Ochako wore a skin-tight suit. She's the most innocent girl ever. The green-haired teen shook his head and scoffed, looking over at Mina, as the two continued walking towards the monitoring room, immediately taking notice of the teasing look she had. Mina was definitely going to screw him over with the rest of their female classmates. Oh yeah? You've been checking us out, Midori? I saw most of the others looking over at us girls, but not you. Who's got the best costume then? No, even better, who's got the best body, huh? Ashido teased once more, leaning in as close to Izuku as possible as she whispered into his ear with a flirty tone. Even if that was a question that would make most people their age blush, Izuku simply scratched over the back of his head and shrugged slightly, still just almost nonchalant. I mean, shit, that's a hard question, you know? I'm pretty sure the others in the class mostly gawked at Momo, but it's obvious that I think Cammy and Toga look damn good in their costumes. Jiro too. She looks cool as hell in her outfit. And you look really good too. You went for a skin-tight outfit with a body like that? Just sheesh. You probably expected to get some looks, didn't you? He answered back thoughtfully, glancing down at the pink-skinned girl, who had again turned a bright lilac as the two finally stepped into the monitoring room, with the rest of the class only staring at them. They had probably heard the conversation by how much their voices echoed through the halls. "Oh, hey guys." Midoriya smiled, looking at his shocked classmates. Most of them were shocked anyways, with the exception of Todoroki, who just glared at him, as well as Kirishima, who was laughing heartily. Toga, Kyoka, Kami, and Mina were actually blushing, while Ochako was staring over at Izuku with a very small pout. "It's good to see you up and about. Young Midoriya, we were just about to begin our fourth match of the day. It's Team H as villains against Team B as heroes." All Might gave an enthusiastic thumbs up before turning his back on the class to look at the monitors, looking for a different building to conduct the exercise in, as the layout for the others were already known. Izuku happily nodded at All Might's words and moved to take a seat in front of a few of the monitor screens, letting out a sigh. That was the exact moment the class erupted into questions filled with concern, awe, amazement, and embarrassment for some. "Midoriya, you're okay. How the hell did you survive that?" Zero shouted out. "How strong is your regeneration quirk? Can it save you from death?" Todoroki surprisingly spoke up again. "Do you really think I look good in my costume?" Jiro burst forward from the crowd of classmates surrounding Izuku, with All Might just standing back and letting them have a moment. "Are you, actually okay, Aiza baby? I was totes worried about you. What Bakubich did was not cool at all." Kami spoke up, walking up to Izuku with teary eyes. Just as he stood up, the blonde girl quickly wrapping her arms around his waist to hug him firmly. Okay, one at a time. Zero, I survived because of my quirk, which rebuilt my arm completely and healed all the burns on my body. I've got no idea, Todoroki, and I don't really want to die to test that out." Kind of a creepy question if you ask me. Jiro, my answer to that is yes. "You look badass and I'm sorry, Kami. I just didn't want to give Boom Bitch the win." Izuku smiled and continued to let the gorgeous blonde hug him, looking over at Toga, who stood close by with a small smile. She still clearly hated Kami and every other girl who might have even thought about getting close to him, but she was getting better at handling things. Though, Izuku still did not understand how she became that attached to him in a day or so. "That's so manly." Midoriya won his match and saved Mina, and now he even has a girlfriend. "Great job, man." Kirishima enthusiastically yelled, giving Izuku a toothy grin. "Yeah, we're glad you're okay too, even if we haven't spoken much." "Good job." Sato smiled, filled with positivity. Though on the other hand, the green-haired boy just looked over at Toga again, who appeared just about ready to fight and win against both the spiky red-haired teen and the taller blonde. She apparently didn't like even when Izuku hypothetically dated other girls. "Thanks, guys." "Oh, who's supposed to be fighting now, by the way? I missed the other fights. I don't want to miss these." Izuku quickly shifted topics to save the two unsuspecting victims, letting out a small nervous chuckle. "Ah, yes, young Midoriya. It's Masahiro Ojiro and Mizo Shoji against Tsu Azui and Kami Utsushimi. We should get on with the fights, or we'll run out of time." All Might spoke up with a nod, urging the students to get going to their respective spots. None of the students knew it, but the hulking man was slowly running out of time in his buff form. He only had about an hour left in him for the day. Ojiro, Shoji, and Tu quickly nodded and began to head out the door towards their respective building for the exercise, while Kami slowly pulled back from Izuku and planted a quick kiss on his cheek, running off immediately afterwards without another word. She just gave Izuku a wink. "Oh, totally not dating, Midori?" Mina teasingly giggled from his side. "What? Dekakuen is dating Utsushimi-chan already? It's just the second day of class." Uraraka quickly called out, with her permanent blush marks appearing brighter than ever. "No, he isn't. He isn't." I'm the only one who's asked him out on a date, and we're going tomorrow. Stop shipping Izuku with random girls. Toga immediately yelled out in Izuku's defense. Well, she wasn't really defending him, just more so cementing herself as the only potential girlfriend for him. Oh, but what if Midori wants to go on dates with other girls, Toga-chan? Like, want to go out on a date with me, Midori? I'll make sure you have a good time. Ashido teased again, leaning in close to Izuku's ear, only to quickly be stopped by Toga. Nope, 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 nope. Get away from him, you succubus. He's going on a date with me, not you. Himiko squealed out loud with a menacing look, though still slightly flustered as she remembered the compliments Izuku had given her before. He really had straight up said he found her to be extremely attractive, and that just embarrassed her for some reason. Oh, okay, students. That's enough. The 5 minutes of prep time for Team H has passed. Team B may enter the building now. All Might's sweat dropped, glancing back at the green-haired teen standing between Toga and Mina. That was definitely a complicated situation, even more so if you mixed Ochako and Kami in there. Midoriya-san, it is improper to lead on girls and continue to date others. Have you no shame? Tenya suddenly spoke up, pointing an accusatory finger at Izuku. What? I literally haven't done shit, Ida. Toga and Mina started fighting. I just happened to be in the middle of it. Izuku defended himself with a soft laugh. Midoriya is already lost in a sea of darkness. I'd be surprised if he comes out of his situation unscathed. Tokoyami shook his head slightly and sighed, while Kaminari only yelled. What do you mean? A sea of darkness. He's literally got half the girls in the class trying to date him. He even has some of the hottest one. That's not a sea of darkness. He's just drowning in women. The electrical quirk user lamented, pounding his fist against one of the nearby tables. Students, enough about young Midoriya's love life. The match has already begun. All Might called out once more, directing the class attention towards the monitor screens, which showed Kami into making a quick infiltration into the building. Oh, this will be interesting. Izuku smiled as he leant closer to the displays, watching attentively as he immediately dropped the topic the girls still wanted to fight about. The dating thing would just have to wait until later on. All my thoughts. The match had indeed already begun, and Ojiro, along with Shoji, had planned out their defense. They had set themselves up on the 3rd floor of the 6-story building in a room near the corners, without any windows. Shoji and Ojiro used their combined strengths to move most of the boxes in the floor to the room they had chosen to set up in, filling it up to hide the bomb among the others. That was all the preparations they made, as they just assumed it would work well. It would just look like a room filled with boxes, so it didn't look like anything special. After they were done with that, Ojiro decided to scout through the building as soon as the match began, while Shoji kept himself in place, defending the room. On the other hand, Kami and Azui had a very decent plan, which just so happened to counter their tactics. Okay, so, I get that your quirk gives you the abilities of a frog, which is super adorable, by the way, and it means you can stick to walls, right? Kami happily asked Azui, who croaked softly and nodded, giving the blonde a small smile. Yes, Jero. I'm guessing you want to climb up to the roof with me then and sneak in Ribbit? Also, call me Tsu. The frog girl spoke. Okay, Tsu. And that was totes my plan. I'm glad we are together in this. You're super smart and totally cute too. We should be besties. The excitable blonde giggled, wrapping her arms around you, who blushed lightly and continued to croak happily. Thanks, you're cute too, Kami-chan Ribbit. And you're lucky to have Midoriya. He's something else, isn't he? The shorter of the two slowly pulled away from the hug, looking up at Kami with her 2 bigger black eyes. He's so hot. Like OMG, but we're not dating yet. The blonde psycho wants him too, and I'm fine with sharing, but she's totally not lit about it, Samish. The gorgeous blonde lamented, shrugging her shoulders quickly afterwards. I can't even with her, but I'll convince Shorty about it. She'll be totally okay with it, lol. She smiled brightly, looking over at the building just as the time for preparation had finished up. Let's get going, Jero. I want to hear more about your situation, though. It's really fun. The green-haired girl nodded at her own words before leading the way to the building, letting Cammy climb onto her back as she began to climb up the outside wall. In the monitoring room, I didn't think they'd take the roof to get in, but it's a smart move. They know about Ajui's quirk, but not a lot about Cammy's. The girls can use that to their advantage now. Plus, if Cammy's illusions are widespread and last long, this match is already won for the two of them. Izuku started off muttering to himself lightly, with Toga still keeping herself glued onto her side as Mina had retreated to hang back with Toru. Though Ochako had taken up Midoriya's other side, Tenya was also staying close just for conversation's sake. That is a good observation, Midoriya-san. Both Ojiro-san and Shoji-san are physical fighters, and if Utsushimi-san manages to keep them confused and at a distance, it will be an easy win. Ida agreed with a nod, crossing his arms in front of his chest as he watched the match. The bespectacled boy was already done with his match as he and Kota had won. The other match that had played out had been won by Todoroki and Kyoka in a split second as the whole building was frozen. It was probably Tsuyu's plan. Utsushimi doesn't seem smart enough for it. Toga pointed out with a small scowl at all the praise Izuku had given the girl, squeezing his arm gently. Come on, Toga. I know you don't like her, but she's surprisingly smart. Even if she only talks in slang, she got like third in our class for the written exam. You really got to work on dealing with jealousy. I'm pretty sure I'll be praising you during your match too, so don't worry. Midoriya quickly defused the situation, leaving Toga with a small pout and blush as she continued to watch the match. Ojiro, I hear some movement near the wall opposite of this room. They're coming in from the outside, probably the roof. Shoji spoke as he turned one of his arm's hands into an ear, calling out through his comms to the tail quirk user. I'm on the first floor right now. I'll head on up there now. You just keep listening in and telling me where the two are. Mashireo said quickly, immediately rushing back up the stairs, reaching the fourth floor in just a little less than a minute, only to find both Cammy and Tsuyu standing there in front of him. The only problem was that there were multiple Cammys and Tsuyus, endlessly duplicating and filling up the room. Of course, this was all just done by the use of Cammy's illusions. It's Utsushimi's quirk, nothing else apparently. The floor is filled with illusions of both her and Tsuyu. There's sound and everything. I don't think I can find them like this. Just stay put, Shoji. Ojiro spoke out to his communications device, receiving a quick response from Shoji before beginning to walk through the now crowded hall, trying to find the actual two girls instead of the illusions. Sadly, that didn't work at all, as by the fifth step forward the tail quirk user took, he was promptly knocked out and captured by Cammy, who simply chopped him on the back of the neck before completely wrapping him up in the capture tape. Mashireo Ojiro from the villain's team has been captured. 6 minutes remain. And just as that announcement went off, the third floor was filled with Cammy's illusions as well, though they were weaker and slightly less realistic than before. Both the blonde and frog quirk user quickly scoured the floor before finding Shoji in a room filled with boxes, deciding to plan out just a little bit more before heading in. Okay, so literally what do we do? That big guy looks strong as hell. That's totally not cool. Cammy started, a little breathless from overusing her quirk and keeping it going while speaking. You distract him and I slip in, Jero. I'm faster and I crawl on the roof, land on him, and wrap him in the capture tape. That'd work, Ribbit. 2 quickly stated, the two girls agreeing on their plan before Tsu stuck herself onto the roof and crawled near the door, with Cammy rushing in while pouring out even more illusions. Coming in through the front door? That's not very smart at Sashimi-san. Shoji spoke as soon as Cammy had stepped into the room, swinging one of his arms at the blonde, which she quickly managed to dodge before falling on her, but with the hulking six-armed man approaching her once again. He was a second away from swinging his arm before he managed to hear Tsuyu coming in to kick him. As he didn't manage to react fast enough, the frog quirk user delivered a strong drop kick to the taller teen's face, dropping him to the floor before Cammy quickly wrapped both his hands up in the capture tape, smiling brightly as she did so. Hero team wins. Now, come on back, you four, and someone get young Mashireo. I'm sorry about that kick, Shoji-san. I put a lot more power into it than I thought, Jero. Tsuyu quickly said and helped the boy up along with Kami. It's all right, Azui-san. It was a good plan of action. Let's get going now, shall we? He spoke and asked, to which both the girls responded with a nod and smile. I's a baby. Did you see how totes lit me and Sue? We literally kicked their asses. Kami excitedly yelled out as soon as she and the rest of the participants for the training exercise entered the monitoring room, walking over to him with a bright smile. Oh yeah, Kami. Nice job on that. You too, Tsuyu. Izuku responded with a small smile, slowly standing up from his seat and stretching out slightly, still only wearing his torn-to-shreds suit. Thanks, Midoriya Sanjiro. Call me Tsu, by the way. Azui responded with a small smile and nod. Oh, you guys were awesome. You were all like boom, blam, attack. That was so cool. Uraraka called out with a bright smile, throwing her fists in the air randomly. That was indeed an exemplary display of work, you two. Momo added on with a smile. They really caught us off guard, I guess. Mashareo sighed softly. I wish I could have done more, Shoji-san. He lamented, shaking his head slightly. It's all right, Ojiro. They had a smarter plan and more options. I'd say it was just a bad matchup. The six-armed teen spoke up, giving him 4 thumbs-ups and 2 smiles on his hands. It was a strange but heartwarming sight for some reason. You girls were so manly. That kick was cool as hell, Azui. Kirishima yelled out with a toothy grin. It was a pretty good match, actually, but you still managed to fall on your ass, Blondie. Toga giggled from Izuku's side as he simply let out a sigh and shook his head lightly. LOL, like, why are you calling me Blondie if you're blonde too, shorty? That's literally the cringiest nickname I've heard yet. LMAO. I even liked it better when you called me Big Boobs. Kami immediately retaliated, giving Himiko a small smile before turning to Izuku. But she's totes right, I's a baby. I fell on my butt, mind rubbing the soreness out of it. The curvaceous girl spoke seductively, leaning in close to Midoriya. That actually somehow managed to get a very soft blush from the green-haired teen, which he quickly tried to cover up but failed miserably as Mina, Toru, Ochako, and surprisingly Tokomi noticed it too. He was just caught off guard. Midori's blushing. Ashido squealed out, pointing over at him. That's so cute. Both Toru and Ochako spoke up. Midoriya has indeed succumbed to the darkness that's been chasing him. I wish you good luck on your travesties, my friend. The bird-headed boy nodded at Izuku. Why does he get all the chicks? How does he do it, man? Kaminari yelled out disappointedly, grabbing onto Sato's suit and shaking the bigger teen. It's not fair. He won't be getting anywhere near your fat ass. You bimbo. Stop trying to seduce him. Toga defended Izuku, putting herself right between him and Kami. It's okay, Toga. Thanks for defending me. Can we move on, though? I'm sure this'll somehow advance the plot or whatever, but our sensei is kinda waiting. The green-haired boy pointed out, gently patting Toga's head, who slowly and happily leant into the contact. Yes. Thank you, young Midoriya. I was just a little shocked by all your youthfulness. But make sure Midnight does not see it. That woman is something else. All Might laughed wholeheartedly and gave a thumbs up. Okay, students. Just as always, who was the MVP for this match? Kirishima immediately raised his hand at this. It was definitely Azui. She managed to make the plan work and gave the two an entry point. And that kick she did was super manly. It was so cool. He excitedly spoke. Well, I would say that the MVP for this round should be Shoji. He stayed focused on the goal for this match, defending the bomb. He just so managed to get caught off guard and was overwhelmed. Hence why the MVP should go to Utsushimi-san. Without her illusions, their plan might now have worked. Tenya chopped his hands in the air, nodding furiously at his own words. Yeah, I think that's accurate. It's Kami plus. That plan was yours too, wasn't it? Izuku said, smiling at the blonde. I swear I'm not just saying this, so she'll let me cop a feel or anything. I'm pretty sure she'd let me do so anyways. He joked quickly after, letting out a laugh as Toga softly punched his chest. That's literally so true, lol. Cammy agreed with a smile, giggling softly. All right, kids. Enough about that. The MVP for this match is Cammy Utsushimi. All Might quickly cut in before the situation got worse, as Toga once again looked like she was just a split second away from pouncing on Cammy like she had done the day before. Oh, also, who were the MVPs from the last few matches? I was kind of rebuilding my mangled arm during that time in case you don't remember. The green-haired boy smiled. It was Yukota, Todoroki, and now Utsushimi. The whole class voted for you, actually. Kyoka looked over at Izuku, crossing her arms in front of her chest with a small smile as well. Yeah, it probably shouldn't have been me, actually. I could have ended the fight a lot faster if I had just fought seriously from the start. I think it should be Uraraka or Yaoyorozu. They did their job and stuck with it till the end. I ended up with my arm almost blown off for not fighting with all I had. He sighed out and chuckled nervously, as All Might looked at him with what he imagined was a slightly disappointed smile. Well, it's good that you're reflecting on your past actions. Young Midoriya, next time, do not go easy on your classmates, or we shall never know your true potential as a hero. You will still be the MVP for your match, though, as the plan devised was yours and most of the takedowns as well. Not to mention you saved young Ishido. All Might gently reprimanded the teen, giving him a thumbs up before deciding to move on to the final match. Now, the final match will be Team C as heroes versus Team D as villains. Get going, students. The buffed-up hero ordered, pointing towards the doorway so the students could leave and get into positions, though was shortly interrupted by Bakugo, who stood there shell-shocked at what Midoriya had said earlier. The explosive quirk user had his hands crackling in anger, trying to hold back the bigger explosions out of pure rage. This was only for the sake of keeping his promise to the principal, which was that he wouldn't attack or act out on another student again. You went easy on me, you useless shit? Katsuki asked, rage evident in his eyes. God, the edgiest hero ever is back. Yeah, I went easy on you. I already got scolded for it, and everything won't happen again. I'll just kick your ass without you destroying my arm next time. Boom, bitch. Izuku waved his hand with a sigh, ignoring the louder explosions that came from Bakugo's palms as he turned towards Toga and patted her head softly again. Good luck. I'm hoping you'll get MVP. He smiled. I'll fucking kill you next time we fight, Deku. I'll kill you and that blonde freak. The dirty ash blonde-haired teen snarled. Midoriya just sighed and turned around to face the explosive teen, decking him on the face with a solid punch as the class just exclaimed in surprise, with All Might included, who quickly put himself between the two former friends. Both of you, stop this at once, or you will be sent to the principal's office again. You already got your warning, young Bakugo. Do not act out again, or you will be expelled. And control your emotions, young Midoriya. Fine. But I just want Boom Bitch to know one thing. He already destroyed my arm, baton, and guns. Hell, he wrecked my costume that was designed by my mom. That's already enough for me to want to beat the absolute shit out of him, but if he goes around insulting any of the people in the class, he's going to come out worse than I did from that battle trial. So watch it, you edgy fuck. Izuku spoke up in defense of himself and the rest of the class, just as a warning, looking at Bakugo with an alarmingly serious expression and attitude in comparison to the green-haired boy's usual nonchalance. Katsuki's eyes had only widened during that interaction, his hands still setting off small explosions as he snarled and turned away from Midoriya. Enough of that now, young Midoriya. I understand your feelings, but do not act out on them now or in the future. Now, Team D and C, go prepare for your combat practice. All Might spoke, trying to get a hang on the situation once more. Wyatt, come on, guys. We all want to watch the last match already. Kaminari said with a nervous chuckle, urging the teams to get going. Come on, Sato. Let's go show off our manliness as heroes. Kirishima gave him a grin, already just skipping over the tense atmosphere and dragging the big-lipped teen out of the room. Toru quickly walked up to Toga and poked her in the shoulder, the blonde girl jumping in surprise a little as she turned to face the invisible girl, a bright blush evident on her cheeks at how Izuku had defended her fearlessly. "Let's get going, Toga-chan. We got some butt to kick." Hagakure threw her arms in the air, starting to lead the way out. "I'll be right there, Toru-chan. I just need to get something really quick." Toga gave her partner a fanged smile, turning to face Izuku once more. Thank you for that, Izuku. I just have one small request before I go." The Yandere shuffled closer to her crush, whispering something into his ear, to which he nodded at before quickly heading out of the room with her. Just about a minute passed before Izuku made his way back into the monitoring room, and Toga ran off with Toru to plan out their defense. Simply walking back to the chair he was sitting in beforehand, completely ignoring the imprint of lips and small fangs on his neck. Also, the fact that his hero costume was missing and that he only wore shorts now. The class noticed. They all did and just decided to keep quiet about it, even through their reactions. Ochako had immediately blushed along with Kyoka, while Kami and Mina had small pouts on their faces due to the very clear spot where they assumed Himiko had bitten into. Other than that, they were happily looking Izuku up and down as he was only wearing shorts. Most of the girls in the class were, while the boys just decided to ignore the absolutely strange scene in front of them. Outside the designated building. "Okay, man, I think we should just rush in there. With my hardening and your power-up, we'll probably be done quickly if we push through. Blondie's quirk doesn't work here, and Hagakure is only invisible. We got this." Kirishima spoke up with a toothy grin, which Sato responded to by nodding happily. Back in the monitoring room. "They're fucked. That's all I gotta say. I mean, just look at the cameras where Toga and Hagakure are. They aren't even preparing, just standing near a window to rush out." Izuku leaned back in his seat, gently rubbing his hand over the small bite mark on his neck, which had already disappeared. "How can you be so sure, Dekakuen?" Both Kirishima and Sato look really strong. Ochako threw her fist in the air, simulating some random series of punches. "Also, why is your, hero costume gone?" Izuku smiled and shrugged at that. "Yeah, that's true, but I know those guys better than you two, and I agree with Midoriya. They aren't exactly the most clever. If the girls have one good trick up their sleeve, it's a done match." Kaminari agreed with Izuku, giving him a thumbs up. "But seriously, man, why are your clothes gone?" "I guess we'll just have to wait and see why. I'm assuming he has a good reason for it." Shoji spoke, keeping his eyes glued onto the screen. "I just gave it to Toga. She needed it apparently, for whatever reason." Izuku shrugged again. "The preparation time is up. The match has officially begun." All Might spoke up through the intercom. Kirishima and Sato took a few more seconds to plan out their tactic before walking into the building and slowly moving through the halls, having had changed plans a tiny bit to find the bomb before going all out. Little did they know they were already screwed. The two girls had set up the bomb on the roof, as they knew that neither Kirishima or Sato would be able to get there quickly, and just exited the building as soon as the match started, entering through the front door and behind the heroes. Toru had gotten rid of her boots and gloves and was just running around naked, while Toga had transformed as soon as they were behind the other team. That was the one reason why Izuku's neck still had a small pair of lips noticeable on it. The blonde girl had transformed into him and was wearing his costume. Hagakure was sneaking close to Sato, while Himiko just decided to call them out and distract them for a little bit. "Hey guys, sorry, but All Might sent me in to check your comms. He said they were malfunctioning or something, so I brought you new ones." Toga, as Izuku, spoke up, showing a small device on her hand, which was the one she supposedly had to use. "Oh, thanks, man. We haven't really tried them out yet, so we didn't notice anything wrong with them." Kirishima chuckled and walked closer to the disguised girl, with Sato following close behind him. "Yeah, no worries here. You just give me yours and I'll get out of your hair." Himiko smiled as Kirishima removed the small device and stretched his hand out towards her. "Thanks for the easy win, guys. I thought you'd be more clever than this, actually." The yellow-eyed girl spoke up once more as the two heroes looked on in confusion, just before Toga grabbed the capture tape from behind her and swiftly wrapped it around Kirishima's arm and neck, basically anchoring his own arm around it. Ijiro Kirishima of the hero team has been captured. 9 minutes remain. Hey, what the hell? Sato spoke up as Kirishima was muffled by his own arm sticking to his face firmly. How does that even work? The big-lipped boy called out as Toga's disguise began to fade, leaving her just in her own hero costume. I think it's called being smart, buddy. You just lost. Toga smirked as Toru swiftly wrapped her own capture tape around the hulking boy's ankles, finishing the match. It really was an easy win. Both heroes have been captured. The villain team wins. A booming voice called out. Yay, we won, Toga-chan. That was such a cool plan. Toru immediately threw herself at Himiko, hugging her tightly as the two giggled and jumped in place a little. They finished the trial in record time. They could celebrate. Soon enough, the last team was back in the monitoring with the rest of the class. Kirishima and Sato were reasonably sad and disappointed at losing so quickly, without even giving a fight, while Toga and Toru were over the moon with the results. Hagakure was excitedly speaking with Mina and Tsuyu about the match, while Toga, being the Yandere she is, immediately stuck herself with Izuku, constantly blushing as she struggled to keep eye contact due to him being basically half-naked. She had even been so excited about coming back to her friends and Izuku that she had left his destroyed hero suit in the building. He apparently didn't mind, though, as he comfortably continued to stand beside the shorter blonde. Good job on that match, students. Now, who was the MVP for this match? Please, give an explanation instead of just pointing out who was cooler. It was clearly one of the two girls from the villain team. Both shitty hair and lips didn't do shit. They got fucked up. Bakugu snarled right off the bat, staying a little farther away from the rest of the class. Does he mean us by that? Sato quietly asked Kirishima, who furrowed his eyebrows and nodded. Well, I'd say it was Himiko-san. Their plan worked out solely because of her disguise and distraction, which worked on the hero team. She gave Hagakure-san enough time to sneak up on the other two before giving a swift and coordinated takedown. The plan was her idea as well, correct? Yaoyorozu asked, looking over to the two girls who nodded. Yeah, plus, Toga-chan was smart enough to ask for Dekakuin's blood beforehand. That's why you came in with those marks on your neck, right? Ochako asked, giving both the blonde and green-haired boy a smile. Toga quickly nodded and smiled as well, blushing softly at all the praise she was getting. But may I ask why you took blood from his neck? I understand that it has great blood flow, but it would have been easier to take directly from the veins on the arms, correct? It seems a little impractical, if I do say so myself, Tinya pointed out as he raised his hand, looking over at his fellow students. Huh, he's actually right. Oh, I bet you just wanted to suck on his neck and give him a hickey, Toga-chan. Mina squealed out, pointing at the girl and giggling loudly as some of the others joined along. At that, Toga immediately began blushing even brighter and attempted to hide behind Ochako, who somehow had an even bigger blush. Kaminari looked like he wanted to murder Midoriya, while the other boys in the class just chuckled and looked on in disbelief. Bakugu just kept quiet, letting out a soft growl in anger. How could a girl want Izuku instead of him? A useless meat shield? What a joke. Wow, I totes respect that girl. I would have done the same. That's lit, fam. Cammy smiled at the two. Seriously, is no one going to point out how unfair this is? Midoriya has two of the hottest girls thirsting for him. What are we going to be left with? Kaminari couldn't hold back anymore, simply shouting out before being interrupted by Kyoka stabbing an earjack in him. Quiet, Sparkplug. All of you shut up too. All Might Sensei looks traumatized enough by you horny people. The purple-haired girl said with a small blush evident in her face, still struggling to keep her eyes off Izuku's body. Thank you, young Jiro. Yes, I must just say what you all did a splendid job today, and we will review your fights in class later on. For now, I must bid you adieu. All Might nervously laughed as his body was lightly steaming, sprinting out of the room and towards the teacher's lounge. My, I had no clue our professor knew French. Not only does he have an exquisite sens-due style, but he knows the greatest language on earth. Aoyama sparkled from off to the side, laughing to himself. So, does this mean we can leave already? Zero ignored his sparkling classmate and asked, receiving a nod from Koda, simply shrugging and starting to lead the class to the changing rooms once more. Meanwhile, Toga and Izuku stayed back a tiny bit at his request, watching the rest of the class get a lead on them before following behind. They weren't exactly sneaky, though, as Kami, Ochako, and Jiro managed to notice them sticking back a bit. The blonde and brunette bubbling a little with jealousy, while Kyoka just blushed as she could hear what they were saying. It wasn't anything too gossip-worthy, but it was still cute to hear. You did a great job, you know? You kind of surprised me at first with wanting to take my blood, but it's fine. I'm still a little curious as to why you bit and sucked at my neck a bit before taking the blood into the syringe. Midoriya asked with a small smile, looking down at Toga. Oh, I didn't want to hurt you. I bit into it and sucked first because my saliva has a numbing effect, and I'd be lying if I said that I didn't want to get ahead of the other girls. I honestly don't understand how you don't notice them looking at you. Izuku-in, those bimbos like you too. Himiko complained with a pout as she stomped her foot on the ground lightly, looking right back up at the boy. I do notice. I kind of ignore them mostly. I mean, you probably notice that you're exactly like a Yandere girlfriend, even if we aren't dating yet. So, I just kind of think it's funny how defensive you get. It's cute. The taller of the two chuckled, shrugging his shoulders lightly. Also, would you mind moving our date for today? After school and all. I kind of wanted to visit my mom for the weekend. He chuckled, smiling at Toga. Himiko only blushed lightly and nodded her head, giving no Izuku a fanged smile before she quickly kissed his cheek. Yeah, that works perfectly. After class, right? Yeah, let's do that. She giggled softly and began to run to the changing room, clearly extremely excited. I'm actually going on a date with a Yandere. I mean, I called her out for it, and she didn't care. The green-haired boy thought with a smile, standing in place for a second before continuing on forwards to the changing rooms. It'll probably be fine. She might seem a little crazy, but that's fine, fuck. I just hope she doesn't try to kidnap me, or something. He sighed with a light shrug. Yeah, she's still cute. I'll take the risk. Izuku stepped forward and into the changing rooms, actually feeling a tiny bit excited for the date. The day had just ended for the Hero Course students in U.A, meaning that Izuku and his classmates were just going back to the dorms after an admittedly tiring day. He had stayed back a little as he was scolded by Aizawa for not pushing himself, threatening him with expulsion as well before praising him for saving a classmate. It was nice of him to say so and all, but because of the scruffy teacher, the green-haired boy was going to be late for his date. Well, not late just yet, but he wasn't going to have a lot of time to change into a different set of clothes if he didn't rush. And as he honestly didn't want to disappoint Himiko in any way, he rushed to his room once he got to Class 1A's dorms. He had only about 5 minutes left to prepare, but thankfully, he had showered and cleaned himself thoroughly, so all he had to do was get dressed at least somewhat decently. He didn't even know what they were going to do on their date anyways, so he had to find a more casual outfit. In those short 5 minutes Izuku had before meeting up with his girlfriend, he decided on wearing some jeans, a white t-shirt with a red and black squared flannel on top, as well as his signature red shoes. He didn't really even know how they were still in such a good state anyways. The shoes looked as good as new, and he just practically used them to do anything or go anywhere. Soon enough, he was downstairs in the building's lounge area waiting for Toga, simply sitting around with Kaminari, Kirishima, and Todoroki. The two more excitable boys were playing video games while Todoroki was simply reading a book while sitting on a nearby couch, as silent as ever. So, why are you all dressed up, Midoriya? I kind of was expecting you to pass out in your room after the day you had, get your arm blown up, Kaminari said with a slightly nervous chuckle, keeping his eyes locked onto the TV screen in front of him. Even if Izuku did just pass the injury off like nothing and reassure the class that he could take that, and probably more, it still made them all uneasy. Yeah, that's true. I mean, your quirk works like recovery girls, right? It's got to drain your energy a ton to recover from something like that. Kirishima added on, absolutely demolishing the electric quirk user in the game the two played, and surprisingly, for once, Todoroki looked up from his book because of the question. It wasn't really that interesting per se, but it would give some insight of probably one of the most powerful quirks in their class, even if it wasn't specifically combat-oriented. It could regenerate a completely mangled arm in a few minutes. What else could it do exactly? Izuku snickered and shook his head slightly, leaning back on the couch. I'm going out with Toga. She asked me out on a date yesterday, and I just said yeah. Also, nope. My quirk doesn't take my energy or anything. It's just regeneration without many drawbacks, or any that I know of. It kind of makes sense though, you know? It isn't combat-oriented while you all have extremely powerful quirks. I gotta at least be able to rank your attacks, and still, it boosts me up a little bit. Like strength-wise, speed-wise, and durability-wise. I think the most I've lifted has been something like 800 pounds, but that's not a lot considering some of the strength-enhancing quirks that exist. He chuckled and leant back into the couch a little more, his amusement growing as both Kaminari and Kirishima turned towards him with different looks, dropping their controllers. What? You already got a date. It's the second day of class. Help me get a date too. With anyone, I don't care. Kaminari immediately shouted out, getting on his knees and begging Midoriya for help. Kirishima, on the other hand, stood up and threw his fist in the air, looking at Izuku with competitive eyes. Oh, hell yeah. That's incredible. Even if you don't have a quirk to fight, you're strong as shit. That's so manly. We should totally train together. The redhead nodded his head excitedly. Sure, I don't mind training at all. Though, Kaminari, I'm not sure how to help you. I guess all the girls are just incredibly attracted to my roguish good looks. Izuku playfully responded back and smiled, glancing over at Todoroki, who was still just staring at him. What's up with the stare, man? Got a crush on me, or something? He asked with a grin. Todoroki shook his head and shut his book before standing up, starting to walk out of the room. You're just weaker than I expected is all. None of you pose a real threat so far, which is disappointing. He spoke in a monotone voice, disappearing into the elevator. Kaminari and Kirishima just looked on in shock at the bold declaration, while Izuku laughed and shrugged his shoulders. Wow, another cocky asshole in the class along with Boom Bitch. I guess we'll just have to beat it into his head that we're better or equal to him. Huh. Yeah, we'll show them, man. Kirishima gave the green-haired boy a toothy grin and clapped Kaminari on the back, urging him to follow along and get changed to train even more for the day. I'm pumped up now. We're gonna train. Good luck on your date, Midoriya. The two strangely friendly guys disappeared up the stairs as well, leaving Izuku alone for a few moments before he heard the elevator ring, quickly looking over at it and smiling as he saw Himiko basically run out with a fanged smile and small blush. Izuku, you look so good in that, and I even thought you looked great in the university's uniform. Toga stopped once she was just a few inches away from Izuku, looking up at him with content and curious eyes. Thanks, Toga. You look really good too. Cute and hot, actually. He smiled and complimented her, looking down and over her outfit, which was just a simple pair of white sneakers, a white skirt, and a light blue sweatshirt. She also wore her hair in her signature buns. At his compliments, Himiko's cheeks just blushed even brighter than before, and she gently punched his chest in slight embarrassment before leaning back into him and grabbing a hold of his hand, immediately starting to lead him out of the building. Come on, let's go so we can make out later and do boyfriend-girlfriend things. She giggled softly, still dragging the boy out. We're not dating yet still. Why not? But why the rush? We got plenty of time, and I kind of just planned out 2 places where we can go to anyways. Midoriya asked with a small tilt of his head, looking down at the still blushing blonde. It's because those other bimbos wanted to see you before our date. I don't even know how they found out about it, but that pink girl and Uraraka-chan wanted to talk to you for some reason. I don't want them to interrupt us. Now let's go. What's the plan for today? Himiko nodded her head and latched onto Izuku's arm, holding onto it firmly as the two walked side by side and out of campus. The boy knew they probably had to get permission or a pass, but they were only going out for a few hours. It'd be fine anyways. Izuku also decided to just pay no mind to her explanation as it didn't really matter since Himiko had already dragged him away. Oh, I was thinking we could go out to a cafe and eat something. I'll pay and everything. Then probably bowling or an arcade. That could be fun, right? He suggested, following Toga's lead towards the bus station, which would take them more into the city. Toga happily nodded and grinned, taking a seat on the bus stop along with Izuku as they waited for the vehicle to come. For some reason, Izuku had a weird feeling about the date. He was thinking that it would be a good date either way, but he couldn't shake the bad feeling he had. After most of the afternoon passed, the two were already done with the arcade and had arrived at the coffee shop, ordering their desired drinks before sitting down on a bench outside of the store, just looking out at the surprisingly busy street. It was a weekday, and the city was flooding with people for some reason. Even the arcade was filled. You know, I was actually kind of surprised when you kind of glued yourself onto me the first day of class. Izuku smiled, taking a short sip of his iced tea. Not that I'm complaining, though. Himiko immediately perked up. Really? I mean, I've already said I think you're really hot, so that's surprising. I was thinking that you probably already had a girlfriend back then. You have kind of like a popular guy vibe, you know? Being funny, hot, and all. She giggled. Ah, not all actually. School before you to now was pretty much like a smelly sock doused in dog shit, which was then swallowed and vomited out by a horse. It was terrible. He chuckled, scratching over the back of his head. Childhood in general wasn't great. Shit was pretty much decided by who had incredible quirks and all, or who had strong and normal ones. Really, I have a pretty much invisible quirk, so I was kind of isolated, considered quirkless, and bullied. I mean, haven't you ever wondered why Bakuga hates me so much? And why I hate him back? He made life hell back then. Well, he and his troop of goons. Izuku explained, sighing softly. I guess that you two had some bad blood, but I didn't think it was bullying. I went through a similar thing when I was little anyways. Having a blood quirk immediately makes you look like a freak, and with my yellow eyes and fanged teeth, that was just amplified. I was the token weirdo. It sucked too. And those things are from my dad's side, since my grandma had a cat quirk. My parents thought I looked cute at least. She shook her head sadly, placing her drink down on the floor right next to her legs. Izuku gave Toga a small smile and gently wrapped his arm around her shoulder, pulling her closer to him as he suddenly chuckled. I guess it makes sense that we like each other, huh? Two bullied kids, two kids who are now extremely hot and amazing. It's like out of a movie. He playfully spoke, looking down at the blonde who was gazing right back up in his eyes, her cheeks flushed red. You like me too? Really? She quietly asked, fiddling with the edge of her skirt, still looking up at Izuku. Well, yeah. I thought it was pretty obvious when I immediately agreed to go on a date. I found you cute then, and now I find you even cuter. I also want to know more about you too, and I have always wanted kind of a Yandere, overprotective girlfriend. Kind of a dream of mine. He smiled a little wider, slowly sliding his arm to be around Himiko's waist as she became even shyer, hiding her face against his shoulder. A shy Yandere too. I hit the jackpot here. The green-haired boy playfully spoke, getting a light giggle from the girl. I'm not a Yandere. I just get jealous easily. Really easily, even with guys I'm not dating yet. That sounds like a Yandere to me. Toga, though I don't really give a shit. We haven't even talked much or known each other for long, but I'd say we'd make a good couple, or at least I'd like to get to know you better that way, you know? Izuku said, once again smiling down at Himiko as she pulled her head back from its hiding spot. And that way you probably won't have to be nervous or scared of other people flirting with me, right? An official couple should be untouchable, probably. It's also been a pretty good date so far. At least I think so. He snickered lightly. Toga immediately sat up at those words and furiously nodded her head, wearing an excited smile instead of the shyer one from earlier. It's been a great date. I've had a ton of fun, and we beat those little kids at the arcade. That was even better. She laughed almost manically at the events that transpired just a bit ago. And I would definitely like us to be a couple, even if we don't know each other that well. We'll be learning more constantly then, and those other bimbos will back off. Toga giggled softly, slightly leaning over to pick her drink back up off the ground and taking a quick sip as she looked right back towards Izuku. So, does I mean, this does make us a couple, right? Boyfriend and girlfriend. I'd still kind of like it if you had asked me directly. I think it'd be pretty cute. She blushed once more. Wow, really? It's not enough for me to say, I want us to date. Izuku couldn't help but laugh, playfully shaking his head at Toga. Sure. God, I feel like I'm proposing or something. He smiled, turning a little more to face the blonde girl directly, gently taking one of her hands in his own. Toga Himiko, would you do me the honor of being my girlfriend? At that, Himiko simply squealed out loud and giggled while turning as red as a tomato, nodding her head at a speed that would even rival Ida's. I would low. The excitable blonde started before getting interrupted by loud screams coming from the far side of the street, just when they were going to officially start dating. What a fucking mess. For fuck's sake. The blood quirk user instantly yelled out in anger because of the interruption, standing up and looking towards the origin of the sound, with Izuku doing the same. A massive crowd of people was running towards the two before passing them, still rushing away from something, screaming and yelling in panic. Run. Those are villains. Run away. Where are the heroes? Hide quickly. The call-outs could be heard coming from the panicked crowd, who kept running as Izuku and Toga stood there. The green-haired boy quickly searched for the supposed villains and found one of them, ripping an ATM from off the ground before smashing it and taking the cash. That only indicated super strength, along with a hulking physique. He did have a shitty outfit, though. The second villain was noticed by Himiko, being a young woman who was somehow pulling chunks of concrete and dirt off the ground, using smaller pieces to scare and hurt the escaping crowd. Once the threat had been identified, Izuku grabbed a hold of Toga's hand and ran back into the coffee shop along with her, ducking inside and hiding from sight. There was a big problem, though, as the store was still filled by people hiding away. If one of the stores was filled, then the two heroes in training could only assume all the nearby ones were too. The panic from the escaping wave of people was very easy to notice. Okay, shit. You saw the two, right? One with what I can only assume is a strength quirk, and the other with some type of earth manipulation. Concrete, maybe? I've got no clear idea of the second one, really. Izuku started as he spoke to Toga. Both clearly dangerous and with strong quirks. And if this store has people in it, the boy pointed over to the people hiding with and around them. Then all the others do too. Fuck. The possibility of civilian casualties is way too high if they keep just taking money from every ATM or store they see, not to mention that they clearly don't care about hurting people. He said, letting out a sigh. I think I have a plan. Himiko nodded at his words, her eyes filled with worry as she looked at the crowd gathered at the store with them before turning back to face Izuku. Wait. I get you want to help these people, but we're not even trained yet. It's the second day we've even been in the heroics course, Izuku. The blonde panicked slightly at him, simply saying he had a plan, hoping to stop him while still somehow knowing that nothing was stopping the boy from wanting to help. I know, I really do, Toga, but someone will get hurt if we don't try and help. Just hear me out. You're really fucking quick and silent, so I'm sure you can get people out of the stores into safety, and I'm a loud, obnoxious asshole. I can get their attention, and once I do, I'll stall. You get people away, and I buy time until real heroes arrive, Midoriya said, carefully grabbing onto one of Toga's hands and squeezing reassuringly. Please just trust me on this. I mean, fuck, trust is an important part of a relationship, right? He chuckled sheepishly, eyes filled with hope and determination. Still, though, even after he told Toga his plan, she didn't seem fully convinced at all. She was clearly hesitant and nervous, but after a few moments of thought, she gave Izuku a very slight nod. Fine, we're doing this, but stay safe. Don't risk getting hurt either. I fucking know you have a regeneration quirk, but I'm sure you can still feel pain. Don't do anything unnecessary. Himiko sighed out in slight annoyance, slipping her hand away from Midoriya's and grabbing onto his shirt, pulling him closer. She firmly pressed their lips together in a quick kiss before pulling back, pointing at him menacingly. We're fucking dating now, too, okay? Don't be a dumbass. Don't risk shit, she repeated, pushing him gently and urging him to go. She looked incredibly determined and stern, though still had a bright blush on her face as she moved to get the other people out. Fucking shit. I have a hot girlfriend now on maximum effort. I do this, then I'm making out with her at the dorms. Yup. Izuku sighed, contently, and stood up, casually walking out of the store and looking over at the two villains who were still just storing away the money from the first couple of ATMs they broke. Hey assholes, the fuck are you trying to do, huh? I mean, clearly you're robbing and all, but why would you do it today? I was just on a fucking date, he called out, aiming to just annoy the villains. What is this? A fucking teenager trying to play hero. The man laughed out, pulling a large chunk of metal out of the broken down ATM on the street. You don't even look like much. Huh, what a joke. And he was on a date too. Maybe he's just acting cool for his girlfriend. The villainess laughed as well, pulling out a chunk of concrete off the sidewalk. Should we teach him a lesson? She smiled, all of a sudden flinging the massive piece of ground towards Izuku. The green-haired boy immediately rolled out of the way and stood back up, looking over at the villains with a smug smile. Really? That's it? God, I mean, no wonder I don't recognize you. You're probably just some shitty, grade F villains. What are your names even? Barbie and Ken. He laughed softly. Fuck, that's a good joke. I should write that down later. Izuku spoke once more, only agitating the villains further as the woman began to levitate more pieces of concrete off the ground, while the massive man tossed the metal he had ripped out again and began rushing at the boy. They weren't really the smartest duo of bad guys. That was pretty clear to Izuku. Meanwhile, Toga had just managed to get everyone who was hiding in the coffee shop away through the back entrance, following behind them, and to safety before she returned to where Izuku was, hiding in the alley between two nearby buildings. She knew that her now boyfriend was probably one of the strongest in her class, or at least she thought so, and she was sure he could handle himself in most situations, but that still didn't reassure her completely about their situation. Izuku had an invisible quirk, was skilled and was extremely strong and quick anyways, but the villain seemed too strong for him either way. It was two fully grown adults against a boy who had just started the hero course at Yuta University. Not to mention those villains had clearly more combat-oriented quirks. She couldn't help but worry about him, but from what she could see, he was faster and doing better than the other two. He was easily dodging the bigger man's punches while also evading the massive chunks of concrete the female villain was throwing his way. Still, she wanted to help the green-haired boy, so she immediately began looking for things or anything that might help him, as she knew that just jumping into the fight would only add more risk. She didn't have a combat-oriented quirk either. It would have just made Izuku worry more as well. So she did the best next thing and found a weapon he could use. Well, not exactly found. Toga simply managed to rip apart a pipe that ran up the side of the building and broke off a smaller piece, basically making a galvanized steel pipe that she hoped would help her boyfriend out. Izuku, catch! Himiko yelled out, throwing the long piece of steel just as she caught Midoriya's attention, allowing him to catch the pipe and immediately swing it at the villain's face, knocking him back momentarily. Though, just as he did so, the cement manipulation quirk user rose another smaller chunk out of the ground and threw it at Izuku, throwing him back several feet and onto a bench, which broke under the strength of the landing. Shit, didn't hurt much, but fuck, that caught me off guard. The green-haired boy winced slightly and picked himself up off the broken-down bench, just as the hulking villain came in for another attack, which was surprisingly stopped by two bright yellow spiral shockwaves. That simple attack managed to throw the villain off balance and knock him to the ground next to Izuku, who proceeded to slam the metal pipe to the strength-enhanced villain's head, knocking him out completely. Heroes are here then, he wondered out loud, looking back only to find no one at all, before looking up at the sky, finding a blue-haired girl wearing a Yuta uniform giving him a small wave. Izuku, are you okay? Toga interrupted the incredibly small interaction, running to Midoriya's side, even if there was still a villain up and about, though said villain was in shock at her partner being taken down so easily. The boy nodded quickly and turned back to look at the other Yuta student who saved them, just as she was flying down to ground level, keeping her eyes locked on the female villain. Thanks for the save. Izuku started, looking at the shorter blue-haired girl. Nijire-chan. That's my hero name. The girl they now knew as Nijire smiled, shooting two more spirals in the direction of the last standing villain, who quickly rose up a massive wall of cement and blocked the attack. Earth manipulation or something? Cement, actually, I think at least. Toga informed. Yeah, also, how about you keep blasting those weird shockwaves at her while I go, and try to stop her? You know, you distract her, and I'll strike. Izuku suggested, gripping the metal pipe in hand a little more firmly. You seemed capable enough before so sure. I want to know about your quirk later, though. My guess is that it enhances your reflexes. Nijire quickly began to shoot smaller shockwaves at the villain, while Izuku pulled Toga a little to the side. Hold out, Toga. I'll rush in on the right side, and you go left, okay? Make as much noise as possible, too, but stay safe. I'm gonna knock that bitch out. He ordered his new girlfriend, who nodded and immediately began running towards the villain's left side. Izuku quickly followed through to the right side. Hey, you dumb bimbo. You ruined my fucking date, you bitch. Himiko yelled out, the small amount of pent-up rage she had showing as she sped towards the other woman, who instantly launched a piece of cement towards her. Toga only threw herself on the ground to dodge before continuing forward and looking over at Izuku, who was quickly approaching the villain as well. Nijire was still just firing off shockwaves. Annoyingly, though, the villain soon noticed Izuku again and chucked multiple sharp pieces of cement his way. He didn't have time to dodge, so simply took the attack and threw the pipe strongly towards the attacker, who had just turned to block yet another strike for Nijire. The pipe just managed to hit the woman on the side of the head and knock her out as well. 2 first years and a hero in training defeating 2 surprisingly powerful villains. That was going to make the news. Yay, we did it. That was so cool. Nijire excitedly yelled out as she approached the blonde girl, who was simply staring at Izuku wide-eyed while he was plucking out sharp pieces of cement out of his arms and chest. Why do people always fucking rip my clothes? I'm gonna run out of shit to wear soon, though maybe I should go shopping anyways. Izuku muttered quietly, grunting slightly as he ripped out the last larger piece before looking over at the 2 girls. Nijire was practically speechless at the sight, which was pretty disgusting considering the boy was bleeding all over now. Himiko just ran to him and hugged him tightly. Thankfully, the wounds had already healed, otherwise that would have probably hurt. Hey, I am okay, Toga. Don't worry. He immediately reassured the blonde, hugging her back with one arm. You're such a fucking idiot. I know you can heal, but that doesn't mean you need to risk getting hurt all the time. Himiko pulled back slightly and pounded her fists softly into his chest. I told you to be careful, dumbass. She hugged him once more. I know. I'm sorry. I promise it won't happen again. I'll avoid getting hurt whenever I can now. Izuku sighed softly, this time firmly wrapping both his arms around Toga, holding her close. Nijire was still just watching the two with a small smile on her face, the shock from before being completely gone. She would have interrupted, but she didn't want to ruin such a heartfelt moment. Though the moment was quickly interrupted by the police arriving along with Kimui Woods and MT Lady. Izuku. Toga. Nijire spoke up, having picked up their names from their earlier conversations. We should go talk to the heroes and tell them what happened. Especially you two, since you were here before I arrived. Izuku gave the blue-haired girl a nod, while Toga just kept on hugging him for a few more seconds before pulling back with a small pout, punching him once again before grabbing onto his face and pressing their lips together for the second time that day. For a first date, that was pretty damn good in his opinion. Dumbass, you're taking me on another date later for this. You owe me. The blonde poked his chest with each word, pulling him towards the waiting heroes right after. I'll happily take you on another date, Toga. The green-haired boy smiled and continued to walk alongside Nijire and his girlfriend, quickly realizing something else. Fuck. We don't have a license to use our quirks in public yet, so we're screwed here and with Aizawa-sensei, huh? The blue-haired girl giggled and shook her head instantly at his words. Yup, you still did the right thing, though. And I had a feeling you two were you data students too. First years, right? She asked with a curious smile. Toga nodded and clung onto Izuku's arm a little more firmly, somehow already getting both protective of him and jealous. That's so cool. I didn't see your quirk though, Toga. And yours is like some type of super healing, right? Does it have any other effects on you? Is that why you were so fast and managed to fight the two alone? How strong are you? Where did you place in the entrance exam? Nijire kept going with her onslaught of questions, thankfully being stopped by MT Lady and a few police officers who pulled her to the side. Kamui Woods was looking straight at Izuku and Toga though, ready to scold them for their actions. Izuku spoke first though. All right, before you say anything, I was the only one who acted and made use of my quirk. I took the villains head on and stalled for time while Toga here got people out from the nearby stores and to safety. She didn't do anything wrong. I did, but even so, I never used my quirk during combat, only after I was injured when my body healed itself. I think that much should be evidenced by my bloody shirt and all. The green-haired boy quickly explained to the now speechless Kamui Woods, who managed to shake off the initial shock of the speech after a few short moments. I believe you, kid. I also think you did the right thing considering the situation you were in, but it was still risky. You should have only called the police and ran away or hid, but still. You three did a good job holding those two villains back and defeating them. Kamui spoke with a small sigh. That doesn't mean you're out of trouble, yet. From Nijire-chan's loud voice earlier, I know you two are Yuta students. The school will be informed of this. Izuku nodded and gave a small smile, shrugging his shoulders lightly. That's fine by me, though I've got one question. Are those two villains well known, or anything? They just had surprisingly strong quirks. I mean, with those they could have pulled something bigger than an ATM robbery. He asked with Toga nodding along. They're actually. Those two have been on the run for a month or so. The names are Piledriver and Carmen, wanted for robbery, theft, assault, and murder. Kamui Woods informed the two heroes in training. Again, you did a good job taking them down. I didn't see any of it, but the cameras around apparently captured the footage, which will also be sent to your school. The hero added on. Took down two villains and got a girlfriend in a single day. That's good enough for me. Izuku chuckled softly and looked down at Toga, who was staring up at him with a small smile. She was probably still angry at him for acting recklessly, but at least she wasn't too mad apparently. She most definitely was both happy and angry because of the two officially dating and because of him being an idiot. A few hours later, after a long exchange with the heroes, police officers, and Nijire, the two heroes in training had made it back to the university's ground. They had both been hoping to get some rest, but instead, Izuku and Toga were called to the principal's office, where the green-haired boy was informed of his punishment, while Himiko was very lightly scolded and then congratulated for her actions. Well, the two were actually congratulated for acting, but Izuku was scolded a lot more than his girlfriend. Thankfully, that was it for the two students as they were allowed to head back to their dorms, while the principal, Nizu, stayed in the office to review the newly sent footage recorded from the street cameras at the scene of the conflict. He was more surprised than anything at how quickly Midoriya and Himiko acted, as well as on how they handled the situation. Especially Midoriya, though. He could tell that the green-haired boy was someone to look out for, and as soon as he finished reviewing the footage, the dog, mouse, bear thing sent the video to the hulking man known as All Might, along with a small message. He's someone special. He might be just what you've been looking for. Keep him in mind, All Might thoughts. Jesus Christ, those reporters are like a mob of flies trying to swarm one massive pile of shit. I mean, not that All Might is a piece of shit, but he's attracting them here, you know? It's a joke. I don't want the teachers to hate me or make me clean up the entire dorm building again. That was unfair. Who makes someone who fought villains clean up as a punishment? They even said I did good. It's bullshit. Izuku complained with a small and slightly frustrated sigh as he and Ochako walked to class, as the rest of the classmates were pretty much already in the classroom. They were just a few minutes away from being late, and it was kind of strange considering how everyone just rushed out, including Toga, who usually waited for Izuku. He just had expected her to wait even more now that they were dating, and pretty much the whole class knew, but only Uraraka waited for him. She just didn't know how much he genuinely appreciated that. It just would have been like high school or middle school all over again, walking alone and doing everything alone, really. Ochako had only laughed softly at Izuku's outburst, gently patting his shoulder. It makes sense if you think about it. You did good with the whole villain thing, but you came back with your shirt dripping blood, and if the teachers didn't punish you, then it'd be like rewarding you for fighting villains, which we can't even do yet, Dekakun. He smiled and nodded, scratching over the back of his head. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. We're only heroes in training anyways. Oh, and sorry about coming into the dorms with ripped clothes and soaked in blood. I didn't really have time to clean up. Midoriya spoke sheepishly. Yeah, but maybe it was good. You guys will get used to seeing me like that then, which is most likely going to be often since I kind of just heal quickly. Oh, and talking about quirks, your zero gravity is absolutely fucking terrifying. Terrifying? Ochako squeaked out with a small blush, looking at Izuku with wide eyes. I mean, like terrifyingly good and all, but also really fucking scary. I mean, you could launch someone into space, basically. Even I wouldn't be able to heal from that, probably. I don't want to test that. He laughed softly, gently patting the brunette on the head. It's a really strong quirk, that's all I'm saying. You'll probably be a really good hero in the future. Now come on. We're going to be late at this rate, and Aizawa-sensei is ruthless with his punishments. After only a few more minutes, the two students had made it to their classroom just in time, basically only a few seconds before the bell rang. Now, they were simply sitting down while they waited for their teacher to start talking. Izuku was basically laying down on top of his desk while trying to sleep, and Himiko, his now girlfriend, was just making googly eyes at the back of his head, which made Cammy and a few other girls in the class a little bit jealous. Right. So, you all performed fairly decently during the battle trials except for a few exceptions. These being Bakugu and Midoriya. Aizawa started with a sigh, zipping up his yellow sleeping bag as he apparently got ready to just about throw himself on the floor and sleep. Bakugu, you need to stop acting like a little kid. You have talent, don't waste it, and also be more careful and get a hold on your emotions. Almost destroying a classmate's arm is not something a hero would do. Work on handling your massive ego. The scruffy teacher spoke, looking at the explosive teen before redirecting himself towards Izuku. Katsuki scoffed but nodded slowly, looking over at the green-haired boy with a frown. And Midoriya, the bigger problem child. You have potential. You're clearly skilled and one of the better fighters in the class. But even so, that does not mean you can take these lessons lightly. You give it your all, or I'll expel you, Aizawa said, tapping his fingers on the desk in front of him before shaking his head with a slight groan. You're smart. You know how to do that. And stay out of trouble. Getting your arm mangled and fighting villains illegally in a day isn't a good first look. Izuku gave the teacher a small smile and thumbs up, letting him go on. Now, you all have some homeroom business to take care of. The whole class went stiff at that. They were already absolutely terrified of Eraserhead since their first day with him. You have to pick a class representative. Deal with it yourselves, I don't care. Get it over before the period is done. The man said, slowly sliding down to the floor and laying down in his sleeping bag. In just about milliseconds, most of the class had sprung out of their seats and yelling out, everyone attempting to claim the position. I want a class rep. Pick me. It's a job made for me, the manliest person here. Me too. I want to do it. Come on. I'll be the leader. You extras can follow behind me. Let me do it. Me. Izuku just let out a soft laugh at all the reactions as he leant back into his chair, shutting his eyes and tilting his head back in the hopes of sleeping, only to be pleasantly surprised by two soft cushions holding his head up. God, is that you? Wait, does God have boobs? Midoriya opened his eyes and smiled as he saw Toga holding his head while looking down at him, letting out a soft giggle. She proceeded to gently wrap her arms around his neck as well, standing over him slightly. I mean, God could have boobs, you know, Izuku. Could be a man or a woman. Who knows? Himiko smiled, slowly taking her eyes off Izuku and looking around at the classroom before stepping back from her position, only to walk around her boyfriend's seat. She simply plopped down on top of his desk and poked his chest. Why aren't you trying to make a case for yourself, by the way? Pretty much everyone is. She was absolutely right. The only two students not actively involved in the yelling that was going on between the rest of the class were Izuku and Toga. Even the more reserved and quiet students like Todoroki and Shoji were making cases for themselves, although not with the same intensity as everyone else. Izuku only shrugged. I don't really want to be class president. It'll probably be too much work, and it'll mean that I'd have to start taking things a lot more seriously, which I don't really want. And just think about it. This way we have more time for dates, huh? No extra work means more time for doing random shit. He chuckled, smiling as the blonde blushed very lightly and giggled. That's true, but that also means there's more time for the other skanks here trying to take a shot at you. I don't know how I feel about that chance. Toga complained. Nothing will happen, don't worry. I'm sure it'll be fine, plus, everyone knows we're dating. It doesn't really make sense for someone to try and keep flirting with me. He reassured her. OMG, that totes doesn't make sense, Iza baby. That won't stop anyone from trying to get some of your lit AF ass for themselves. Cammy suddenly cut in from nowhere, making Izuku jump back slightly from the intrusion while Himiko glared at the other girl. Toga was just about to absolutely tear into Cammy just for that simple comment, but was interrupted by a loud yell coming from Tenya. Everyone please. The position of class representative is highly important. We can't have someone who only wants the position to look cool. It has responsibilities that come with it, and our chosen president must be someone who we trust fully and respect. Ida stood taller than the rest and called out, raising his hand as if asking for permission to speak. He had just spoken louder than everyone else anyways. He didn't really need to ask for permission. How do you want to choose a class rep then? Mr. Roboto, Jaira spoke from her desk. We shall take a democratic approach towards this, holding an election and then deciding who will get the job by the amount of votes. At that, most of the class fell silent and nodded their heads slowly. More than half the class was hesitant to accept the proposal as it only lowered their chances at getting picked, while the other few members of the class were confident they'd win. I mean, would that even work? We don't really knock each other that well aside from a few people, Kirishima said after some thought. That is true, Jero. We've only known each other for a few short days. Suyu gave her input into the conversation. Most people will just vote for themselves, won't they? Hagakure waved an invincible arm to call everyone's attention towards her. That only means that the person chosen for the job truly deserves it. If people put their trust behind someone, then it makes them reliable and suitable for the job. Tenya nodded furiously. Won't people just vote for their closest friends then? Like Midoriya, for example. He'll probably vote for Himiko because they started dating. Momo made her way into the conversation. Izuku just shrugged and smiled at her comment. It was kind of true anyways. He didn't really care much for the presidential position in their class. Oh, then why not narrow the list down to potential candidates, you know? Kind of like they do in America. Mina, who had been quiet but constantly bouncing in her seat, spoke up. That would work out perfectly. Incredible idea, Ashido-san. Tenya beamed. Aizawa-sensei, is this all right with you? The teacher, wrapped up in the sleeping bag, only grunted in affirmation. As everyone agreed to just hold a vote for a certain group of people, the class began to shout out who they thought should get the position of class president. The few nominated were Momo, Tenya, Izuku, Todoroki, Bakugu, and surprisingly Cammy. Just a few minutes later, the votes were counted. Momo Yaoyorozu, 6 votes. Izuku Midoriya, 4 votes. Tenya Ida, 4 votes. Cammy Utsushimi, 3 votes. Katsuki Bakugu, 2 votes. Shudo Todoroki, 2 votes. Bakugu, as expected, was absolutely fuming but doing a surprisingly good job at holding back, while Izuku just stared at the board in disbelief. He was not expecting to get any votes whatsoever, except maybe one from Himiko or Cammy, but that was it. After a few moments of silence, Momo finally decided to speak up. So, I guess that means I'm class president. What shall we do to decide the vice president? A vote between Midoriya and Ida, she suggested. Definitely not. Give the job to Tenya. He's much smarter than me, a lot more responsible, and will actually take the job seriously. Anyone written on that board apart from me would do a good job. Midoriya quickly cut in, only hoping to be finally excused from having to even be a participant on the issue. He wasn't just being lazy. He really just thought other people would be better, and he even thought that about Bakugu. Oh, I mean, if it's Ida, then it's fine by me. Ochako piped in for a friend, showing a massive smile. I shall agree, as Ida-san has already been showing off his leadership skills from the very start of the year. He did organize this voting system to work and brought the class together. He will do a fine job. Even Tokoyami, the usually completely stoic classmate, spoke up. Bakugu growled lightly at the support the glasses-wearing teen was getting, while Tenya just looked over the class with a proud expression. Momo had a small smile on her face at the setup for class representatives, and on the other hand, Kami had just shrugged it off and went right back to pestering Izuku and Toga. Todoroki kept the same neutral expression through the entire discussion. The class quickly agreed on Tenya as the vice president, and homeroom was done soon after. The rest of the day went on fairly regularly except for the fact that there was a breach at the university, but thanks to Izuku's and Tenya's quick thinking, nobody got hurt or had any problems. The real issue was at the gate. It was completely pulverized and crumbled, almost turned to dust. I'm fairly certain this wasn't just any reporter. This was an attack, Nizu. Aizawa stared at the disintegrated gate, shaking his head slightly. A declaration of war? I noticed the first year schedule is gone too. We should switch up the activities to avoid risks. You were correct by saying this was intentional, but I believe we can go on with our regular schedule, the USJ and everything. We will just have to enlist more help. Nizu started, sitting on the scruffy teacher's shoulder in silence before cackling madly. Oh, I know exactly who will be of help for this. We'll be more than okay if we have them and are wary of our situation. We catch some villains and show the incredible level of security in a university. That'll do nicely. Rescue training. The entire class asked in sync as Aizawa stood in front of the students, nodding his head lazily. Yes, rescue training. We'll be heading to another facility and conduct the class there. Aizawa started, tapping his fingers against the desk rhythmically. We're going to be joined by a few more people to help, though. First will be All Might, as he is one of your usual teachers, as well as myself, and another hero we will meet at the facility. Finally, you'll be joined by 3 third-year students, also known as the Big Three. At those last few words, the door swung open and the 3 mentioned students walked in. The one leading the group was a muscular-looking blonde who was about Izuku's height, with spiky-looking hair at the front and an extremely plain face. He wore his hero costume, which was mostly white and blue along with a red cape. Next was a hunched-over student with a nervous expression who had shaggy blue hair and basically hid behind the blonde, also wearing his costume. It was a purple top with some small pouches, a long white scarf, as well as a white skirt. At least it looked like a skirt. It was cool anyways. The last student of the 3 was, well, Izuku. Toga-chan, we're joining you for the USJ thing. Isn't that exciting? Isn't it? Oh, I can't wait to see you in action again. You were so cool when we fought those villains. Nijire was the last student of the Big Three. The bubbly blue-haired girl immediately spoke up, giving the 2 mentioned students an excited wave. Toga quickly giggled and happily waved back at Nijire, while Izuku gave a small nod and smile before turning back to look at his girlfriend, raising an eyebrow at her. Are you trying to match her excitement or something, Toga? He chuckled softly, ignoring the other 2 members of the Big Three as they started to introduce themselves. Well, if I match it, then maybe she'll tone it down a bit. I don't think us or the class can deal with her bubbly personality and questions for the whole day. Himiko shrugged her shoulders and smiled before jumping back a bit as the costumed blonde suddenly appeared between Izuku and her. Toga just got startled, while Izuku reacted a lot quicker than her and quickly shot his fist forward, hitting the blonde square in the face with a strong jab. Shit, sorry. You just startled me. And where the fuck did you even come from? Is your quirk just interrupting conversations or something? The green-haired teen quickly said, pulling his fist back in worry. The blonde just still stood there, but his usual smile was replaced by a slightly more shocked expression. He managed to hit me? Are his reflexes even better than mine? And he's just in his first year? He thought in slight shock and wonder, quickly recovering from it. Don't worry about it. Nice punch too, by the way. And you'll have to guess better than that to find out my quirk. Now, pay attention. You already missed introductions. He walked back to the front of the class, leaving Izuku just sat there. The rest of the students were just quiet as the boy had hit their upperclassmen just at first sight and in their first interaction. At least all of them were quiet, except for Kami and Kyoka, who couldn't help but laugh, and surprisingly Bakugu, who had snickered lightly. All right, to start again for those that didn't hear, were U.A's Big Three, meaning the top students in the entire university. I'm Miyo Togata. Mirio started, looking back and grabbing a hold of the other boy's shoulder, bringing him closer to the front of the class. This is Tamaki Emijiki, and she's Nijire Hado. We will be joining you in your rescue training today. We'll mostly be giving you all advice instead of actively participating with you in your work. And also, completely unrelated, if anyone wants to fight me, I'm always open for a spar. The entirety of the class kept quiet as the three upperclassmen kept talking until Aizawa cut in and simply told everyone to either get changed into their hero costumes or gym uniforms if they didn't want to use their suits. Soon enough, everyone had gathered outside and were wearing their hero costumes. Even Izuku had his own, as it had somehow already been repaired by someone in the support department. Someone by the name of Hatsum had apparently just taken it upon herself to fix the suit up completely, though there wasn't enough time for the green-haired teen's batons or any of his other gadgets to be repaired. He'd be completely unarmed for the exercise, and he didn't care at all for the sole reason of him finally getting a mask to go along with his costume. A/N, Deadpool's mask, but in a dark forest green color. Everyone, get into two parallel lines divided by gender, please. We need an organized entry into the bus to show our professionalism as U.A students. We must make our university proud at any opportunity. Ida yelled out as he stood beside Momo, just fully committing to his role as the class vice president. Ida-san, you should calm down. I don't think it's that type of bus. Yairozu smiled sadly and patted the spectacled boy on the back as the bus arrived. She was right. There was no order needed for it. That only caused Tenya to sulk even more as he let his head hang down to face the ground. Anyways, let's get on the bus, everyone. Don't push and just get inside in an orderly fashion. Everyone obliged, and only a few minutes later, the class was on their way to the USJ along with their teacher and Nijire, Tamaki, and Mirio. Izuku sat near the middle of the bus in between Toga and Tamaki, while in front of him sat Mirio, Kirishima, Uraraka, and Momo. Midoriya-san, we haven't spoken much at all, and I usually like to say what's on my mind. You seem weirdly strong when you only have a healing quirk. How does that even work? The teen in question smiled and let out a soft sigh. Oh well, Azui Dash. Call me Tsu. Okay, call me Izuka then. Now Tsu, since I have a healing quirk, it pretty much regulates my body entirely to be in peak physical condition. I don't really know the reason for this, but I'm also stronger than the average person should be, and all too. The only thing that could explain something like my strength would be that as a kid, I tested out my quirk a lot. And by that I mean that I just hurt myself continuously to test what its capabilities were. By doing that and breaking bones, I'm pretty sure my bones have gotten denser and stronger, and my muscles have also gotten more resistant just from injuring myself all the time. So yeah, that must be it. Izuku explained, shrugging slightly at Tsu, who tilted her head slightly to the side and nodded in understanding. Damn, I'm glad we're in the same class, Midoriya. We both have quirks that aren't really noticeable, but are super strong anyways. Though it is kind of disappointing that we don't have anything really flashy to show off, you know? Kirishima joined the conversation, and just as Izuku was about to respond, Mirio cut in. Well, if you think about it, you two can still be great heroes even when your quirks aren't flashy at all. Just think of people like Sir Naitai. His quirk is mostly mental, but he's still greatly successful. Or your teacher, Eraserhead. His eyes glow red and his hair kind of defies gravity when he uses his quirk, but that isn't really flashy at all. Is it? I'm sure you'll both be great. Yeah, that is true. Sometimes I wish I had a less flashy quirk. That would make everything so much easier. Tamaki sulked from Izuku's side, pulling his hood over his head to completely cover himself. He really was shy apparently. And even so, not everyone with flashy quirks will be famous. I mean, think about that bitch that can make sparkles with his hands. He'll never be popular if he's that much of an asshole all the time. Toga giggled as she pointed over at Bakugu, who managed to listen in on their conversation and immediately got angry. The fuck did you say, bitch? I'm fucking better than you in every way, and you want to talk shit. Hey, don't call Himiko a bitch, fuckface. How can you say you're better than her when she won her training exercise and you lost? Huh? Might I add that you lost pretty fucking badly to a loser like me too. Izuku spoke with a smirk, only angering Bakugo more as his palms gave off more explosions, starting to slowly melt away at the metal railing he held onto. What a vulgar conversation. Yayorozu sighed. What? I think it's funny. And Deku-kun and Bakugo-san always insult each other, Momo. You should be used to it by now. Uraraka giggled. Used to it by now? We've only been classmates for a few days, Uraraka-san. Yeah, more than enough time to get used to it. The bubbly brunette smiled. The second Ochako finished her sentence. The bus came to a halt. All right, everyone out of the bus and stop talking. Midoriya, Bakugo, I don't want to hear you talking like that again, or you're both getting punished. Now hurry up. Their scruffy teacher called out, leading the way out of the bus as everyone else simply followed along. Soon, the entire class along with the 3 third years were inside the facility, attentively listening to what the space hero, 13, was saying. Or at least they were listening until a weird purple and black vortex/portal appeared in the middle of the facility, right at the plaza. What is that? Oh, is this part of the training exercise? I'm already pumped up, Kaminari asked with a grin. Maybe we're being taught on how to deal with random situations as well. This is exemplary training coming from U.A. It's marvelous. Tenya said. No, those are villains. 13, get the students to the entrance. Everyone, stay together. Nijire, Togata, and Tamaki, protect the students. Aizawa immediately recognized the danger, slipping on his yellow goggles and springing forward and down the stairs, moving straight to where the villains were located. I don't see All Might here. I see Eraserhead and 13. Do we get the schedule wrong? Or maybe it changed. It doesn't matter anyways. Just stick to the plan. I'm sure if we kill a couple of students, All Might will come running in. A man with hands all over his body and light blue hair spoke, snapping his fingers as more villains continued to appear through the portals, every single one of them getting ready to follow the orders they had been given. They were ready to kill the students. Kurogiri, get to it. Suddenly, the portal disappeared from sight until a voice spoke up from behind the group of startled students. Hello, students. We apologize for the intrusion, but this is all very vital to our goal. We, the League of Villains, have invited ourselves in here today in the hopes of meeting the symbol of peace, and my part in this is to scatter all of you. So please, just stay still. The villain was quickly interrupted a second later by Kirishima and Bakugo rushing him in a coordinated attack, only for the two to be completely dodged. It looked almost effortless. As a follow-up to that attack, 13 attempted to use his quirk to subdue the villain, only for it to backfire as Kurogiri formed a portal behind the space hero, injuring her with her own quirk. The back of her costume was almost entirely ripped. Now that the annoyances are dealt with, you all must suffer. The villain suddenly was hit from the back as Mirio appeared behind him, delivering a strong punch to Kurogiri's metal body, managing to actually dent it and push the warp quirk user forward. Unfortunately, the punch launched the villain right to where Izuku stood with Yaoyorozu, Kaminari, Kyoka, and Toga, which ended in Kurogyari quickly using his quirk to cover the 5 students in the dark mist. Izuku did the only thing that came to mind and quickly pushed the 2 people closest to him as hard as possible, knocking them away from where the mist was covering them. He only managed to push Kyoka and Toga out of the way. No, Izuku. Yamamo, Kaminari. Just as the 2 girls got their words out, the 3 other students disappeared without a trace, and the villain was punched once again by Mirio, this time slamming both his fists against the metal plating of Kurogyari. Bring them back, the blonde yelled out, holding the villain down against the ground firmly. I'm afraid I cannot do that, though even if my part in this partially failed, those 3 students are doomed. You should forget about them already. Kurogyari managed to speak out with a strained voice and out of impulse. Himiko ran up to the villain and delivered a hard kick to its body. Even as the villain was subdued, the class could not help but panic slightly. They lost 3 of their classmates and had no clue how to find them. Shut up, asshole. Don't fucking listen to him. Toga spoke through gritted teeth, looking back at her classmates with an incredibly angry expression. An incredibly angry expression which didn't hide the panic that Himiko clearly felt as well. Toga-san is correct. We must be hopeful that our classmates will be okay. Let's stick together for now. Ida attempted to take charge of the situation. Kirishima, Siro, help carry 13 to the entrance. Everyone else keeps each other close and protected. Mirio, should I try and find Izuku and the others? I'm the fastest here, and I'll be able to see them from up high. Nijire suggested, already hovering above the ground. The blonde hero in question quickly nodded and watched as Nijire flew off before turning to face the other students. Tamaki, come here and hold this villain down. I know you had crab for lunch, so hold him down with a pincer. And you, the explosive quirk guy, help your senpai out. Tamaki and Bakugu quickly obliged and got into their positions, with the older of the 2 firmly holding on to Kurogyari while the explosive teen held his hands up to the villain's body threateningly. Mirio, on the other hand, quickly sprinted down to help Aizawa with the larger group of villains, leaving the class by themselves for the time being. They were a large group, so the risk was minimal. That didn't mean that the class wouldn't be attacked, as a small group of villains somehow managed to slip away from the plaza and was moving towards them. Wait, guys. Some of the villains got away. What do we do? Mina panikit. We must protect 13 and keep this villain subdued. We fight for our classmates now. Shoji spoke, stepping towards the front of the group. Even if we might have more numbers over them, we must still be careful, and Ida-san, you're the fastest one here. You must get more help from the university. We're only students and a teacher now. We need help. But as class president, I cannot leave you all here. I need to mod dash. No, we'll be fine, Ida. Just go and get help. We can protect ourselves for now. Ojiro yelled and pushed the spectacled boy towards the entrance roughly, making sure that he got the message. A moment after that, Ida had rushed out the entrance, albeit regretfully. Now, the class had other problems to deal with as the group of villains was only getting closer and closer to them. Holy shit, Izuku yelled as he, Kaminari, and Yaoyorozu suddenly appeared away from the rest of their class in midair, quickly falling down to the ground. They were lucky the fall wasn't anything too massive. Ow, you guys okay? He quickly asked, standing up and looking back at his 2 classmates. No, not really. I mean, fuck. We just got separated from the rest of the class in a villain-infested facility. What are we supposed to do? Kaminari instantaneously began to panic, walking up to Izuku and grabbing onto the collar of his costume, shaking him harshly. Jesus, man, just relax. Let go. He quickly grabbed a hold of Kaminari's hands and pushed him back, letting out a sigh. I get that we're not in the best place right now, but we can get back to the entrance if we start moving now. We just gotta avoid the villains, so relax, we'll be fine. I'm sure the rest of the class already called for backup. Izuku said, looking around the area they were in. They were in a completely dry place and surrounded by mountains, which thankfully didn't really hurt them or put them at a disadvantage. The terrain would just be slightly harder to maneuver with all the boulders and shifted grounds. Hey, Yaoyorozu, you okay? Yes, I'm fine, or as fine as I can be in this situation. The girl shook her head, also simply looking around the area. You're right, though, Midoriya-san. We need to get back to the entrance right now, but we still need to defend ourselves if we run into villains. Do you need me to create something for you? Or do you need something, Kaminari-san? Momo asked, grabbing a hold of her encyclopedia and quickly skimming through it. Yeah, just something I can use with one hand. I don't really care what, just nothing too heavy or lethal. Izuku nodded, looking over at the leotard-wearing girl with wide eyes as she simply pulled a katana out of her arm before handing it to him. Yaoyorozu, you do understand that I said nothing lethal, right? I did, but we're fighting against villains here, and I've seen you fight hand-to-hand. You're almost an expert at it. If anything, use the sword for intimidation more than anything else. Now, again, Kaminari, needs something. The blonde in question quickly shook his head. We're good to go then. If we move towards the plaza, we'll be able to see where the entrance is and sneak past. I'd say that's our best bet. Izuku and Kaminari simply nodded along, with Izuku giving the katana a few experimental slashes and swings. He would have preferred a baton, but he didn't want to ask Momo for something else. He knew how her quirk worked, and there was no point in tiring her out. Yeah, let's get going now. We should hurry unless we want to get found out, you know? Midoriya said, walking up to Momo and Kaminari. Huh, I guess we're here to spoil your little plans, kid. I'm surprised that none of you have pissed your pants yet. You know we're villains, right? A booming voice suddenly spoke up from behind a large boulder, revealing a group of about 10 villains. Most of them were seemingly mutant types, meaning they'd be easier to handle, while the rest were complete wild cards. The 3 students froze as they heard them. Fuck. And yeah, you're villains, but I've got a fucking katana, scrotum face. You want to go first? Izuku quickly responded, pulling his mask on and tightening the grip on his weapon, glancing back at his classmates. Kaminari, protect Yaoyorozu. And Yaoyorozu, make a flare gun and fire it. That way the rest will know we're okay. The 2 others shook their panic off and nodded, with Momo quickly grabbing a hold of her encyclopedia and looking for the creation's components. One annoying kid. You're dying first now. One of the villains grunted and began to rush towards Izuku along with 2 others. 2 of the 3 were mutant types, with one of them having 4 arms while the other had 2 pairs of black wings attached to his back. The 3rd villain was a woman with abnormally long hair, which already gave Midoriya a hint as to what her quirk was. Didn't you hear me? I have a fucking sword, dumbass. Izuku quickly sidestepped the first villain's punch before ducking under another and sweeping one of his feet, knocking the man with 4 arms down. Only a second later, though, a long strand of hair was sent flying past Izuku and towards Kaminari and Yaoyorozu, but was stopped as Izuku quickly reacted and slashed the hair with his sword, immediately swinging the sword toward his side as he heard movement. The moment Izuku swung his sword, he heard a pained yell and looked in the direction of a noise, finding the winged villain clutching his wrist as his hand was completely missing. That was the exact reason as to why Izuku didn't want a sword. Heroes didn't kill or dismember villains, and he just did one of the 2. He had no time to rest or reflect on what he had just done as he was quickly grabbed and thrown off to the side by the villain with the hair quirk, smashing him against a boulder while the other 2 students continued to stick together. Only now they had a few of the villains closing in on them. Shit, Midoriya. Fuck. Yaoyorozu, what do we do? I can't use my quirk if you're this close. I'll shock you too. Momo's eyes widened at his words before she knelt down and a creation sprung out of her back, a black sheet which quickly covered her body. Do it. Midoriya is farther away. He'll be fine. Kaminari immediately nodded and electricity spread out from his body, catching 4 of the approaching villains in his attack. 1.3 million volts. Thankfully, the attack didn't hurt Izuku or Momo, as the green-haired teen had already recovered and was a good few meters away fighting against the villain with multiple arms and the villain with the long hair. Yairozu, on the other hand, immediately sprung out from the shock-resistant blanket and shot a flare up into the sky, only to suddenly pull out a non-lethal shotgun, aiming it at the other four approaching villains and knocking them back. Even if the gun wasn't lethal, it still hurt like a fucking bitch, as demonstrated by the villains, who were already down on the floor, clutching their chests and stomachs. Izuku was doing just as well as Momo and Kaminari, as he managed to knock out the mutant villain by smashing the blunt end of the katana against his temple. Now the only villain that was left was the woman, whose hair was forming a shield around her. "Hey, are you guys doing okay?" "Midoriya, we're fine. Can you handle her? Or do you need help?" Momo quickly responded. "Yay." Kaminari didn't respond coherently, though, as his quirk had managed to temporarily short-circuit his brain. He was just giving a thumbs up. "No, don't worry. I'm okay," Izuku called back out, continuously slashing at the tendrils of hair which shot out towards him, though a moment later, he was overwhelmed as they began to shoot out from all directions. He probably would have been screwed if it wasn't for the sudden yellow spiral that was shot at the villain. He only knew one person with a quirk like that. "Fucking thank God. You're fucking incredible, Nijire." He laughed, looking up at the girl with a smile. "You guys are okay." The blue-haired girl yelled back down at them, quickly descending and running up to the three students, looking around at the knocked-out villains, as well as the one still clutching his wrist while his missing hand sat beside him. "Oh God, what happened to him?" Yairozu kinda made me a katana, and that asshole tried to come up behind me. I kinda just reacted and that happened. But he'll be fine. As soon as heroes come, they'll all be taken to the hospital and then prison, I'm guessing. Also, Yairozu, I'm gonna just call you Momo. Your name is way too long otherwise," Izuku said, cleaning the bloody katana off with the sleeve of his suit before taking off his mask and stuffing it into his pocket, letting out a sigh. "That's fine. I've got to say, though, as intimidating as these villains looked, they weren't really much of a threat." Mono started. "Obviously, I still believe we should go meet with the others, but we shouldn't be so scared of the villains as before. We know we can beat them." "Yeah, sure, but that doesn't mean we should just go and face them, right? We should still just go about this as silently as possible, especially because I don't think I can manage another strong attack like that. It already short-circuited my brain, and if it happens again, I'll be just out of the fight for a while." Kaminari suddenly spoke up as well. Yeah, I was wondering what was going on with your face even. It was pretty hilarious though, huh?" Izuku laughed softly before falling quiet, as the three others simply stared at him. "But yeah, I agree with Denki here. Let's just go about this as efficiently as possible and run back to the entrance. I'm honestly worried about the rest, and Himiko. Definitely worried about Himiko." He sighed. "Don't worry about them too much, Izuku. When I left them to look for you guys, they were doing okay. Tamaki is in charge of them, and as shy as he may be, he's really strong too. I'm sure they're doing okay." Nijire smiled confidently. Thankfully, Nijire was completely right. The rest of the class had quickly managed to defeat the approaching villains while still holding Kirojari down, and they were simply still staying huddled together, just as it was instructed. Though, they couldn't help but worry about their classmates and teachers. 13 wasn't doing so well, but he was alive, while Aizawa was still fighting the rest of the villains at the plaza with Mirio, both of whom were doing extremely well against such a large group. It was strange, though, as the supposed leader of the group, the man with hands stuck all over his body simply wasn't moving at all, and neither was the monstrous creature beside him. The only unknowns were Izuku, Yaozu, Kaminari, Nijire, and Ida now. The first four were the most worrying, as they were most likely in danger, while Ida was still getting help. The only worrying part about Tenya was if he'd be fast enough to help save everyone. "Joe, Shorty, do you think Iza baby and the rest are okay?" Cammy walked over to Toga, who was clearly the most on edge with the whole situation, as she was simply staring the plaza down before looking at the taller blonde. "I don't know, Bimbo, We all know that they're capable of protecting themselves, and Nijai are going to look for them too, but Izuku is a self-sacrificing idiot. If any of them gets hurt, he'll be the first just because he knows he can heal, but that still doesn't fucking mean he should let himself get hurt. He's so stupid, and he just pushed me and Jairu out of the way. And just, I'm worried. I'm obviously fucking worried. Himiko sighed frustratingly, roughly running her hands through her hair in an attempt to calm herself down. Hitots is an idiot LMAO, but I don't think he'll be too stupid this time around. Like, he cares about you, and he knows you don't like seeing him hurt, so he'll be more careful problems. Toga raised an eyebrow at Cammy before smiling softly, nodding her head a small bit. Yeah, that makes sense. Thanks, but I'm still gonna worry about that stupid asshole. And I'm still not okay with you want to date him too. He's my boyfriend. The shorter blonde slowly turned back to her usual Yandere-like self. Cammy giggled and shrugged. I'm not the only girl who wants Iza baby, shorty. There's some other hoes who totally want his lit AF ass. Just as Himiko was about to respond, though, Jairu suddenly laughed and smiled, throwing her fist up in victory as one of her earphone jacks was anchored to the ground. Fuck. They're okay. The three are coming back here with Nijai. They just have to cut through the plaza, and they'll make it. Wait, what? How do they already make their way back here? Can you see them from here? Ciro stepped away from the group a slight bit and looked over at the plaza, pointing over to the side. Yeah, I see them. Look. The rest of the class quickly joined Ciro and managed to find their missing classmate's location. Though just as the four were attempting to sneak around the plaza, the villain's leader decided to act, simply raising up his hand. And in that simple action, the monstrous bird-like creature rushed forward and managed to catch both Aizawa and Mirio off guard, both of whom were smashed against the ground several times before the blonde third year managed to get away. Aizawa didn't, though, as he lay limp on the ground after the attack. Jesus Christ, what the hell is that thing? Are Togata and Aizawa-sensei okay? I don't know. Aizawa isn't moving, and I can't see Togata. Both Tamaki and Bakugu let themselves be distracted a small bit as they heard that piece of information, taking their focus off Kurojairi as the two looked over in the general direction of the plaza. As they did, the villain managed to warp away from their grasp before quickly warping two students away from the group. I'll kill you, you fuck. Bakugu rushed forward in an attempt to explode the villain as Kurojairi made use of his quirk, disappearing alongside Cammy and Ojiro, who were teleported to the center of the plaza. I'll let myself get distracted. I'm sorry. Tamaki immediately began sulking before being slapped on the back by Kirishima. We all did, man. We gotta get down there and help them while we can. We can't let them get hurt anymore. The spiky red-haired teen spoke, immediately starting to move towards the plaza with the rest of the class following suit, leaving the unconscious villains behind. Tamaki and Bakugu stood frozen for a few moments before moving forward as well. Shoji stayed behind to care for 13. Come on, we're almost away from here, guys. Just keep moving, Kaminari said nervously, keeping himself crouched down as he, along with Izuku, Momo, and Nijai snuck around the plaza. The four kept on moving until they heard a villain speak up with a maniacal laugh. Huh, how'd you like that, Eraserhead? How's my final boss, huh? Both you and that blonde kid are nothing against my Nomu. Nomu? What the fuck is a Nomu? Izuku whispered, slowly peeking towards the central plaza and gritting his teeth, his eyes widening as well. This isn't good. One of the villains fucking almost killed Aizawa and Mirio. I couldn't see Mirio, though, but Aizawa is on the ground. He isn't moving. Everyone's eyes widened as well, and they made the same move as Izuku, taking a quick look at the central plaza before crouching back down. I see Mirio. He's still fighting, but he's looking battered, and that monster is just standing still now. What show? Suddenly, the same maniacal voice as before was heard again, which urged the four students to look over at the plaza again. Huh, I was wondering where you were, Kurojairi. It's a good thing you brought these stupid kids, or else I would have pulverized you. The apparent leader laughed. Yes, Tamir Shigaraki. I was caught off guard by the rest of the students, and they managed to pin me down. One even managed to escape to UA. There's no doubt that he'll bring backup. Kirojiri spoke, throwing the 2 kidnapped students to the ground with his warp portals. One escaped, huh? If you weren't our way out of here, I really would kill you now, but now that we know All Might's coming, let's crush his spirit before killing him. Let me kill one of those 2. How about we start with the tail guy? Shigaraki grinned, slowly moving towards the 2 students on the ground, both of them too shocked to even move, which was the exact same case regarding Kaminari and the rest, as they all stayed frozen in position, or so they thought. Hey, asshole, how about you start off with me, huh? Think of it as a test fight before All Might comes here and fucks you up. Sounds good. Izuku yelled as he quickly sprinted out of the spot he was hiding at, holding his katana in hand as he stared over at the light blue-haired man, taking a quick glance towards Mirio and Aizawa before looking over at Kami and Ojiro. Their teacher was still flat on the ground, but his chest was rising up and down, which thankfully meant he was breathing. Mirio, on the other hand, was still fighting against the remaining villains as the hulking bird creature simply stood there motionless once again. His 2 classmates were staring at him with shock evident in their faces, as Ojiro was completely emotionless while the blonde girl shook her head furiously at Izuku, tears forming in the corners of her eyes. She was clearly begging him not to do anything, but it was already done. He couldn't have pulled back now. Huh? What's this? You're trying to play hero now? I thought you thought students were supposed to be smart. And here you thought it was a good idea to offer yourself up. What a joke. Shigaraki turned to look over at Izuku, who in turn looked right back over at him. Holy shit, you're fucking ugly. My god. I mean, fuck. I called the guy's scrotum face back when we were teleported, but I was completely wrong. That's just you. Izuku taunted with a laugh, twirling the katana in hand slight bit. Just wow. You need some fucking chapstick for them dry-ass lips, or just some full-body moisturizer because fuck, man, you're crusty as shit. The villain's eye twitched at Izuku's comments before raising up a hand, staring at the green-haired teen. Shut up. Now I'm gonna give you what you asked for, idiot. Nomu, kill him. The bird-like villain quickly dashed towards Izuku at the command, throwing a wild punch at the teen, which was narrowly avoided by Izuku ducking and then rolling out of the way, staring with wide eyes at the creature. Shit, that was close. Izuku, how are you this much of an idiot? You shouldn't have moved. Nijire suddenly reappeared, blasting the creature with her quirk as she flew above Izuku, clearly scolding him for his actions. If I didn't move, Kami or Ojiro would be dead. I had to. The teen yelled back, once again narrowly avoiding another punch from the creature before Nijire managed to blast the monster again, launching him out of the plaza momentarily. Why are you damn idiots so annoying? Just when everything was about to go well. Nomu, kill that girl. Leave the kid alone. Shigaraki quickly reacted and yelled, with the Noma now focusing on Nijire, who still simply flew and avoided the creature's attacks. Izuku immediately turned his attention back to Shigaraki once he wasn't being targeted, immediately moving towards him as Shigaraki did the same, dashing forward with an arm stretched out, aiming for Izuku's head. The 2 were inches away from touching each other before Shigaraki's entire left side was completely encased in ice, leaving him motionless right in front of Izuku. Midoriya, are you well? Todoroki slid over to Izuku on his ice, making a sudden appearance along with the rest of the class. Midoriya quickly nodded before looking around at the rest of the class, who had helped fight the remaining villains Mirio was up against and were now crowding either him or Aizawa. Mirio had immediately gone to help Nijire fight the Nomu, while Kirishima, Bakugu, and Tamaki stared Kirojiri down, with the villain still holding Kami and Ojiro hostage. I'm fine, thanks for the help. Are you all doing okay? Where's Himiko? The girl in question immediately walked up to Izuku and hugged him, with the boy quickly reciprocating. You're fine, you're okay. That's good. He smiled, looking down at his girlfriend before quickly pushing her back as he heard ice cracking behind him and felt a hand touch his arm. He quickly turned around and was met with Shigaraki, who had somehow already escaped the ice and had managed to get the jump on him and his classmates. I told you were dead, Brad. You shouldn't play hero if you can't live up to it. The villain snarled, suddenly being warped back by Kirojiri, who had opted to help his leader rather than keep the hostages. Izuku quickly clutched his arm and saw his skin cracking and turning to dust, gritting his teeth and letting out a groan at the painful feeling as just a few seconds later, half the skin on his arm was gone before it began to regenerate again. Fuck, that was painful. So, a quirk that disintegrates things, huh? Good fucking thing, I've got a regeneration quirk. The teen sighed out as he ignored all the calls from his classmates and girlfriend, looking back over at Shigaraki, who once again stared him down. This time, though, the villain had a crazy grin on his face. Healing quirk, eh? You make a good Nomu. I need that quirk, Shigaraki said, glancing back at Kirojiri before turning to look over towards the Nomu. Master Shigaraki, I highly advise that we take our leave now. We're only 3 against an entire class of students. Shut it. Nomu, get me that brat. Shigaraki ignored Kirojiri, pointing at Izuku, and, as expected, the Noma dashed forward towards Izuku in an attempt to grab him. Nijire and Mirio both fell to the ground as the monster left them, the two of them clearly exhausted after fighting and overusing their quirks. Midoriya waited a few seconds until the Noma was right in front of him, quickly slashing his sword against the monster's arm and cutting off half of it, only to rapidly avoid another one of its punch before moving back and away from the rest of his classmates, who were all safe by the looks of things. Even Kami and Ojiro were with them. To Izuku's surprise, the Noma's arm regenerated in a matter of seconds and began to rush him again, the monster managing to punch the teen on the chest, caving his chest in as Izuku fell to the ground, clutching his front in pain as the katana fell to the floor next to him. God fuck, that's not good. He groaned out, staring up at the Nomu as the creature grabbed his leg and started to drag him towards Shigaraki. As he was dragged across the ground, Izuku glanced at the class who had moved back even further away from him, all of them staring at the creature and at him in fear. The entirety of the class was completely frozen, with most of them simply standing there with their mouths open while some had tears in their eyes. Izuku quickly looked away from them only to avoid seeing Himiko's reaction, attempting to sit up as his caved-in chest quickly regenerated. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Let go of me, you fucking overgrown bird. Izuku began to punch at the Noma's arm, only doing minimal damage to it as he kept trying to free himself from its hold, ignoring Shigaraki's laughter coming from close by. There's no use struggling. This Noma was created to fight All Might. What can a brat with a regeneration quirk like yours do? The villain continued to laugh, slowly approaching both Izuku and Nomu as the two edged closer, only to be stopped once again by Todoroki's ice. The heterochromatic teen had saved him twice already. Izuku quickly reacted as the Noma's arm and legs were frozen, mustering all the strength he could to punch at the arm grabbing him and breaking the ice, shattering and destroying the Noma's arm along with it before quickly moving back, staring at the monster and Shigaraki still. Todoroki quickly joined Izuku's side, handing the regenerative quirk his sword before the two were also joined by Bakugo surprisingly, who growled at Izuku before looking in the direction of the villains. A split second later, they were also joined by an exhausted Mirio and Nijire. Fuck, we're really going to fight this thing. Apparently. We don't have much of a choice. It's already regenerating. I think we have a chance. Mirio and I were able to get some good hits in. Just fucking shut up and get ready. That ugly fuck is about to break the ice. Just as was predicted, the Nomu quickly shattered the ice and turned around to face the group of students again, all of whom were staring the monster, Shigaraki and Kirojiri down, with the two other villains getting ready to assist the creature. Nomu, kill all of them except the green-haired on Dash. In a matter of seconds, the doors to the facility were completely destroyed, with Tenya leading the group of heroes consisting of All Might, Midnight, Snipe, and Cementos. Where are my students? All Might's voice boomed through the facility, capturing the attention of everyone in the plaza as the hero dashed forward and grabbed a hold of every single student in the area, dragging them back to the entrance before reappearing in a flash in front of the villains. The other heroes got to work apprehending the remaining villains in the facility. Why you? You're finally here, huh? The symbol of peace will finally meet his end. Shigaraki surprisingly only smiled at All Might's entrance, quickly snapping his fingers afterwards. Nomu, kill him. The monster immediately rushed forward and towards All Might, throwing wild punches at the hero while the hero fought back valiantly, both of them being locked in an intense fight which shook the USJ with each blow the villain and hero traded. The two powerhouses kept on fighting for what seemed like hours as the class watched on in complete silence, until finally, All Might landed a final blow which launched the Nomu out of the facility, ruling the number 1 hero victorious as he stood strong, staring at the two remaining villains, Shigaraki and Kirojiri. So, villains, now that your pet is gone, what will you do? Try to fight me too. All Might spoke to the villains, watching them carefully as both Shigaraki and Kirojiri stood frozen on their feet, with the Decay quirk user spouting nonsense about the number 1 hero cheating, while Kirojiri kept quiet. At that moment, Izuku immediately realized something as he watched their teacher and the villains. The two opposing All Might had extremely powerful quirks themselves, two quirks that could be used perfectly with one another. While All Might was still the number 1 hero, he was clearly not in the best state. Or at least to him, he didn't look all that good. The blonde hero had a large stain on his side that was clearly blood. He stood tall but slightly wavering, and his eyebrows were furrowed. It was clear he wasn't in the best place, and all the other heroes were nowhere to be seen. The few strongest ones that had come with his class to the USJ were noticeably exhausted, as Mirio and Nijire had overused their quirks. Tamaki was clearly terrified, and the rest of his classmates just weren't fast enough to get there and help. Izuku only wasn't as tired due to his quirk helping him keep fighting. He's not okay. He's only saying that to look strong and intimidate the villains, but it won't work, Izuku said quietly, keeping his eyes locked on the scene at the plaza before quickly turning around and locking eyes with Yaoyorozu. Momo, you need to make me a gun and fast, and it has to be lethal. Those fuckers are still going to try and kill All Might. They're just watching him. He urged the creation quirk user, quickly placing his hand out to grab the gun which the girl made, along with a magazine of bullets. Wait, Midoriya, you can't just kill the villains. That would just make you as bad as them. Kyoka quickly attempted to intercept and stop Izuku from doing something rash, stepping forward to try and block his path, only to be stopped by Kaminari and Himiko, both of whom looked worried as well, but were apparently trusting the green-haired teen nonetheless. Fuck, do you people really think that badly of me already? I won't kill them, I just want to stop them. Midoriya sighed as he quickly moved further away from the group, jogging forward a few more meters towards the plaza and aiming the gun Yaoyorozu had made, patiently waiting for one of the villains to move. And then it happened. Shigaraki dashed forward towards All Might at an incredible speed with his arm outstretched, hoping to touch the number 1 hero and decay him, but thankfully, Izuku managed to aim well. The green-haired teen fired off 4 bullets towards the moving Shigaraki, with only 2 of those shots actually hitting the villain. One hit Shigaraki in the kneecap while the other hit him in the stomach, causing the villain to crumble down to the floor in pain before suddenly disappearing into one of Kirojiri's portals. The whole class simply stood there staring at Izuku in awe, while the other heroes that had come along with All Might had just reappeared at the entrance with plenty more knocked-out villains. All Might himself locked eyes with Izuku before giving him a smile and a thumbs up, which the teen reciprocated by smiling back. And that was the end of the USJ. We need to talk about yesterday's events. Even now, the students are somewhat shaken up, albeit less than before. Nizu started, looking around the mostly empty room filled only by All Might and Recovery Girl. We know a small group ended up being separated and took down a few villains, as well as the entire class managed to work effectively together, but one particular student was most surprising here, as Aizawa would call him, the problem child of 1A. Izuku Midoriya. Yes, he took down 3 villains on his own, cut a villain's hand off in self-defense, and shot the leader of the League of Villains to save All Might here. Recovery Girl added on with a small nod. Izuku Midoriya, exactly. He's a student who really has been particularly special. He does not have the strongest quirk, nor is he the most powerful of his class, or even the most powerful individual who went to the USJ, yet he seems to have an impact on people. Not only that, but his actions speak for themselves. He acts like a true hero. Nizu smiled creepily, rubbing his paws together as he turned his gaze over to All Might, who was out of his hero form and was now simply an extremely skinny man. Now, you do know what I'm saying here, don't you, All Might? A true hero came into the university. This first year has saved multiple people in the span of his first week or so at this place, and now he has saved you as well. I'd say he seems like a worthy successor, even more so than the third year Mirio Togata. The three shortly fell into a less than comfortable silence, as All Might simply stared right back at the principal, with Recovery Girl keeping quiet. You're correct. There's nothing I can say or do that would deny the kid's actions. He acts even more heroic than I did at his age, and I have given this some thought, ever since you first mentioned Midoriya after the combat training. He is an excellent choice for a successor. A true hero, as you said. I wish to speak to him soon and reveal all of this to him. I can only hope he'll accept and be serious about it, because let's admit it, he might be a good student, but he's lacking in the maturity department from what I can see. All Might nodded and fell into a soft chuckle before the three heroes once more fell into conversation about the apparently immature, green-haired teenager. They weren't wrong with calling him immature. Okay, let me get this straight. You're all here to convince me that I can't use katanas to fight, right? And that is because I'd be too cool for you all to handle. Izuku asked as he sat in the common room of the dorm building, surrounded by Ida, Kaminari, Ochako, Mina, Kami, Kirishima, and Himiko. Ida, Kaminari, and Ochako sat on a couch opposite of Izuku, while Mina, Kami, and Kirishima sat on the couch next to the one where the three other classmates sat. Himiko had just plopped down on Izuku's lap comfortably. Oh my god, Isa baby, we've been telling you that it's just totes dangerous to have one. Kami sighed softly as she leaned back into the couch. Yeah, man, especially during training and all that. You could really hurt someone or yourself. But if I'm being honest, having katanas as weapons is pretty fucking cool. Kaminari chuckled, only to get smacked on the head by Ochako. Don't say that. It'll only make it harder to convince him to drop it, Kaminari. Yes, Uraraka-san is correct. We must not encourage Midoriya-san's dream of fighting with lethal weapons. That is not responsible. Ida nodded, turning to face Kaminari as well, with his arms still just chopping about robotically. Izuku, on the other hand, wasn't really paying attention as Himiko had begun to play with his hair and massage his scalp, which pretty much made him tune out everything as the others began to argue amongst themselves. Though soon enough, that piece came to an end as Mina came up on Himiko's side and smacked her head as well as Izuku's, knocking them out of their trances. Ow, what the hell, Mina? What was that for? Toga quickly complained, giving the pink-skinned girl a death stare as Izuku let out a soft sigh, rubbing his head softly. That was because you two are still distracted. You're supposed to be helping us convince Izuku that he can't have a katana. It's too dangerous. Mina whined and poked the blonde girl's forehead repeatedly to try and make her point. Seriously, Shorty, I know you simp hard for Isa baby, but he can't have a sword. Even if it's like hot AF, it's also dangerous AF. I hate to agree with them, Midoriya and Toga, but it just isn't manly to fight with a katana. It's anything but manly, actually. Yeah, Toga-chan, just seriously, it's not a good idea, okay? I'd hate to see Deka get injured. Ochako's right, you know? I hate to say it, but it's just not a good idea. Exactly. It is not responsible to wield lethal swords and katanas for training or as a hero. Okay. I get it. Geez, what a bunch of party poopers. I was just cuddling with Izuku and you come and ruin the fun. And his dreams of getting a katana. Real cruel, you guys. Toga sighed softly and cupped Izuku's face, making him look up at her as he smiled goofily. What? I heard everything they said, and I'll just agree so they can stop complaining so much. Though it's kind of funny to see Ochako so riled up like this when she's usually so innocent and quiet. Izuku laughed softly, looking over at Uraraka, who immediately blushed at being called out. Hey, that's me and Deko. She smiled shyly, shaking her head at him. Seriously, Midori, that was a dick move. Mina giggled softly, moving back to the couch and sitting beside Kami and Kirishima again. Huh. Well, he's said it himself before. He's a bit of an asshole, even if he's cool most of the time. Kaminari laughed as well, while Ida immediately started to yell at them for using foul language. What none of them noticed, though, was Midnight's entrance to the dorm as he now stood, just watching them from the entrance, only a few feet away from all the ruckus the group of students were causing. Jesus Christ, how have you all not noticed me yet? I've been here for at least 20 seconds, and I look like this. Come on, you all. The teacher complained as she pointed to her hero costume, which didn't leave much to the imagination. The students one by one turned to look at their teacher and fell quiet, all of them except for Izuku and Himiko, who were somehow, once again, just completely distracted as they were chatting about whatever now, completely ignoring the scenes around them until Cammy threw a pillow at the green-haired teen. Ow, Cammy, is it your way of flirting now, or what? The blonde simply responded by shaking her head and pointing at Namuri, who was exhaustedly staring at the couple. Midoriya, the principal wants to speak to you. Don't worry, I don't think it's anything too bad, so come on. It's urgent. You can come back to flirting with your girlfriend or girlfriends later. The seductive teacher spoke with a sigh, glaring at the teen as he didn't move from his spot. Now, please? I was just on break. I don't need to deal with you all right now. I need my beauty sleep. Okay. I'll move. Izuku chuckled, quickly pecking Toga's lips before scooping her off his lap and leaving her alone on the couch with a small pout. Don't give me that. I'll come back later. Himiko. No planning. He laughed again, quickly moving over to Midnight and following her out of the dorm building. I'll see you guys in a bit. He waved off the group. The teen quickly turned to look over at the older woman as she led the way back to the main building of the facilities, giving her a small smile. So, am I really not in trouble, or was that a ruse to make the others worry less? This has happened to me before, so sorry, I'm not completely trusting, Sensei. Izuku said. I don't really know, Midoriya. Nizu simply told me to get you, and that's it. Though if it was in my hands, I'd give you a more suitable punishment for being so reckless and naughty. The teacher quickly turned on her seductress persona as she looked over at Izuku, eyeing him up and down with careful eyes. Huh, that's weird, and come on, Sensei. I'm hot. I get it, but I've got Himiko. Plus, isn't it against the rules for a teacher to date a student? Izuku responded half-jokingly, letting out a chuckle. That's it though, Midoriya. Dating is against the rules. All the other things are free game, kid. Midnight smirked as the two entered the building. But really, you're already dating Toga? What about those other girls? I can at least tell Cammy likes you a lot. Ochako too. She asked curiously. I'm just going to ignore that first bit, but yeah, I'm dating Himiko. The other girls I've got no clue what to do. I mean, I'm not clueless, you know? But I'm with Himiko. I don't want to just hurt her or something. Even if I am an asshole sometimes, I'm not an asshole with her. Midnight only giggled at his response and shrugged her shoulders. Well then, I guess I'll have a talk with Toga and the other girls about a little something called polyamory. Izuku looked at the teacher as he didn't have a clue what that meant, but simply decided on one thing as the two reached Nizu's office. As long as you keep me out of it, it's all good, Sensei. He gave her a thumbs up before glancing at the door. Should I just go right in? He asked shortly after. Yup, good luck with that, Midoriya. And don't worry, I'll solve your little girlfriend dilemma. Midnight began to walk away immediately, adding an exaggerated amount of sway to her wide hips. Izuku stood there watching for a few seconds before snapping out of his small trance. I don't trust her at all, but what's the worst that could happen anyways? He thought, quickly knocking on the door and waiting for a response. Sir? It's Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya. You called for me. Suddenly, the door opened on its own and revealed All Might, Recovery Girl, and the principal, all sitting down and staring at the boy. Yes, Mr. Midoriya, come on in. It'll just be a short meeting, hopefully. Shut the door behind you as well. The mouse bear rat thing spoke. Izuku smiled and nodded, quickly doing what was asked of him and sitting down on the couch opposite of where All Might and Nizu sat. So, what did I do that warrants both the #1 hero and the principal of the university? We will get to that in a second, young Midoriya, though you should buckle up, as this is not information that should be taken lightly. This is all highly confidential, and we are trusting you with this for a reason that shall be discussed in a short while. For now, just don't pass out from shock or scream out. This meeting will just look even more suspicious if you do. All Might said, letting out a nervous sigh as Izuku gave him a thumbs up and small smile. Only for that smile to quickly fade as steam erupted from the blonde hero's body, leaving only a skeletal man behind. Izuku stared at the man in silence before bringing a hand to his chin, leaning against it as he simply continued to look at the deflated All Might. I'm going to be honest here. I know this isn't a trick or anything because it's Nizu and he just likes to shock people from what I've heard, but I honestly thought this would be something a lot more weird instead of just All Might having a weakened form. Nizu let out a laugh at the boy's response while All Might let out a surprised gasp. How could you possibly know that this is a weakened form of mine and that I'm not an imposter? How is that the first conclusion you came to? The skinny man asked, slightly shocked at Izuku's nonchalance about the entire situation. Well, it wasn't really that hard to think about. I saw your fight with that Noma thing and noticed that it only aimed for your side with its strongest attacks, which probably meant that it knew something none of us did. I imagined it was a weakness or something like that from the start, but after you defeated that weird monster, I noticed your side bleeding pretty heavily and your body kind of steaming so. I assumed that you had a pretty big injury beforehand and that you most likely also had a hidden form. Izuku started, letting out a soft chuckle. I'll be honest though, I thought it was because of some sort of transformation quirk or booster quirk that just made you extremely buff and strong, but I've not no clue. I just based everything off speculations, so I'm probably wrong on some things. He shrugged, looking at the now speechless Nizu and All Might as well. That is an extremely good theory for such a small amount of information, Mr. Midoriya. I'm impressed, but even so, that is not the biggest piece of information we wish to share with you. Nizu started, giving a small nod to All Might as a cue to continue speaking. Right, as shocked as I am about that deduction, you did indeed get my quirk's details wrong. My quirk is something akin to a sacred torch, something that has been passed down through generations, which I know sounds impossible due to the nature of quirks, but it is the truth. This quirk of mine is more so a stockpiling quirk, and the power of it grows more and more each time it's passed down. Now, before I continue, do you have anything to say, young Midoriya? A few things. I'm obviously pretty weirded out by the fact that your quirk is just something like that as you described. A sacred torch? I know quirks are strange still, but that sounds pretty surreal. But if you're saying it with that tone of voice and in an environment this shut off, as well as being this secretive, I could do nothing more than believe you, which I completely do. Izuku said with a small laugh, which was more to relieve some of the stress and tenseness out of the situation. I wouldn't say I'm extremely shocked though, since I've heard of weirder things and also seen weirder things somehow, but I just want to make a quick guess and say that as this quirk is passed down through generations, you'd like to pass it down to me next? At this point, Nizu was full-on cackling at how Izuku somehow managed to predict and theorize everything that they were speaking and wanted to speak about correctly, while All Might was even more shocked than before. Their reactions were completely justified, though. That is correct, young Midoriya. I wish to pass my quirk on to you because of your past actions and selfless heroism. You didn't only save me at the USJ, but you also helped save and protect several of your classmates. Not to mention that you also willingly sacrificed your well-being to protect young Ishido during combat training, as well as your fight with those villains out in the city, where you and Himiko Toga assured the safety of dozens of citizens. All Might spoke, clenching his fists as he kept his hands resting on his lap. You've shown to be selfless and to have a heroic spirit time and time again, which is why I wholeheartedly believe you deserve this sacred torch. My only question is, will you accept the duty that comes with my quirk? What it means to be the symbol of peace. The ninth bearer of this quirk. Izuku sat there quietly for a few seconds, opening his mouth to speak, but only to fall silent once more before finally just giving up after about a minute of silence, standing up and letting out a heavy breath. I was trying to think of something funny to say to make this whole meeting less serious, but my brain apparently stopped working, so sorry about that. But I do accept. I want to be the greatest hero I can be, and I know I'm not exactly symbol of peace material. I mean, I'll admit I'm a bit of an asshole at times and don't really take things seriously as a coping mechanism because of some past trauma which we won't discuss, but I do accept. I just hope that I can live up to both of your expectations and actually become a hero the world can believe in. The green-haired teen got uncharacteristically serious as he spoke, letting out a soft laugh after he was finished, proceeding to sheepishly rub the back of his head. Sorry for that speech. It kind of felt right for the moment. Both All Might and Nizu immediately brightened up at the boy's response, the two standing up with massive smiles, which Izuku quickly reciprocated before giving the number one hero a firm handshake. Excellent. Thankfully, your body is likely a worthy vessel already, so we don't need to wait any longer. Now, let us toast to this moment. To the moment a new symbol of peace will be born. All Might's voice suddenly boomed as the man reverted back to his muscled form, offering Izuku a glass of water as Nizu and him pulled their own out as well. Izuku took it with a smile and raised an eyebrow. Why water, though? You do know I'm 18, right? I can drink and everything. He chuckled. Well, that is correct, Mr. Midoriya, but you are not allowed to drink on the university's property, or at least in the main building. You're free to do so at the dorms. Now, enough interruptions. What are we toasting for again? To All Might finally finding a successor. To both that and a new symbol of peace. Cheers! The hulking man let out a loud laugh as he hit his glass against Izuku's and Nizu's, quickly drinking the water as the two others followed behind, with the transfer of one for all being already done through it. It was disgusting to do so, but it was the most tame way of doing it as there was just a small bit of spit from the number one hero in Midoriya's glass. Great. So now what? When do I get this quirk? And also, what's the quirk even called? I don't want to just call it All Might's quirk and all. Izuku wondered, setting the glass down as he let out a soft sigh. This quirk is called One for All, though the story behind it, I shall tell you it at a later date, and you will likely feel the new power from the quirk soon. Though, as I mentioned earlier, it is a stockpiling quirk. You do know what that means, correct? Oh yeah. It'll probably boost my regeneration as well then, which will be kind of surprising considering I heal broken bones in seconds and mangled arms in minutes. I'm pretty sure that'll all just speed up a lot more. Oh, what if I'm immortal now or something? That would be pretty cool. Izuku laughed softly, while Nizu and All Might laughed slightly more nervously along with him. They just so began to take in the fact that they had created a monster of a hero. A hero with incredible regenerative abilities and the powers of the number one hero as well. It was absolutely terrifying to think of. Correct. Now, young Midoriya, we shall meet again tomorrow morning to test your new abilities together. For now, get back to your dorm. I'm sure your friends are already worried. I will have someone fetch you tomorrow morning as classes have been canceled for that day as well. It'll likely be at around 11 a.m. or so. Be awake by then, Mr. Midoriya. Nizu added on. Izuku gave the two a bright smile and nod. Sure, that's no problem at all. I'll, notify you if I notice the quirk kind of appearing. It's kind of weird how there was no process needed though, but that's cool. I'll see you both tomorrow then. And I promise I'll take things slightly more seriously now. I kind of owe it to you two now. But for now, I'll just keep being an asshole. See ya. The two teachers were left completely speechless by that exit. The combination of both Izuku being serious and being his usual self was a surprise, to say the least. Izuku had arrived back at the door shortly after the conversation he had with the principal and All Might, walking back into the dorm with a smile as he noticed that the exact same group as before was still sitting in the common room couches. They were all just staring at Izuku as they waited for him to say something, but he simply walked back into the area they were sitting in, sat down on the same couch Himiko was and laid down, resting his head on his girlfriend's lap and closing his eyes, letting out a soft sigh as he could still just feel everyone's eyes on him. You guys want to know what happened and what the meeting was about, right? Izuku asked, cracking an eye open as he looked around, with everyone nodding except his girlfriend, who let out a soft giggle and shrug. I mean, I wouldn't mind knowing, but I kind of just want to, get back to cuddling and probably make out later. Definitely make out later, yup. Himiko said with a fanged smile, already playing with Izuku's hair before letting go, as he quickly sat up and pecked her lips. Yeah, definitely. He chuckled softly, rapidly agreeing with his girlfriend before looking at the rest of their friends, most of whom were blushing, except for Kirishima, who just called their relationship manly, and Kami, who had a small pout on her face. Kaminari was just trembling in rage. Okay, sorry about that, guys. So, it was a pretty short talk, really, and Nizu was there with All Might actually. Wait, what? You sat down and spoke with the number one hero. That's so manly again. Why was he even there, though? I was about to get to that. The two just congratulated me for what I did during the USJ and before that, like during the combat training when I helped Mina out back then. And that's pretty much it. Oh, wait, no. They also gave me some pointers on my quirk. Since it's just extremely fast regeneration, Nizu said that I should probably be able to subconsciously focus that regeneration on different parts of my body and kind of give myself a boost both in healing and strength. So I want to test that out later. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Izuku nodded, feeling slightly proud at the bullshit excuse he immediately gave concerning the new quirk he was gifted. It would definitely raise some questions, so he needed to make up something right away. Ah, so you were commended for your bravery and heroism. That is truly deserved, Midoriya-san. Great job. Ida excitedly spoke, going right back to doing his weird hand chopping movement. Yeah, that's great, Deku-kun. Ochako nodded and smiled. It must have been pretty cool to see All Might and talk to him like that. Damn, I wish that would have been me. Kaminari quickly lamented and fell into a jealous, muttering spiral. Izuku liked the guy, but come on, he couldn't get that wound up about just girls and recognition. For once, I kinda agree with Ida's words. You really deserved that praise, and thanks again for saving me back then. I really appreciate it, Midori. I could reward you for that later, you know? Mina started off shyly, but ended off teasingly, quickly backing off as Himiko glared at the pink skin girl before falling into a soft giggle. Ah, come on, Pinky. That was totes my lit AF line, and you stole it. But the offer still stands, Iza baby. Kami smirked as she looked over at Izuku, with Izuku looking right back at her with a small smile. Toga glared at the taller blonde too, but it just didn't seem to have an effect on her. Izuku only sighed and let out a soft laugh at the apparent rivalry the two blondes had, quickly patting Himiko on the head and calming her down quickly. Thanks, guys, I appreciate it, but you all should probably get some type of thanks too. You all did great back at the USJ as well. And now, if you'll excuse me and Himiko, we have some, schoolwork to do up in her room. So yeah, we'll see you guys later, he said with a sheepish smile, gently holding Himiko's hand as he stood up and began to lead her away from the common room and towards the elevators. Wait, Izuku, what schoolwork? We don't have anything to do now, Toga asked, slightly confused as she just didn't pick up the hints and clear implications from earlier. What? No, Himiko, there's no homework. That's just an excuse so we can go upstairs and, He raised his eyebrows suggestively, letting out a chuckle as the fanged blonde quickly caught up with that and giggled excitedly, beginning to drag Izuku over to the elevators herself. However, the two were stopped by Kami, who had stood up off the couch and held onto Izuku's free hand. All the rest of the group had started to play video games or continue to talk, with Ochako and Mina shooting occasional glances at the three standing teens. Wait, I's a baby. Could I talk to you for a bit? I was planning on doing so this morning, but I wasn't ready by then. The curvaceous blonde spoke uncharacteristically shyly and without any slang at all, which just immediately implied that whatever she wanted to talk about was serious. Izuku shot Himiko a quick look, and the shorter blonde nodded and gave a small smile to the two, seemingly understanding immediately, even if she did slightly hate Cammy for always flirting with her boyfriend. Take your time, Izuku, and when you're ready to go make out, come and get me. And I hope you're okay, Utsashimi-chan. Just don't flirt with my boyfriend, and we'll be all good for now. Toga said with the same enthusiastic tone as always, quickly making her way back to the group of friends, leaving Izuku alone with Cammy. I can tell that this is a more private thing, so do you want to maybe talk outside? Only talk, though, because I know you're still thirsty, but I'm with Himiko, and she's scary sometimes. Izuku asked and smiled, hoping that the small joke at least would help bring Cammy a bit out of her serious mood, and thankfully, it got a slight smile out of her. Yeah, that'd be better. She nodded before leading the way outside into a small forest-like area about a minute away from the dorms, standing under the shade of a large tree. So, what's going on, Cammy? Are you okay? You're kind of worrying me without your usual slang talk and all. Izuku started, looking at the blonde with a small frown, waiting for a response from her. A response that came in the shape of a sudden hug as the girl tightly wrapped her arms around his waist and held him close. I don't know, Izuku, back at the USJ, I was just so scared when Ojiro and I were taken away from the group. I thought I was going to die right there, and then you appeared out of nowhere. You put yourself on the line to save us, and I was still scared then because I thought you were going to get hurt, and it would have been completely my fault too. Cammy began to cry against Izuku's chest, burying her face against his body in an attempt to hide the tears. You were willing to fight villains to protect us, and you did so knowing you didn't have a good enough quirk to fight them. But you did it anyways. Just why? Why do you have to be like this? I can't thank you enough for everything you did. Everyone was terrified then, and yet why you stood there completely fearless to face those monsters. Her voice cracked even more as she let out a particularly loud sob, practically drenching his shirt in her tears, but he didn't care. Izuku may have acted like the class clown and just a smug prick most of the time, but what he has told Nizu and All Might was true. He was going to be better than that, even if it meant shredding and destroying all the defense mechanisms he had put up over the years, with the main one being comedy. It's okay, Cammy, just let it all out. I'm here for you. The girl continued to cry, just as Izuku expected, and the two stayed there for a good few minutes until Cammy's breathing had calmed down and her tears had stopped flowing. I totes hate you. I already had a crush on you from almost the first day of class. Now how do you expect me to feel after you saved me from villains and stayed here with me for like 10 minutes to just support me? It's like you're actually trying to build a harem. I's a baby. She gradually started to return to her usual slang talk, letting out a soft laugh after she spoke. Izuku just sighed and smiled down at the girl, shrugging his shoulders lightly. I haven't really been trying to do anything at all to get the attention of others. And if I'm being honest with you, Himiko is the first girlfriend I've ever had. I wasn't exactly popular when I was younger, so this new environment and just this group of friends we already built up is kind of overwhelming. He said truthfully, gently rubbing Cammy's back as she very slowly began to pull back from the hug. I don't know what to do when people have crushes on me, so you'll have to talk to Himiko about that. Oh, Midnight Sensei did say she was going to talk to you, though. Something about polyamory? I've got no clue what it means. She just said it'd help with girl trouble. Izuku chuckled and shrugged, looking down at the pretty blonde, who was staring right back up at him with her brown eyes. I'll do that then. And let me tell you, I's a baby, polyamory is totes lit. Maybe you will end up with a harem full of hotties. She smiled and wiped at her eyes once more, sniffling slightly, as well as her nose scrunched up cutely. I don't look too bad, right? Like on a scale of hot to not. How likely would you be to call me bae? The green-haired teen just laughed and shook his head playfully. I've got no fucking clue how to answer that, but you look as pretty as always, Cammy. And fuck, I'm smooth as shit. Now, come on. Let's get back to the dorms. Himiko probably thinks you're trying to steal me away already, Izuku said, turning on his heel and beginning to lead the way back, with Cammy quickly latching onto his arm and walking beside him. Oh, I'm definitely trying to make you my boyfriend, LMAO. I'm gonna start simping extra hard for you, Isa baby. She giggled quietly, already turning back to her old and less vulnerable self. The two simply continued their small talk as they made their way back to the dorms, but Izuku still couldn't help but think that he really fucking needed to start figuring out what to do with the girls who liked him. Cammy had basically just confessed to him and cried her eyes out, which almost made him cry as well. He just didn't know if he'd be able to handle more of that. He desperately needed Midnight's help. He was willing to take the risk of his seductress teacher helping him out, even if it was most likely going to fuck him over in the future. Their return to the rest of the group was thankfully taken lightly, as none of them knew what Cammy and Izuku's talk was really about, though they did get surprised by the green-haired teen giving Cammy a small but caring hug before he made his way back over to Himiko, giving her a small smile and raised eyebrow. Himiko quickly understood and tossed the controller she was holding off to the side, completely abandoning her match of Smash Brothers as she jumped onto Izuku's back and clung onto him while he led the way into the elevator, letting out a soft laugh as the doors closed, and the girl quickly let go of him and hugged him tightly. "What did you talk about with the bimbo?" "Come on, Himiko. I can tell you don't hate her that much." Izuku called the smaller blonde out. "Fine, what did you talk about with Cammy-chan?" She sighed out with a small smile still, letting out a giggle as the elevator doors opened and Izuku gently patted her head before heading for her room. "That's a lot better. She just wanted to thank me for what I did at the USJ. It was really emotional to say the least, and she kind of confessed to me. She did confess her feelings for me and said that she wanted to talk to you about some things. So please talk to her one of these days? Soon." Himiko pouted cutely and poked Izuku's chest with her index finger, locking eyes with him as the two walked. "I'll do that, but you're my boyfriend, got it? My boyfriend," she reiterated. The green-haired teen nodded and smiled again, quickly pecking her lips as the two reached the blonde's room. "Yeah, come on now. I know you're kind of desperate. I can tell." He spoke, watching as Himiko quickly opened her door before she basically threw him inside the room. Izuku could tell from the hungry look in the girl's eyes that he was in for a hell of a time, and he was all for it. After a few hours upstairs with Himiko, Izuku and the blonde made their way back down to the common room, both of them looking less than perfect and tidy. They both just looked extremely messy in comparison to before. Izuku's hair was somehow made even more messy and fluffy than before. His shirt had stretched out because of Himiko's actions, and the right side of his neck had some very noticeable hickeys. He didn't look too tidy, but Toga didn't look any better. The yellow-eyed blonde had her hair pulled out from her buns, and it was simply flowing down her back. Her shirt was actually just put on inside out, so the tag was sticking out, and she had switched out the sweatpants she wore for some sports shorts. She also had small hickeys covering her neck and collarbone. There was just no hiding what they did, and Izuku didn't really care if anyone knew. He knew that Himiko didn't really give a shit either anyways. The two of them really had no reason to go back downstairs as they did have a free day, meaning they could have probably spent the entire day up in Himiko's room, but Izuku had started to feel some changes as about 4 hours passed from before, which in between the making out, the cuddling, and the nap the couple had, passed in what felt like minutes. Now the teen was excited to see if the effects of One for All were there, and even if Nizu and All Might had said that they'd train the next day, Izuku was excited to test the power out, but he was slightly nervous about it. All Might had explained that the quirk's power stockpiled over the years and simply increased with each bearer of this already immense power. This only meant that as he was the 9th bearer, the base power for the quirk would be at the level of All Might's prime or even higher, which was absolutely terrifying. "You okay, Izuku? You seem kind of distracted." "Oh, wait. Are you thinking about going back upstairs again?" "I'm all for that," Himiko asked and spoke excitedly, having her arms firmly wrapped around one of Izuku's as she looked up at him with stars in her eyes. Sadly for her, though, Izuku shook his head and smiled, leaning in close to her and planting a kiss against her head just as the elevator door opened. Maybe later. I was just thinking I should try out that suggestion that Nizu and All Might said, you know? The thing about supercharging just parts of my body with the regeneration to give myself a boost. Toga gave a small smile and nodded as she freed the teen from her grasp and simply took his hand instead, leading the way back over to the couches where a slightly different group from before sat. Ochako, Mina, and Kami were still there, though they were now joined by Jairu as well. Kaminari had gone up to his room, which would have only left Kirishima and Ida, though surprisingly Todoroki joined the group too. Yup, we should test that out now, Himiko said loudly, walking up to the rest of the group as she had very easily caught their attention. Hey guys, do any of you want to go train for a bit? Izuku wants to test out that weird thing that Niza told him. The boost thing to see how strong he can get and all, she asked, tilting her head slightly as she waited for a response. Yeah, is anyone up for it? It won't be too long, hopefully. I kinda need someone I can fight, and someone who can really fucking do some damage to me. Izuku added on, looking around at the group, who was just staring at him and Himiko with wide eyes and blushes. He had completely forgotten about the fucking hickeys. Okay, come on. It's not that big of a deal. They're just hickeys, though Himiko was a bit more intense than necessary. It doesn't matter, just anyone up to train? Please. Kirishima quickly snapped out of his small, embarrassed trance and gave an enthusiastic thumbs up. Hell yeah, man. I'll be down to train and spar with you, Midoriya. You're manly as hell. This'll be a test of manliness. Izuku smiled and nodded. Thanks, Kirishima. Though I gotta say, I think you're pretty damn manly already, so don't worry about that. He chuckled, earning an even bigger smile from the hardening quirk user. Anyone else? The rest of the group shook their heads no, which slightly disappointed Izuku, but it was fine. Sorry, Midori. I don't think I'd be a good person to help you test your new thingy out, but I do want to see how strong you can get if it works. Mina spoke with a small smile, standing up off the couch and walking to stand next to Kirishima. Yeah, I'm sorry too, Deka-kun, but I feel the same way as Mina. I really want to see if that thing about focusing your regeneration on parts of your body will work. Ochako joined the standing teens, with Kami standing up shortly after. I just want to be near Eyes a Baby Yellow. He looks hot when he fights. She shrugged with a giggle. I shall join you in this training session, my friends. I hope I can be of help to you, Midoriya-san. Tinya quickly stood too, with both Todoroki and Jairu getting up as well. I just don't want to be left alone, the short-haired girl said and walked over to stand next to Ochako, while Todoroki simply stared at Izuku and spoke. I've been underestimating you. I want to see what you're capable of, and then maybe I'll help. The red and white-haired teen said, to which Izuku responded with a shrug and smile. Great, so then I'll meet you all at the big gym. I'm just going to go change real quick. And no, Himiko, you can't join me. Izuku laughed at his girlfriend, patting her head gently before moving to the elevator. See you there in like 10 minutes or something. Soon enough, the entire group had met up at the gym, and for some reason, everyone was wearing clothes to exercise in, even if only 2 people really agreed to help Izuku out. It was fine, though. It just meant that he could try out more things later. The green-haired teen stood with Kirishima as he attempted to get a handle on OFA, as more than enough time had supposedly passed from what All Might had said. He just didn't really know how to activate a completely different quirk from his own. Wait, that was wrong. Izuku just didn't know how to activate a quirk considering that his only was present when he hurt himself. So, I'm going to be honest here and say that I've got no clue how to just focus the regeneration on a body part and all. My healing just happens when I hurt myself, so I've got no clue how to supposedly activate it and supercharge myself. Oh, do you think I could supercharge my entire body? Actually, that'd be pretty cool. I don't know if it would work though. Izuku chuckled as most of the group shrugged, while Todoroki remained stoic. Jairu seemed weirdly embarrassed and distant though. He was probably going to need to talk to her later. Oh, it's super easy. Just think of it like an off and on switch, Midoriya. Like, let's try something out first. Just come at me, and punch me as hard as you can. Try to focus your energy in your arm when punching, and that should work." Kirishima grinned and gave Izuku a thumbs up. "That's how I work with my hardening, so come on. I'm sure it'll work for you too." The red-haired teen gave an enthusiastic nod, hardening his entire body in preparation for the punch. Apparently, Kirishima had a lot of faith in Izuku's abilities. Sure, I'll try, and this is actually perfect considering I can hurt myself by punching you. I kind of want to see how long I'd take to regenerate from a broken hand or something now. It usually takes a minute or less, and all right, here I go." Izuku walked up to Kirishima, doing as he had said, and simply attempting to focus his energy on his arm, shutting his eyes as he did so, only to feel a small tingling on the limb he attempted to use the new quirk on. He hadn't opened his eyes yet, so he hadn't noticed his arm crackling with green lighting yet. What the hell? How does that even work? Mina was shocked at the sudden appearance of the small bits of electricity surrounding Izuku's arm. Quirks are weird, Pinky, but OMG, this is a different type of weird, LOL. Cammy chimed in. Deku-kun, you might want to open your eyes. I think that experiment you wanted to try out actually worked. Ochako nervously added, tapping the teen's opposite shoulder before backing away. Himiko was just laughing at everybody's reactions, as even Todoroki was watching Izuku with wide eyes. It was an unexpected result, but Toga was expecting something much weirder for whatever reason, so she wasn't as shocked. Izuku immediately snapped his eyes open as they all spoke, looking down at his arm before smiling brightly and wiggling the limb around slightly, watching the electricity stick to him before laughing. Holy shit, this is way better than what I was expecting. That is indeed a remarkable result, Midoriya-san, but please watch your language. Oh, sorry, Ida. Izuku chuckled, smiling at the group of still shocked students before looking over at Kirishima, who had an even more excited look on his face than before. You ready, man? I was born ready. It's time to show the manliness of my hardening. Come on, hit me. Izuku nodded and let out a chuckle, doing a small run up to get closer to Kirishima before punching with the arm covered in OFA's energy, smashing his fist against the other teen's stomach with what usually would have been just half his strength. For a split second, nothing happened at all and disappointment was clear on Izuku's face, but suddenly, Kirishima was launched across the gym and smashed against the wall, groaning in pain. Izuku, on the other hand, wasn't faring much better as his arm immediately broke after the initial impact with Kirishima, turning a deep purple with small blood marks before the broken limb healed in the span of an actual second. It took 1 second for his entire shattered arm to heal. His healing was definitely fucking supercharged now apparently, and so was his strength. He shot Kirishima across the entire gym, and he wasn't even punching at full strength. Fuck, that hurt. And Jesus Christ, are you alright, man? Izuku groaned and shook his arm to test if it really had healed, ignoring the reactions and call-outs from his friends, as once he did in fact confirm his arm was fine, he rushed over to the teen he had just punched the absolute shit out of. Thankfully, Kirishima was conscious but in clear amounts of pain as his quirk was no longer active. Izuku had actually managed to completely break through his quirk, which wasn't really all too surprising considering he had All Might strength now. Izuku quickly knelt beside Kirishima and helped him sit up, looking down at him with a nervous smile. Come on, talk to me, man. Do we need to get Recovery Girl in here? He asked, slapping the dazed and still groaning teen in the face a few times, shaking him out of his shock. Why, yeah, that'd be great, and goddamn. I wasn't expecting that much power. Kirishima managed to groan out, clutching his stomach as he laid limply in Izuku's arms. I wasn't expecting that either, and fuck, someone get Recovery Girl. Izuku yelled out, glaring over at the still frozen group, who immediately moved as they realized the situation. All of them except Todoroki moved, as the teen was just staring at Izuku, in surprise still. Izuku Midoriya, I've underestimated you. After a long while of being shouted at by Recovery Girl, while All Might just watched, The older woman was done with tearing into Izuku and his irresponsible actions, leaving him in the small infirmary only with a number one hero. Thankfully, Kirishima was already healed by the nurse, but the amount of injuries he had beforehand was worrying. Izuku had broken most of his ribs by punching him only in the stomach. The impact against the gym's wall managed to dislocate one of the red-haired teen's shoulders as well, and one of his ankles was fractured from the impact of falling to the ground. The amount of power he expected from OFA was a lot, but even with a half-ass punch, that was an insane amount of strength. So, I'm guessing you tested out one for all's power, huh? All Might spoke nervously, still being slightly shaken up by the outburst from Recovery Girl. Izuku quickly nodded and smiled, though. Yeah, and it was pretty surprising, actually. First of all, don't worry about people getting suspicious about me suddenly having new powers. I gave a bullshit excuse which everyone believed, but just, Jesus Christ. I hit Kirishima with a less than half-assed punch and launched him across the building. What would have happened if I actually used a full-strength punch? He laughed, shaking his head slightly in disbelief as All Might only grinned. One for All is an incredible quirk. Young Midoriya, though the strength boost you were going to eventually get was expected. I'm more curious on how it affected your regeneration quirk. Just how strong is it now? At that, Izuku had to smirk a little smugly. Oh, it's a lot stronger, definitely. Don't get me wrong, I haven't tried cutting limbs off and waiting for them to regrow or anything, but I absolutely shatter my arm when punching Kirishima. Not just broke it, but pretty much pulverized the bone. Trust me, I could feel it, and my entire arm healed within a second. Usually it would have taken a minute or a little less time than that to heal a broken bone, but I healed almost instantly. As scary as the comparison is, it's almost as quick as the Nomu's regeneration. All Might's eyes were pretty much threatening to bulge out of his face completely as he stared at the smaller teen in shock. That is already extremely powerful, and adding to that the knowledge that you will grow stronger than me, even past my prime in a few years, is almost terrifying to think about, as well regeneration and immense strength. You're already well on your way to become the next symbol of peace. Well, I'd say that's a bit of an exaggeration. The bit about the whole power and just me pretty much being almost invincible now is true, or at least I feel like it is, but I'm nowhere near even the start of the path to becoming the next symbol of peace. I mean, my bones still break when using the power. Not just break, but they shatter completely. So, I have to learn a way to use the power more effectively, and once I do that, then that's the starting point. Izuku nodded at his own words, smiling slightly as the number one hero patted his shoulder. It's good that you're already trying to find ways to better yourself. And what I'm about to say is by no means confidential, but your class hasn't been told yet. It's just about the sports festival. It's coming up in 2 weeks, and by then, you should try and improve your control over One for All. I understand having healing quirk makes you basically immune to its drawbacks, but I'm sure it still hurts to break bones, correct? Yeah, I'll improve on my control for it, don't worry. And honestly, I have an abnormally high pain tolerance. I don't know if it's because of my quirk and the pain is just numbed sometimes, or if it's because of all the experimenting and bone breaking I did when younger, but nothing really hurts too bad anymore. I mean, you saw me after combat training with a mangled arm. That felt pretty much like a broken bone to me, but I'll try to better myself anyways. I don't think it's healthy to keep destroying my body just for power anyways. Izuku spoke softly, letting out a small sigh. How do you use the power, All Might? Do you just focus it in one place at a time? Like only your arm to punch, your legs to kick, and all that? Or do you completely coat yourself in the power? I don't really know how to explain it. It was completely natural for me to use the power right from the start, so I'm afraid I can't help you there. And I'm also afraid I can't stay much longer. I'm supposed to be helping out Vlad King with a few of his students, so I must take my leave. All Might started, heading for the door and swinging it open before turning back to face Izuku. All I'm asking is that you don't test your powers on your friends or classmates for now. Recovery Girl is terrifying when angry. The hulking man shuddered slightly before giving his successor a nod and heading out the door, leaving Izuku alone in the room. He scratched his head lightly and let out a soft sigh. How the fuck am I supposed to figure this out then? Izuku shrugged at his own question, heading for the door as well to head back to the dorms. Doesn't matter, I'm just gonna go make out with Himiko again, or take a nap. Maybe both. Izuku had quickly made his way back to the dorms after the incident and his small talk with All Might, entering the building with a loud yawn, not really noticing that basically the entire class was gathered in the common area around the couches, kitchen table, and rug. They were all just chatting amongst themselves mostly, with the main topic of discussion being the sports festival, while the second most prominent topic was how Kirishima got so injured by only one of Izuku's punches. It was still a shock to most of the group who had witnessed the incident, and the rest of the class was just curious as to how this happened. Izuku Midoriya, the team with a simple healing quirk who managed to defeat Kirishima with a simple, half-assed punch. The thing that made the situation stranger was that Izuku had admitted to not being the strongest before, to only being able to heal, and now he pulled some other power out of his ass somehow. It just wasn't really normal, and most of the class wanted answers. As always, though, the first person to notice him walk into the building was the adorable and slightly psychotic blonde Yandere. Izuku, why did you take so long to get here? You weren't with some other skank, right? Toga basically appeared in front of him with a small pout, having her arms crossed under her bust as she stared up at Izuku, waiting for an answer. The rest of their classmates quickly looked over at Izuku as well, all of them itching to ask questions about what had happened. Well, mostly all of them. Kirishima sat on a smaller couch, completely asleep. Izuku smiled at Toga and shook his head. I can promise you that I wasn't with some other girl, Himiko. I just got yelled at by a recovery girl, and then All Might lecture me as well. So come on, stop pouting. You look better when you smile and get all obsessive. He chuckled, playfully poking his girlfriend's cheek, which along with his words, quickly got the girl back to normal. At that moment, though, he quickly realized basically everyone was staring at him. Okay, I'm not dumb enough to be confused by this. You're all probably wanting to ask me about how I kind of fucked Kirishima up, right? That is indeed correct, Midoriya-san. I attempted to explain how you figured out a different way to use your quirk, but they want to see it in action. Ida quickly responded. Yeah, man. I mean, you went from having a healing quirk to super strength? It's kind of weird. Zero spoke up from the side. I don't care about what you did, Deku. I just want to fucking know how you pulled a second quirk out of your shitty ass. Of course, Bakugo gave his own input on the situation. Ignoring Bakugo-san's vulgar language. That is correct. We only want to know what your new ability consists of. Yaoyorozu nodded. Izuku sighed and glanced down at Himiko, who simply shrugged and smiled. Yeah, that's fair, but I don't really feel like answering questions right now, so just head on outside, and I'll try and recreate what I did before, just on a smaller scale. The green-haired teen spoke, urging the class to step out of the dorm building, which they all quickly did. Well, everyone except for both Kami and Jairu. What's up with you two? Don't tell me you want to steal Izuku away again, bimbo. Toga instantly got defensive at the sight of Utsushimi approaching both her and Izuku, while Jairu was a complete mystery. Kami just giggled at the other blonde hostility before shaking her head. Nah, shorty. I want to talk with you, lol. It's important AF. And I was wondering, could we talk later, Midoriya? After the little show you're about to put on and all. Jairu said, standing next to the more curvaceous blonde as she twirled one of her earphone jacks around her finger. Izuku's curiosity immediately skyrocketed, not only since Kyoko wanted to speak to him, but also because Kami was going to talk to Himiko. Yeah, sure thing. And Himiko will definitely talk with you, Kami. You've both seen the weird lighting arm thing I can do now anyways. And be nice, okay? Izuku quickly turned to Himiko with his last few words, satisfied as he got a small nod from her. Great. Let's head out, Jairu. We'll talk after I just do whatever they want me to fuck. I feel like a prostitute for some reason. He laughed, heading out with the purple-haired girl, leaving the two blondes inside the building. It was going to be a difficult conversation, and Izuku was definitely going to have a difficult time bullshitting his way out of any question his classmates could have after he showed them OFA. So, what's going on with you, Kami-chan? You never talk to me unless I'm with Izuku. Toga immediately wanted to get to the point, flopping down carelessly onto one of the many empty couches in the common space of the building. Wow, you're calling me Cammy-chan now, shorty? That's a totally lit nickname, but I'm here to talk about Izubaby. And before you go all yander psycho, which is totes cute by the way, just hear me out. Cammy responded quickly, making sure to stop Toga from overreacting right away, which surprisingly worked. Emme fine. I'll hear you out, and I won't try to do anything like possibly attack you. But I'm only doing this for Izuku. He told me to be nicer to you, and all. The shorter of the two said begrudgingly, pouting. Okay, like, thanks for not attacking me too, girl. Now, you most definitely know that I really like Izubaby, right? Like, got the biggest crush ever on him. And I mean, can you even blame me? Toga had a slight smile tugging at her lips as Cammy spoke, shaking her head lightly at her words. Not really, no. Izuku is definitely the hottest guy in our class. Well, in the whole school, really. She giggled softly before quickly remembering that this was supposed to be a more serious talk. But that's besides the point. What are you getting at? Just spit it out. Cammy simply smiled and shrugged her shoulders. All right, fine. I think that what I'm trying to say is totes obvious, but I want to go on a date with him, lol. I know you two are dating, which I'm super jealous about, but I've really liked him since the first day, and now we're like the bestest of friends or whatever, but since the USJ happened, I guess that my feelings for him have skyrocketed a little more. But it's not unusual for a guy to date two girls, you know? It's called polyamory. And well, OMG, please just think about it. Himiko wanted to be mad. She really did want to be angry and, well, most probably yell or do something to Cammy, but for some reason, hearing the taller blonde speak with less slang than usual, as well as actually call back to the USJ, which was definitely a somewhat traumatic experience for her, made the Yandere-like girl sympathize for once. The opposing girl actually seemed like just that, a girl which was a lot more different than how Toga usually viewed her. She had a small frown on her face, where usually a fanged smile sat. God, I really don't like this, Cammy-chan. Izuku and I just started dating too, and throwing another hot blonde into the mix sounds like a lot. And I'm not really into the idea of sharing, but let's talk it over with him. At her words, Cammy immediately sprung forward and hugged Toga, basically smothering the smaller girl against her bust while yelling out small thank yous and giggling like a maniac. This isn't necessary. Unhand me, you bimbo. I'll take back what I said. I swear. Himiko started to struggle at the first contact, attempting to push Cammy off before the entire building suddenly shook slightly, startling both of them. OMG, what was that? Do you think it's a villain attack? Cammy's brain quickly went into overdrive, immediately thinking back on the bad memories from the rescue training. Though, before she could panic, Himiko simply gave her a light slap and shook her head no. Obviously not, bimbo. It's just Izuku being a dumbass. She pointed out the window, where Midoriya stood in a crane kick position and simply swung his leg at the air with incredible force. Of course, without one for all, a simple kick wouldn't have done much, but with this new quirk, it was a completely different story, as Izuku was basically creating small shockwaves with his less-than-perfect technique while kicking. The class was just watching in awe at the sheer power Izuku was creating, as well as at the strange lighting curving around his leg. It's just Izubaby, and he's doing the crane kick from Karate Kid. That's cute AF. It's weirdly cute. I don't get how he's that strong and still acts the way he does. I'd imagine he'd be all determined and just serious, but he's an idiot. Himiko sighed and giggled, quickly moving over to the entrance and stepping out towards him and the rest of the class, with a smiling Cammy following behind her. Izuku pretty much noticed them instantly and gave him a wave. Hey, are you two doing all right? It's just, Himiko doesn't look ready to kill you, Cammy. And you look way too happy to be with my girlfriend. He started, completely ignoring the rest of the class. He was supposed to be just showing off his new ability, but instead, now he just didn't care about that. Come on, Izubaby. We don't hate each other that much, LMAO. Cammy answered with a smile, wrapping an arm around Himiko, who quickly shrugged it off. That much, huh? Oh, I know what happened. You two had a girl talk, right? What was it about? I mean, kinda sucks that you left me out of it, but it's fine. Izuku smiled back, happily walking over to them before suddenly stopping as he heard Kaminari's voice calling out. Wait, bro, weren't you supposed to explain how you can do all that now? You were literally shooting air bullets, somehow. And there was lightning. That's my thing. You also have like half the girls in class crushing on Yo Dash. That was as far as the electric quirk user got before getting stabbed by Jiro's earphone jacks, shutting him up immediately and making him collapse on the ground. You're done with the little show now, right? Come on. You said you would talk with me, Midoriya. Kyoko looked at Kaminari, basically spasming on the ground for a second before walking off and grabbing Izuku's arm, dragging him along with her, leaving the rest of the class, as well as Himiko and Kami behind. Izuku knew they agreed on talking, but he was getting a bit worried. He didn't know Jiro very well, but he knew that she wasn't this serious or cold towards others. It was simply strange. Izuku and Jiro soon found themselves in a more quiet location away from all the ruckus, which somehow ended up being the exact same spot in which Kami confessed and spoke to him. He was pretty sure there was a special case, though, as he hadn't interacted with Jiro as much or at all actually. Okay, I'll be honest. I'm extremely confused. I got no clue what's going on here. Is this a confession? If I get another one of those, Himiko will fucking kill me. Or you. Depends. Izuku suspiciously narrowed his eyes at the shorter girl in front of him. To his surprise, though, Kyoka just sighed and shook her head. No, I'm not here to confess, Damas. I don't even know why it's more embarrassing than to confess, but I wanted to apologize and thank you. The girl looked away from Izuku, twirling one of her earphone jacks on her finger. Okay, I'm still confused. Thank me for what? I don't think I've done anything that deserves thanks or whatever, huh? The green-haired teen said. Jiro quickly snapped up to look at Izuku, her eyes a little wider than they were before. What? You mean you don't remember saving my ass at the USJ? You pushed me and Toga out of the way, so we didn't get warped by that weird fucking mist villain. How can you not remember that? Izuku smiled and shrugged his shoulders. I mean, I do remember the USJ. I just don't remember saving specifically you. If I'm being honest, I had no clue who I saved there. I just pushed the two people closest to me out of the way. That was pretty much it, but I appreciate you saying thanks. Kyoka simply stood there in silence for a few seconds before shaking her head again, letting out a soft chuckle. Jesus, Midoriya, you've got no sense of self-preservation. You could have saved yourself, but you pushed me out of the way. I don't think many people in the class would have done that. And anyways, I also wanted to apologize because you saved me and I just didn't really care about you. I was more worried about Kaminari and Yamamo. You were kind of just there. Even though you saved me, I wasn't worried about you at all. Yeah, I don't blame you actually. I mean, you're closer to them than you are to me. I'm pretty sure this is the first real interaction we've had, you know? So yeah, I understand. You don't have to apologize. Though I'll be honest, I was more worried about Himiko and Kami than anyone else, but yeah, I still thought about everyone else. But I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing considering I always throw myself in front of every problem. He spoke with a sigh. So, a martyr complex then? Or maybe you're just a good person either way. But anyways, just yeah, that was all I had to say. And you're a cool guy. We should hang out sometime. The purple-haired girl smiled. Also, this isn't a confession. If you say it is, I'll stab you. You may heal quickly, but that doesn't mean you don't feel pain. She quickly stopped any teasing from Izuku, who immediately put his hands up in surrender. Yup. The thing is, though, I do have a really high pain tolerance, and teasing you to see you blush might be worth it sometime. Not now, though. So no need to get all stabby here. Izuku playfully threatened and took a careful step away from Jiro. And I'll take you up on that offer to hang out sometime, but I have a feeling that Himiko and Kami want to talk to me or something. Did you notice that they're just hiding behind that tree over there? He laughed softly and pointed over to one of the thicker trees in the pathway the two were in. Jiro smiled and nodded. Yeah, I heard them coming, but the two are mostly harmless when it comes to anything that doesn't involve you, so this didn't really bother me. And also, just a request. Next time you're with Himiko up in one of your rooms, keep it down, yeah? I try and tune out most of the noise I hear, but she's loud. Really loud. Izuku nodded and shrugged. Yeah, that's accurate. And I'll try and tell her to be more quiet, but there's not much I can do, you know? How could I have known that she was a screamer? He laughed at Jairu's blushing face now. Okay, I don't need to know the details. Just keep it down and yeah. Thanks for the chat, Midoriya. Let's do the hanging out things soon too. The girl gave a small grin, starting to walk off. I'll talk to you later. And you can come out now, Toga. Cammy too. Just try not to kill Midoriya with your harem ideas. Kyoka continued on her way, leaving a slightly confused Izuku with the two blondes. Harem idea? Wait, am I going to have a harem? Izuku wondered out loud, looking over at Himiko and Cammy, who moved out of their hiding spot and approached him. Cammy was looking just as happy and excited as before, while Himiko just had a small smile on her face as well. It was a strange sight to see the two not wanting to fight each other, but it was good in the end. I's baby. I promise we weren't eavesdropping. We were just waiting for our turn to talk to you, LOL. The taller blonde quickly explained their earlier position behind the tree. Yeah, what Bimbo said. I mean, I couldn't even hear anything, so hopefully it's not bothering you. But I just want to know one thing. Himiko paused dramatically, stepping closer to Izuku and slapping her hands onto his cheeks, holding onto his face firmly so he was looking at her. Did she confess her love? Did she try to seduce you? Cammy just giggled at the sudden seriousness and stood close to Himiko still, looking up at Izuku as well. He let out a snort and shook his head no. Nope, no love confessions happened, don't worry. She did tell me that you have to be more quiet the next time we get some private time too. I mean, we haven't even had sex yet and you're loud. Himiko. He playfully teased, poking her toned stomach. The normally shameless girl immediately sported a slight blush across her cheeks before she gently began to punch Izuku's chest. You don't have to say that with the bimbo here. You're too cruel. Izuku-in. Izuku chuckled and just hugged Himiko close to his body, looking over at Cammy and shrugging softly. You don't mind knowing that, right? The curvaceous blonde giggled and smiled. Nope. I kind of expected that Toga-chan here would be loud AF. That or extremely kinky. She just told seems like that, you know? Ah, shit. You honestly couldn't be more correct. I mean, we haven't had that much alone time together, but when we have been alone, Himiko just goes fucking crazy on me. You'd be surprised at how much she likes it in dash. Izuku suddenly stopped as Himiko slapped her hand over his mouth, still blushing. No more. You don't need to give the bimbo material to tease me with. And we're supposed to be talking to you about something else anyways. The fang blonde stuttered out, reaching her other arm out and slapping Cammy on the shoulder. Come on, talk. Cammy tilted her head in confusion at Himiko before realizing what she meant, letting out a small gasp. All right, so we were toads having some lit girl time before, and I told Shorty about how I'm a total simp for you. She got all stabby at first, LOL, but then she listened and said that she was maybe open to sharing you. The blonde said excitedly, OMG, but only if you want to. Like you be dating two blonde hotties. Yeah, that. I'm still not completely okay with the idea, but I figured it'd be easier to let Bimbo have her chance. I mean, let Cammy have her chance. She's not that bad. I just don't want to be left aside. Himiko added on, still standing close to Izuku's body, hugging him again, which the green-haired teen quickly retaliated. God, Himiko, I don't think I could ever leave you aside or anything. We just started dating and all, but I care about you a lot. And I know I'm an asshole sometimes, but I'd never do that to you. He quickly began comforting Himiko, trying to ease her worries a little. I'll be honest too. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't attracted to you, Cammy. I mean, you're fucking hooted. Like really hot. Not just that, but you're actually a really sweet and genuine girl. So I'd like to get to know you better too if you two are okay with the idea of this weird-ass three-way relationship. Izuku chuckled. I don't know how this would go or work, but the one thing I can assure you too is that I won't ignore either of you ever. You both will be just as important to me. Cammy had a blinding smile as Izuku spoke, and surprisingly, Himiko had a fang smile on her face, as well as a blush across her cheeks still. Izuku honestly had no clue why Himiko was blushing or acting that adorably, but he wasn't complaining. And he also wasn't complaining as Cammy stepped closer and hugged his side. I totes want to try this thing out. You're lit AF, I's a baby, and Toga-chan is pretty cool too lol. Crazy but cool and cute LMAO. She laughed softly, looking over at Himiko. The shorter blonde had to make the decision as well after all. Toga sighed and nodded. Yeah, Cammy isn't too terrible, I guess, so we can give this a try. I do want one alone day with you, though. Izuku-in. She poked at his chest. The teen in question smiled and nodded. You can have one alone day with me then. Himiko. Definitely. You too if you like Cammy. He chuckled as Cammy nodded at lightning fast speed. Great. So what are we? A threesome? What do we call this relationship? Fotas a threesome. That'll make the class embarrassed AF too. It'll be funny. That works. Now come on, Izuku-in. It's been like an hour since we last kissed. And I also want to go cook some food, please. Himiko said and quickly jumped off the ground, wrapping her legs around Izuku's waist and her arms around his neck before pulling him into a deep kiss. It took Izuku a second, but he quickly kissed Toga back and held her up by her thighs, pulling back from the kissing after about half a minute. Himiko slowly dropped to the ground and took half a step back with a giggle. God, I don't understand how you're constantly thirsty. Himiko. Not that I mind, but it's surprising. The green-haired teen wasn't able to finish his sentence as a very, very soft body slammed against his and caused him to stumble to the ground. A split second later, a plump pair of lips slammed against his own. It was very clearly Cammy. Himiko simply stood by the side with a smile and blush. She had no clue why, but it wasn't really bothering her that Izuku was kissing Cammy. It was just making her feel something else. Izuku was in a similar mindset, immediately feeling like having both Cammy and Himiko as his girlfriends was a more than decent idea. It was going to be pretty hard to explain to the rest of their class, though, or to his mom.